What's going on, Miss Woman? How are you doing today? They tried to kick me off of TikTok earlier today, but they couldn't keep me down. Small town girl, what's going on? Squirrel nuts, how you doing? Bluefish, what's going on? Small town girl. I was on earlier today. Funny, usually I like to start the lives off by telling a little personal story about what's going on in my life, and I was talking about my dad, and I guess whoever was watching disagreed with me, so they went on to one of my posts and they left me a nice little comment that said, I hope your father dies soon. So that was nice. They were probably the ones who reported my live and got it taken down, but I appealed it and I won the appeal. I also have an agency, so for you fuckers who are coming in here trying to take my live down, I have an agency that backs me and they act as a liaison between me and TikTok. So just know that if you come in here and you try and spam report this live, and I keep it pretty respectful. So good luck with that. I'll be back before you know it. It's fucking Friday, guys. And we're doing You Don't Have Gender Dysphoria. Prove me wrong. So let's share the live. Let's like the live. Let's get this out so we can get some opposition and we can get some friendlies in here too. Yeah, it's horrible, but you know what? I've got thick skin, small town girl, so I don't let people's words empower me. I don't let them affect me. If you like the live and you share the live, you'll protect the live. So please do. I believe so too, Piglet. I believe so too. I think there's a lot of people out there who are claiming to have gender dysphoria when we know that a diagnosis of gender dysphoria requires a minimum of 6 months of psychotherapy evaluation to determine whether or not your symptoms are consistent, persistent, and insistent. And if they are not, you absolutely do not have gender dysphoria. I do. I absolutely do, Elliot. And if you would like to come on and challenge that, you're more than welcome to do so. I just ask that you challenge my ideas and not me, the person, because I don't have anything against you. Yes. If you do not have a diagnosis that came with a minimum of 6 months of psychotherapy evaluation to determine whether or not your distress and symptoms of depression and anxiety were persistent, consistent, and insistent, you do not have gender dysphoria. So please like and share the live so that we can get some opposition to come up and challenge their diagnosis, their self ID diagnosis. I want to know about your gender dysphoria. You have 40 followers, however, you think it's up to the professionals to determine that, not people on TikTok. Well, Elliot, we know exactly what constitutes a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, and a lot of people are claiming to have gender dysphoria, but they do not have a professional diagnosis of it. So I want to challenge individuals who self claim to have gender dysphoria. Not an actual diagnosis after 6 months, minimum 6 months of psychotherapy evaluation. Like, do you really have gender dysphoria or are you having identity crisis? Which one is it? If you would like to share the live, please tap the screen, guys. There's 7 of you here. I'll stay right here. Just tap, tap, tap. And share the live. We want some opposition, guys. It's Friday. What do you guys got going on for this weekend? If I could share, I would. I'm banned from messages and stuff. Piglet, same thing too. I can't message on this account, but I am going to share it on some of the Discord servers. Just working and listening on PC. Cool. Sea Dog, I appreciate you. If you can tap and share, Christy, please share the live and tap the screen so we can get some opposition in here. I want to talk to the people who have self proclaimed gender dysphoria. We're going to prove them wrong. You're also more than welcome to come up. Yeah, so I'm a little tired and sick and tired of people in society walking around claiming to have gender dysphoria and then wanting to use members in society to affirm their beliefs and all this good stuff, like we're supposed to be the magic pill that cures their gender dysphoria. When we all know that medicalization is probably the most effective form of treating gender dysphoria, right? And if you're not going through the process of medically transitioning, then you don't have gender dysphoria. But please, like and share the live. Let's get this up to at least 1,000 likes. Let's share this out to at least 50 people if you can. I know there's not a lot of people in here, but give it some time. I just got off a ban, so I'm probably shadow banned for a little bit. What's going on, Tiger? Please like and share the live. We'd like to talk to people who believe that they have gender dysphoria but don't have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. No one needs a cosmetic procedure to live happily in their body. Yes, medicalization is not cosmetic. Although, that's probably debatable. Probably debatable. Please share and like the live. Tap the screen, folks. It's Friday. It's fucking Friday. I don't care. I'm going to be here for hours. Just so long as I don't get kicked, I'm going to be here for hours. I just got off being bananaed because somebody didn't like the respectful live that I was hosting before. And they reported my live for hate speech. And then I appealed it. And then I contacted my management company, and yeah, ban got lifted. So yes, you do need coffee and snacks for this, especially when the opposition comes on. But guys, we don't need to report the live, okay? We don't need to report the live. We just need to participate. So share and like the live so that we can get some opposition. I guarantee you it's going to be entertainment for you guys because we're going to be able to pick out the ones who actually have it and who don't have it. And if you just want to come on live and talk to me about how you feel about individuals who proclaim to have gender dysphoria without having a diagnosis, send a request. I want to hear about it. Hello, the Joy reporting for viewing. Come on up, Samantha.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Um, I'm doing okay. I kind of like got banana too for my views, but I don't know if this is a trap or what because sometimes these lives are. But as far as gender dysphoria goes, I don't know why the world's so focused on it. Where there's only two sexes, like it's a fact, sort of like math.
Mm-hmm.
Math are facts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fact that we're born male or female. And those people need to stay in their own spaces, no matter what their mental health issues make them believe.
Mm-hmm.
And usually I get booted right about now and abused, but I'm not because your panel's new and you're just going live. But with my views, people attack like crazy.
Yeah, I've been on this app now for just a little over a year. I took a little bit of a hiatus because I had some personal things going on and some work things going on. But yeah, I definitely understand the type of attention we get when we're hosting these lives. Um, And so I believe that gender dysphoria, a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, must come with a minimum of a 6 month psychotherapy evaluation where an individual can determine that your symptoms of distress, depression, anxiety are consistent, insistent, and persistent. And if you don't have that, then you don't have gender dysphoria. Muppet, what are your
So
thoughts?
are you on the page that men should stay in men's spaces and women should stay in women's spaces?
I am.
Well, yeah, that's why we have women in men's spaces.
Okay, I'm just making sure because, like I said, some of these lives, like pull you up there for the wrong reasons. Like the host said, he knows what I mean.
Yeah, you're not
And
getting baited, Samantha. You're
yeah,
in a
that's the
friendly
word I'm
zone.
looking for. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
You're in a friendly zone. But Muppet, tell us what you think about these people walking around society claiming to have gender dysphoria.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of self-IDers, AGPers. They have this fetishization of women and wanting to be women. I just think that we need to stop giving them any kind of attention, any kind of clout. We need to start focusing on transsexual women like Chloe above me. Um, because they are the trendsetters, right? They are the reason that there are these AGPers and these transgender people who are basically benefiting off of the backs of transsexual women. And I think that it would take like a group of transsexuals to come together and actually start fighting against all of this bullshit that we're seeing, and it's becoming an issue.
And Chloe, how have these trans trenders affected your life? Has it changed your lifestyle in any way?
Yeah, they give me a headache on here every day, bro. I leave here depressed and everything, just off listening to this shite they spew. Like, I think they're just making our lives more difficult. Like, people who would normally did accept us, see their lives, listen to, like, the shit they're saying, and then put us all in a box, and then go against us, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's a fact. Like I grew up in the 70s and the 80s and like the term was cross dressers and that was it. They did their thing and they respected women for being women and men for being men and did what they wanted to do.
I don't have a problem with cross-dressers. I think that they just need to call themselves cross-dressers.
Well, it's kind of the same thing though. That's what some of these men are doing, I think. Are putting on women's clothes and saying, "Oh, I thought I was a woman my whole life." All of a sudden at 40 years old, I thought I was a woman my whole life. Like now I'm going
Well,
to
then they wouldn't be a cross-dresser. They would be
That's what I
trans
mean,
and they
but
would be
that's how
taking
they
like the
work.
proper steps to
Trans,
be.
you didn't listen though. In the 70s and 80s, trans people were called cross dressers.
No, they weren't.
Oh, yeah.
They
Pardon?
I don't know
weren't.
I
about that.
grew
I'm not
up
going to speak
then.
on it.
I grew up then and I knew them.
Well, they
Yeah, I
weren't.
think that no, I think she's right.
They were called,
I
they
think that
weren't.
they were being called cross-dressers, but they
They were
didn't
called
foresee
trans
themselves
vet.
And
as
they,
That's what they were
cross-dressers.
called.
yeah, but either way, I know I grew up in it, okay, and I knew, and it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to tell me my story, right? And I'm just saying they were respectful of women and men. Like they were respectful of. It's no different than today. It's just different the attitudes that they have. Now they're going against women. They don't give a shit about us. Like
Well, the
Who
reality
who
is
doesn't
that
give a shit
Chloe.
about you?
trans men or women, I don't even know which way it works. And I
Oh
have
my
a friend
You
gosh.
mean
who's transitioned.
transgender?
Well, I've had a friend who's even transitioned that I've known since I was 10 years old, in the last 5 years. And she went from male to female. I don't know what it's called. It is what it is. Like I said, I grew up. You
Transsexual.
can't tell me my stories, right? And
Well, I
I
think that
know
that's
for a
just like a
fact one of my
cultural
uncles
difference.
went
I
out
mean,
with a trans woman, like, but she was, we called her cross dresser. That's all, like, that's how like, that's all it was.
Okay,
They didn't
Samantha.
ask for special attention, is what I'm trying to say. They weren't
Samantha,
seeking special attention like they
Yeah,
are
but they
today.
weren't called cross dressers. They were called
yeah,
transvestites back then.
that they were called transvestites, and that terminology is no for transsexuals or is no longer applicable. Like no one in a professional sense would say that they're cross dressers,
You're right. I'm talking about in the
transsexuals.
70s and
but I
80s,
think what
right? And I'm
Samantha is
talking about
saying
it.
is that.
So yeah,
Hold on,
maybe you should stop
Samantha.
saying that then, because that's not true, and you're just spreading
I'm
misinformation. If
not,
that's what you
this,
thought,
my
and you
story's true, honey. Don't go
no,
So I
there.
I
think.
know it was true back then, but
Samantha,
this is
oh my
2024.
gosh. Samantha, cross-dressers still know that they're males. They just cross-dress.
Yeah, but I think that Samantha just grew up in a part of town where you know those terms weren't
That's
used
fine.
Well, I just
properly.
grew up where none of you guys did. None of you guys were around in the 70s and 80s. Let's be
Okay,
Well,
real.
you've just said they
exactly.
were. You've just literally said they
Let's be
were. But
real. Let's be real. Is there anybody else 53 on the panel? No.
You
So
just
don't
saw
tell
us
me
on
my
it.
story.
You just saw us on talk shows like Jerry Springer and all this stuff as a joke.
What?
But there
Can I just
and
talk to
we
the
weren't
host? I don't
labeled
want to
as
talk to your
legitimate.
panel because the host is the only one who's
You have
making sense
to,
to me.
no, you have to interact with the whole panel. That's the
Yeah,
whole
it's
point.
literally like I'm just telling you that
You taught me
transsexuals.
because of what I lived through, okay?
Okay, well,
Okay,
you're
sweetie,
very
sweetie.
emotional. You're an emotional woman. Can you kind of like
I'm
mature
not
up a little bit
emotional
and
at
have a
all. I
conversation?
actually have zero emotions, so don't
Okay, well, let's
test
try to
me.
have a grown-up
Don't test me,
conversation.
man.
We can still disagree, right? And still have good discourse,
I don't
right?
even
Sweetie,
know what
okay,
you
I'm
guys are
just
disagreeing
Especially
with,
with a
though.
53-year-old.
Samantha, I'll let you
Terminology.
I'll let you go on a tangent right after this. I'm giving just give me 1 second, okay? The difference between a cross-dresser and a transsexual is a transsexual has a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and they go on cross-sex hormones and they medicalize themselves and they sometimes get
Were they doing that in the
bottom
80s, Courtney?
surgery.
Were they doing
This
that
is
in
not
the
the case
80s,
with
Courtney?
cross-dressers.
Well, I
Yeah,
was
they were
talking
doing that in
about
the
the
80s.
80s, Courtney. You're
They were doing
don't
that in the
change it to
80s.
You're not
something
even
else.
letting me
Don't
talk.
change.
Girl, they
Yeah, I'm
were
not
doing
going
that
to
in the
because they didn't know
80s.
about
You're
that
not
dysphoria
educated
in
on
the
it.
80s, girl.
They were doing it in the
Like,
80s.
One
What
at
are
a
you
get
talking
time.
a
about?
like get a
Samantha.
grip. Get a grip.
Samantha,
Get a.
just 1 second. 1 second,
Samantha, it
guys.
was
Christ.
happening in the
1
80s.
second.
People were
Host is
transitioning in
speaking.
the 80s.
Host
Yes,
is
they were
speaking.
transitioning, but it wasn't all like this. Is what
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying
It
to
why
was
is this even
explain
medicalized.
it.
relevant? We're talking about now and how it's an issue now in today's society. It's an issue now, modern day, right? We're not
Yeah.
talking about the 80s. Can we move forward?
No, but I think
Okay, so I'm
Samantha,
supposed to
since
interact on the panel, but only say what you want me to
But
say.
this is probably why you
Does
get
that
shut
go
down
hand
all
in
the
hand
time.
with you
You
thinking you're
don't
the
listen.
opposite sex?
Okay, I'm just gonna hop. That's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna hop down and enjoy.
No,
Courtney,
Courtney,
Yeah.
you're
stay up
good.
here.
You're good. You're
Oh,
good. You're good. You're
you're
good. I
sure?
think there's just
Yeah, stay up here,
yeah.
please.
Okay.
There's just a little misunderstanding. We're all same sides here, and
I just
it's
I don't want her to think I'm attacking her. Like I understand where she's coming from, but it's 2024. We're way more advanced. We know the
Oh,
terminology.
I understand exactly what she's saying, but she's using the wrong terminology. Like they weren't. You might have heard they were called cross dressers, but they were not recognized as like cross dressers. It was
cross-dressers.
transvestites.
Yeah. So, like Samantha, there's just a bit of contention over the use of the word, and I understand that during the time that you grew up and where you grew up, that was what they were referred to.
Well, my
And
point was the difference between then and now. It's where I was
right,
going with
yeah,
all of this,
I
but I got
understand that.
attacked in the process.
Yeah,
No,
time
you're good.
changes. It's 50 years later.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I understand your point. We just want to be clear with the language, and so yeah. Let's continue. Let me get Sale Rise
Saoirse.
in the yeah, Seisha.
Well, we're Pentagon, and I can tell you this, that you have been chemtrailed,
All
and
right.
your genetic profile is much different than it was in the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
and you are being programmed to take
Oh,
down.
fucking Lord.
Yeah, the government is actually, it does
But
have
do you
people
do you
behind it.
honestly think
Oh my God.
that it's just chemtrails? You don't think that
No,
it's through our
no, it's not.
manufactured
It's not just
products
Well,
that
if
we're
it was
eating?
chemtrails, why isn't everyone trans?
Yeah, they're actually putting it in the food,
So why
and
aren't we all
Don't forget
trans?
about the tap water, y'all.
Why are we not all
Yeah.
trans then?
And
it's a
don't
slow.
forget the
You're being
Oh, does it
slow
only
drip.
target certain people? Has
Yeah,
it got
you're
a
but
being
brain?
The
guys,
water's turning the frogs gay, y'all.
you're
I was
slow.
about
no,
to say
Muppet,
that,
hold on,
Muppet.
Muppet. You have to factor in the medical runoff, all right, from human beings when they take antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication. When we piss that out, that goes into our sewage and we don't filter that out. So
Correct.
right now, as it stands today, we are all on antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication. Rawr.
Very
Oh
correct.
wow.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
but
your
did you have anything to say about the topic? Do you have gender dysphoria?
Well, I personally don't, but I do believe that people do, just based on the evidence behind the disorder of anorexia, and
Mm-hmm.
the significant evidence behind anorexia is considerable, enough to support that claim. So I believe that gender dysphoria does exist.
Do you believe that the vast majority of people claiming to have gender dysphoria actually have gender dysphoria?
I don't think so. I think that a lot of it has to do with the programming out of our universities now that are controlled by the Jesuits, who have specific objectives, mission objectives to destroy the family unit and take and manipulate society in the way that they see fit.
Oh, bro, I think you're in the wrong live, you know?
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to host another live where we're going to go down some of this
I,
existential shit.
I actually love
But
all that stuff, but like,
I
this
I
is
do.
the
I do
time.
too.
Having a
I do
place.
too. But one more thing before I let you go.
Yeah.
What do you think is the requirement to have a gender dysphoria diagnosis?
Well, that's subjective, isn't it?
If it's subjective, right, then ADHD, bipolar, and all that should be subjective as well. When we look at gender dysphoria, it is a mental disorder, right? And you need a diagnosis for that, just like you need a diagnosis for any type of mental problem that you have going on.
Can we get some ops in here?
Yeah, please. Share, tap, do all the crazy stuff.
I just hope, yeah, tap the screen, share, and all that stuff. Samantha, I just hope you don't feel attacked at all. Like, we're just trying to like teach you like the terminology you're using is extremely outdated and it's just inaccurate.
And again, Samantha, I don't want to take away from the reality of how you were brought up, but just recognizing that referring to them in the way that you used to refer to them back in time is offensive. So I think that's the only thing that they
Too,
were
like
trying to hone in on.
the way you started this about how you just got off a ban, right? So like it's annoying to get talked over and stuff when like and then people start spewing things that I would never spit, you know, and they'll mute you and boot you and sit on a panel and
Yeah,
they'll
they do that to me too.
they'll
And I'm
spew.
trans.
Like
Like, all
I
the
said,
trans
I
people
would
do that to
never
me.
spit these things that they're saying came out of my mouth, right? And then but they've got you muted and booted and right away I felt like because I didn't get to finish. I was saying like I was saying when I grew up it was like this and now it seems like attention seeking to me is what I was trying to say.
I agree.
Okay, I don't think this person's connecting. So Avo, if you're still in the live, send another request. If you're in the comments and you are in opposition and you'd like to join, please type in OPP, so I know who you are and that you are opposition. Bilbo, what's going on?
Hey everybody, how are you all doing? All right?
I'm good. How are
I
you?
love the lady from Liverpool. She's or he is a fantastic person.
Thanks.
Yeah, I love the way you are actually. So good stuff, good stuff. But I agree.
What are your
I
thoughts?
haven't been listening too much of your live, but I should imagine it's all about this cisgender and whatever. I mean, we old people, we just like to use the words male or female. Yeah. When I go to the doctor, he asks me, "Hey, David, how you doing, son?" And I say, "Well, I'm doing fine." He doesn't ask me if I'm a cisgender man. He asks me how I'm doing. So I don't really understand all the terminologies around trans, not trans, whatever.
Hold on. You mean to tell me that your doctor could tell what sex you were just by looking at you?
Well, yes, I think he can. If he's a well-educated doctor, I think he could look at you and tell you what you are.
I think those documents on his wall hold a little bit of weight there. You got a good doctor?
Yeah, well, actually, he is a she.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. So she knows when she looks at my body, to do the test. She says, "Oh my God, you have one of those, David." And I say, "Yeah, I do." So you must be a man.
You must be a man.
Your doctor is based, my friend.
My doctor's trans.
My God, that is insulting to lesbians. I got to be honest. You can't have a penis and be a lesbian. That's sick.
Agreed. I feel like
You
sexuality is
can't be
sex
male
based.
and be a lesbian.
It is.
Even if you
Sorry?
get it cut off, you're never going to be a lesbian.
They're
If you're
trying to
male.
change it to gender attraction, and it's not. That's just not how it works. Like we're programmed to be sexually attracted to a certain sex.
What? I must be a lesbian then.
Well, no, because you're a male and
No,
you
I'm a
identify as
penguin. I'm a penguin. A penguin. Don't say I'm a male. I'm a male penguin, and I like female penguins.
yeah, so you're straight. You're straight.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, how about would you be attracted to someone that was male prior and now like you couldn't tell the difference?
You mean like a lady boy?
Yeah, let's not use that term for TikTok purposes, but a transsexual woman, yeah.
If I was really, really drunk and I didn't look at their feet, maybe.
Their
I have
feet.
got little feet. Well, not
They've
little, but
always,
my
they've
feet
always
are
got
big.
big feet, haven't they?
I wear
No,
size
like,
8 in women's and
I'm
I'm
a size 7.5.
I
What's that?
have big
What's
feet
that?
too.
That's like 43, isn't it?
Oh, don't
no,
know.
me and my mom have the same feet and she's
Can't
a
have the
cis
same
woman,
feet. You have the
so
same size feet. You can't have the same feet. Otherwise, you're joined
well,
together at the hip.
obviously, but we're just saying the same size feet.
So you have the same size feet. Okay, what size is that then?
Size 8 in women's.
Oh God, I don't know how big that is, but I mean, I got I got size
The average.
46.
That's the average for the United States.
46.
I think.
Is that? Oh my God, my feet are like.
I think 46 is like a 10.5 or 11. I'm not.
It's a 12. It's
Yeah,
a 12.
I'm like looking
12,
at my
okay.
feet now, feeling a little insecure. I
It's
do
a
So-
12.
wear I
It's
do
a
wear
12.
size 10 in women's.
I'll have to try my women's shoes on later and see if, or my wife shoes on later, but I don't think they'll fit me. But,
I must be a man since I hit the double digits.
But
Oh, Lord.
I like talking to you guys. You're good fun.
I'm
We're all
sweet.
based, man.
Us lads. No, I'm just kidding.
You know,
Just the boys being
you know,
boys.
I know where you guys are coming from, and then you have to have the respect to like the older lady and me, the older guy. But you have to have the little respect for us, where we come from. You know, in our old days, it wasn't. I mean, I'm 57, but I remember when I was in the pubs in like Cardiff. You know, there was some gay pubs and people dressed up as women who were men. And we called them, I don't know if you're going to like me now, but we called them transvestites then, didn't we? But that
Yeah,
word
like
not allowed.
transvestite means cross-dresser now, but transvestite used to mean like transsexual.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't in a nasty way. It was just the terminology in those days in the 80s. Yeah, I don't know how old you are, the lovely lady from Liverpool.
Oh, I'm 36.
Yeah, I met you. I know I've met you before because you're quite a good laugh, aren't you?
Well, I'm not going to say that,
Good
but
posty.
other people think so.
Is this a
you
matchmaking
are.
live?
Yeah.
Are we
I
cultivating
don't
a
know.
future
What do you look
relationship
like,
here?
bro?
I
What
mean,
do you look like, bro?
I'd go out with you I'd go out with you for a drink, not a sexual drink, but a drink, and just have.
Oh, say that after a few
Yeah.
pints.
Yeah, that's what I remember now. Remember, you wanted to come to my country, didn't you? Because I was. You were trying to spend all my money for me.
Sounds like me.
Guys, there's 95
about
beautiful
right.
souls in here. If I can get you guys to get the live to 10,000 so that we can preserve the live, I'd appreciate that. And share it out with as many ops as you can. We want to get at least, a couple opposition in here who.
But what do you want
really-
opposition for? What do you want to say to them?
I want to convince them that they actually don't have gender dysphoria and stop telling people that they do.
Well, what do you mean by gender dysphoria? Who's got that?
There's a whole
I've
bunch
got
of
that.
like entitled people
Yeah,
running around.
transsexuals transsexuals.
Truly trans people have gender dysphoria.
Oh, but apparently not all now. We're
Not the
switching up.
transgenders.
Yeah, except the
What
transgender.
is transgender dysphoria? Explain.
Raw, you're funny.
Sorry, what was your question, Bilbo?
Sorry, yeah, it was. What is gender dysphoria? Explain to an old man.
Yeah, gender dysphoria is when you have an incongruence between your assigned sex at birth and your gender identity. So, for example, Chloe was born a male, but had an incongruence between their sex and gender. And as a result, went through an extensive period of psychotherapy to evaluate whether or not their symptoms were consistent, persistent, and insistent. usually in the form of distress, depression, or anxiety. And once that has been observed, then they can discuss a particular medicalization schedule of treating the dysphoria. Chloe, correct me if anything that I've said is wrong or inaccurate or misinformation.
No, that's correct. Like, but to be honest, like, it's so easy to do it here. Like, I didn't even get that much therapy. It's actually crazy. Like, it's a good job I'm like strong-minded and I know the
And
situation.
Chloe and Courtney, you're trans because you have a disorder, correct?
Yeah,
Correct,
100%.
100%.
If I didn't have a disorder, I'd just be a pervert.
Right. If I didn't have gender dysphoria,
You wouldn't. You wouldn't. You wouldn't call yourself a pervert.
Well, if you were pretending to be
Yeah, if I did, yeah,
trans
if I didn't have
and
a
you don't have a disorder, then
gender
yeah, I would say
dysphoria,
you're a little
then
bit of a weirdo.
there'd be no
yeah.
reason for me to transition, so I'd be doing it for weird reasons.
Oh, yeah, for autogonophilic reasons.
Mm.
Guys, we're
Will you
1,000 taps
ever-
away
will you
from
ever be a
10K
woman?
likes.
Or will you always be a trans? You'll always be a. I mean, in
I'll
my
always be
viewpoint, you're-
transsexual. I'll never
Yeah,
be a woman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you'll
always
never
say
be.
I'm
Know that. I
transsexual.
can never become a woman. That's impossible.
Yeah.
But I just
Not
live
even
like this
with the
to
technology
alleviate.
we have today.
Well,
Are you
what I
gonna-
don't understand is now that there's a push, and I feel like this is fairly new, especially on TikTok, because we're all on TikTok, but people are now going as far as to say that you don't have to have a diagnosis of a gender dysphoria in order to be trans. So, like, anybody can be trans. I don't get that. Like, if there's no
Exactly.
criteria, then anyone can identify as trans.
It doesn't
I
even
know.
make sense.
It's like a free
It
for all.
contradicts the whole
Mhm.
point in being trans.
Exactly. And the non-bi don't get started on the
Don't
non-binary
talk
people.
about that. Like, I can't risk this.
That's a whole nother
It's
can
not
of
my
worms.
account.
I've
Don't
actually
make me
kind
talk
of
about
changed
that.
my views on non-binary people, but I don't know. I'm a little bit more lenient when it comes to the.
Yeah, I accept the ones who like are living in reality and they know it's just a social identity. Like,
Right.
there's nothing physical about it. It's just a social
Right.
thing,
It's
non-binary.
not
Yeah, I would
medical.
say
With
it's
the
more
Can I ask
social.
one
transsexual is a
question?
physical thing.
Hmm.
Can I ask a question? Where does the term cis come from? Like, and don't make fun of me because I have looked it up and stuff, but I want.
Transgenders.
What does it mean?
Transgenders, but it's like a Latin prefix for it basically means the opposite of trans, but it's like
Yeah, the same side
it's
as.
so unnecessary because for a majority of like pretty much up until like 10 years ago, like it was what do you call it? Purchased or it was marketized in 1994 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, 1994 is when it was coined.
I just think
Yeah,
it's like
sorry, I couldn't think of
very,
the
But when I
word.
say that, I'm talking about cisgender.
yeah,
Yes.
I just find it like very manipulative, like the way it's used in language, because to say cis woman, that implies that there's more than one type of woman and that a trans woman is also a woman. So I think it's manipulative language to use.
Yes, definitely.
Wondering, like that's what I was wondering. It because I'm a heterosexual woman. Are they wanting me to call myself a cis woman now?
You better not.
No, I
I
think it's
wouldn't.
really disrespectful to call people cis.
Yeah,
Like
it's
a woman
gross.
is
We
a
don't need the
woman.
Oh, it is?
prefix. We're
Okay.
women, but I also like I'm kind of okay, this is where I kind of differ. So a lot of women who don't like cis, I don't like cis, I don't like to be called cis. They'll like they'll have their argument where they're saying, "Well, I'm a real woman. I'm a natural woman. I'm a biological woman." Like, okay, why do you need a word before a woman? Just say you're a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what's the difference between calling yourself cis or biological or natural or real or whatever the hell you know what I mean? Like, it's just
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I was
same type of
wondering.
thing.
Like I
just
thought,
say you're a woman.
I didn't think it had any other implication. You know what I mean? Didn't think it meant anything other than I was a woman, a heterosexual woman. So the same idea. Like, why is the new terminology that I put cis in front of my?
Well,
You know,
I feel like the
Samantha,
only time it should be used is when you're in queer spaces or trans spaces and trans
I
people
wouldn't even
use
use it then.
Yeah, but I get why they do it. It's easier. Like,
well, I
but
use
yeah,
it. I
I get
don't
what you're
feel
saying.
comfortable with it. I don't feel comfortable with
I
it.
just find it manipulative. Also, the way like transgenders and that will like say to women, don't let them reduce you to your private parts and stuff. Like, I think that is manipulative as well. Because like if they don't like reduce themselves to the sexual organs, anyone can be a woman. It's just all
Right.
manipulative to me.
There's no
Mhm.
Like they're
basis.
trying to take that away so they can go, oh, we haven't got that either. We're the same.
Yeah.
It's a little bit
That's what.
discriminating if you were going to these. Let's say I was in Dublin not so long ago when my daughter lives there, and we went out and we went to one of these bars where guys are dressing up and singing as women. Fantastic time, but no one would ever question me in the bar if I was a cisgender male. Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, they would realize that I was a male. The way I talk, the way I walk, the way I, walk around the place, or which toilet I went to.
Your
So it's,
existence.
it's very it's very easy to get mixed up in these pronouns about when you're going to these clubs. Is that the first thing I want to ask the lady from Liverpool? Is that the first thing you would ask the person when you were at the club and say, "Hey, I'm a trans lady," or would you just talk to them as a normal person?
Well, I told them, like, I'm proud to be trans and that. So when I do speak to people, like, where I'm from, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I'll just say I'm a granny, but with a T at the beginning. You know what I mean?
But you know,
Like,
I
I'm
told you,
totally
I live in
comfortable saying it.
Sweden.
I'm proud to
They've
say it.
just
Like,
Green knee.
they've just changed they're changing the law here now from 18 to 16, so that you can actually get a change. You know, you can change your sex. Yeah, so they've lowered the age now, or they're going to lower the
well,
age
they've
from
lowered
18
it, but
to 16.
they've lowered it a bit, but like, you can't be medicalized before that. So they've actually fixed that problem.
That's what they're talking about now. It's in the news in Sweden here that they're changing the laws.
Yeah,
And
we've banned like medicalizing kids here now.
yeah, but
I just want to quickly respond to Samantha's question. So another part is why they're trying to get us to adopt the term cis, is because they've expanded the definition of woman, right? And so now it has a circular definition. So they want women to use the term cis women to identify that they are naturally born women, so that these individuals can walk around calling themselves women, which is stupid.
Right.
No use to it.
I just have one thing to say, Samantha. I noticed you said like, "Oh, I'm just a heterosexual woman." Like, what do I think? Oh, okay. Well, under their framework, it's not even about sexuality.
Yeah, like
The term
lesbian woman.
cis,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
it basically
you're a cis
pertains to
lesbian
just your
woman.
gender. Like, you can be a lesbian and be cis.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, I don't understand the meaning, what they're using it
It
as.
just means
And
it
like you're
just
a real
means,
woman, you're not trans.
yeah,
That's what it
it
means.
just means like
Yeah.
but
Is
you
that
I
are
so
mean,
a
funny?
like for
woman. That's
me,
all it means.
for
Go
me,
ahead.
like I
Yeah, thank you.
kind of said, like it's a fact. Like I've got a Canadian grade 12 education here, and it's just a fact. Like 2 plus 2 is 4, and we need that to stay a fact, so we can teach our kids math and stuff. And being born male
But
or
you haven't
female
heard?
is
You
just
haven't
a
heard?
fact. Like it's just a fact.
Math is racist. You haven't heard that yet?
Well, no, it can't. You know what I mean? Like, we can't just change everything that's made us progress as far as we have.
Wait, Muppet, why is math racist?
Fuck if I know. I think they're
It's just something people say.
level.
It's
But
like
yeah, that
rooted.
was yeah, they were saying that I mean they say everything's racist. Being an early bird, waking up at a certain time early every morning is racist. Drinking coffee is racist. Yeah. I mean, look,
Math
you can
is
look this up.
racist.
There's
Oh
actual
yeah,
articles
and
of this shit.
calling the master bedroom in your house master bedroom is inherently racist.
Yeah.
Officer told
Guys, I
me
just
not too
need.
long ago, because I said, this guy's being racist against me and he hates women. And he said, my name is Samantha. And he said, Samantha, get it through your head that racism is only an attack on a race. He can't be racist against you because you're a woman. And when that police officer said that to me, it straightened my brain right the heck out, because I'm like that's facts.
What?
Wait.
What?
I didn't understand what
So
you just said,
all
but
these
hey,
other terms, what he was saying is the only thing that is actual racist in law here in Canada is if you make a slanderous remark about my skin tone or your skin tone, my race, your race. That's it.
Well, yeah, race
Saying
is just about
anything
race,
else,
girl. What are you
I'm
talking
just,
about?
pardon? And this was only like 6 months ago. So
Oh, right. Well, a
And if
lot
in
it's
of
not
Canada, it's
about
way
skin
different.
color,
Like
then
they're
it's just
allowed to
prejudice.
transition here already. Like they're allowed to
Yeah,
medically
you're in
Okay,
transition.
so a lot of like extremists, like racial groups, they'll say that like there's such thing as microaggressions, and there's such thing as like stuff that you wouldn't inherently like say that's racist. Just like my example, the master bedroom. That term is obviously from like when slavery was existing, and like they would call the bedroom of the master a master bedroom,
But why
usually
don't
the
they
biggest
call it
bedroom in the house.
when they
So,
say that? Why can't you say master and then someone say beta?
well,
That wouldn't be racist.
yeah,
Oh
it's
yes,
stupid, but
master and beta.
hey, I actually have to hop off, but thank y'all so much for having me. It was a great discussion. I'm gonna go touch grass. It's a beautiful day. I encourage everyone to go
Nice meeting
outside
you.
I
if it's
love it.
sunny.
Sorry we got off to a
Courtney,
rough start.
Courtney,
It's
it was
nice
great
meeting
go
talking
you.
to
in the
you.
cave when you've got a minute and just type in any room you can so I can find you and I'll give you all the roles and that.
Oh, wait, what, Chloe?
Go in the cave whenever you get a chance
Oh
and just
yeah, I
type.
will. I
Type
will.
anywhere so I can find you. And then
I
I'll give you all the
will.
roles so you can see everything.
Is that
All
the man
right.
cave or the trans cave?
It's
Both.
on Discord. All right, bye y'all.
Take
Bye.
care, Courtney. Thanks for joining. Guys, if you know any opposition who wants to join, please share the live. Tap the screen till we get to 10,000 so that we can push the live out and protect the live. Bilbo's giving me, he likes his women who used to have dongs, big feet, and mental disorders, but that's cool.
I'm dropping now. You're saying that's not true. That's not true. But anyway,
No, hold on, comment. I'm not arguing that gender dysphoria isn't real. I'm arguing that there are people who think they have gender dysphoria that actually don't. So if you know any one of those individuals, send them over here. Sorry, go ahead, Bilbo.
no, I'm gonna drop now. But it was great fun to talk to you guys, and I hope you have
Likewise.
Crap. I have to
a
go
nice day.
to work.
All
Yeah.
right, guys.
Anyway, take care, guys. Bye bye.
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 Yeah.
I'm
Bye.
gonna listen to you guys anyway. Bye.
Nice
Thank you,
meeting
Raw,
you.
for having me.
Yeah,
I'll see you
got it
around.
anytime. All right. Talk
You
to
know
you
what would
soon.
be a good topic is Diddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm going to X trafficking pretty soon. It's something that I've been passionate about exposing and talking about, so we'll definitely go down that road as well.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. I want
Where
to.
did all these people end? There's loads of trans people in the comments that just won't come up.
I don't know. I'm not gonna bite, guys. You can come up. I know some of you don't have enough followers. That's unfortunate, but if you know anybody who has enough followers, you need a minimum of 200 to join a live, I think, depending on where you are. So come on up. If they are all over the place, kind of just pinballing edgy takes. I don't know what that means.
I can't
Chloe,
send out invites, so
yeah, no worries, no worries. Chloe, what are you doing this weekend?
Oh, no, I'm just spending time with a boyfriend.
That's okay, your mother. You can come up. Opposition and friendly are welcome. We got enough boxes. Just come and vent if you want to about all the crazy people in society who need us to cure them.
and then they say in the comments with 54 followers or followers, I just don't want to join. This live is all over the place. I don't really think it is.
No, I mean, look, we might get off topic, but I'm just really waiting for somebody to come up so that we can expand on the conversation. But I think all the ops are afraid of me now. And that's okay, but I don't bite.
How long
Just
have you
have a
been banned
conversation.
for?
Oh, sometimes people, I was banned for less than, what, half an hour?
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
because
because
mine
I
was
I've
haven't,
been banned for 2 weeks or something on my other accounts. That's
yeah,
why
I
I've had
got
to lend this one off Moppet.
Yeah, I had to do a backup and I get confused which one I'm on because I only have my live for like 2 weeks and I got mass reported and lost it for a week.
So, Vaniv, what have I said that's misinformation? I'll address it from the comments. Take your time. I don't. I don't think there's really been any misinformation. I may have missed it, but
Oh, it's probably someone who thinks gender and sex are different. Like, don't even listen to people like that.
no worries. Yeah, this weekend, gonna go visit my grandmother. It was her birthday um, at the beginning of the week, so gonna take her out for breakfast with my
How old is she?
grandpops. Shit, in 87 now.
Oh, mine's like 88 or something. A few months ago.
But they're still very independent. They cook their own meals and do their own shopping. My grandfather's in his 90s. He reads about 150 books a year to keep his mind sharp, and he obviously keeps himself busy on the internet doing his day trading and stuff during the day. So that keeps him sharp. Oh, we've got a request. Distinct Truth. Welcome. What's going on, Distinct? How are you?
I didn't mean to send a rose. That was an accident.
You didn't mean to send a rose, or you didn't mean to send a request?
The rose.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks for the rose. I'll get you back. What are your thoughts on the topic today?
Is this some like leftist activist?
No, definitely not.
What's gender dysphoria?
Gender dysphoria is a medical diagnosis with individuals who have an incongruence between their sex and gender.
So, are you saying I can be a woman?
No. If you were born male and you have gender dysphoria, you could never be a woman. You could transition to become a trans woman.
Yeah. So, do you believe in Jesus?
Do I believe in Jesus?
Yeah,
I personally believe in God.
you do.
I do.
Okay. So, do you believe I can identify as a woman?
No, I don't believe that you can identify as a woman. I believe that you can express yourself as a woman. You can experience. I wouldn't say experience. I say you can express yourself as a woman.
How?
Chloe, do you want to take this one?
Just living as a woman in society.
So that's a man.
Well, if you want to go deep down, yeah, it's still a man. It's a modified man who lives as a woman.
Who's a modified man?
Well, I am. That's what I am.
Why
I
is your
was born
picture?
male.
Why is your picture a man or a woman with a wig?
It's not a wig. That's my hair.
Yeah, that's Chloe. That's
You're a
Chloe's
man.
That's me. What?
Chloe knows. Chloe knows that.
Bro, I'm totally saying I understand what I am. I do not think I'm a woman. I'm just a trans woman.
So, is this a law of attraction problem? Did you have childhood issues?
No, I had a great childhood.
Did you?
Chloe had gender dysphoria.
His name's not Chloe, yeah.
It is. My
You
name is
called
just as
yourself
legal
Chloe.
as your name is.
I think you're confused. Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, I was brought up Catholic. Didn't save me.
Did you read the New Covenant?
No. I like
Huh?
real stories. I don't like fairy tales. I like real stories.
Selena, my masculine isn't threatened. I'm just trying to understand why are people living in delusion world.
I'm not living in delusion. I've just told you I will never be a woman. So I'm clearly not deluded.
So why do you think you're a
struggling.
woman then? Why are you dressing as a woman?
I'll tell you right now. I've got a mental disorder that is trying to make me think I'm a woman, but I'm totally aware that I'm not and that I've got that disorder. So
why
like,
are you dressing as a woman?
Okay, so living like this alleviates that mental disorder.
Right.
I'm not claiming to be a woman. I'm just living like this so I'm more comfortable.
And the reality is,
I'm not trying to fool anyone.
Chloe will never knock on your door and ask you to either treat Chloe as a woman or call Chloe a woman. Chloe is accountable and responsible for themselves, and they're not putting it on society to affirm what Chloe's going through. Does that make sense?
No. I think that person is just confused.
Okay. Do you believe that gender dysphoria is a clinical diagnosis? Do you believe
No.
it's a mental disorder?
No, I
Okay.
believe
Okay.
God
So
is
your
real.
claim, I understand. I understand. Your claim is that gender dysphoria is not a mental disorder or a clinical diagnosis. Okay. The reason why I feel like your statement is disingenuous, well, first, I won't even make that statement. I'll ask you to substantiate your claim. Can you prove to me that gender dysphoria is not a mental disorder or is not a clinical diagnosis? Without you
No.
saying you don't believe it. When you have to substantiate your claim with proof and evidence. So can
Where's that proof and evidence that it's a mental illness, huh? You're gonna
sorry,
give
are you
me,
asking?
you're gonna give me research and doctors and media articles from far
Yeah,
left
there's a
activists.
book. Yeah, there's a book called the DSM-5. All right, and it's not a biased medical book by any means necessary. It actually lists out and classifies all mental disorders and mental illnesses. It also lists out what the symptoms of each of those disorders are. It's actually a book that doctors use when they come across patients that they're not familiar with and they are identifying symptoms, but they can't point to one particular disorder. So they use it as a reference guide to be able to help them diagnose the patient. So that is my proof and evidence that gender dysphoria is actually a mental disorder and it is a clinical diagnosis.
I mean, you can't really say dressing as a woman is a illness.
Well, no one's saying dressing as a woman is an illness.
Mm.
What we're talking about is how Chloe affirms themselves. So Chloe has gender dysphoria. In order for Chloe to relieve the symptoms of their mental disorder, they do certain things. Like I have depression. So I go to the gym, all right, on a regular basis. I diet regularly. I read and I implement activities that stimulate me, all right? And so those are the therapeutic treatments that I implement to relieve my symptoms of depression. Chloe has done things to themselves to relieve the symptoms of their
Why
depression.
don't she? Why don't she bloody go to the gym, read the Bible?
Well, again,
Give me
we're
some
talking.
truth about the
I
Bible
mean,
then. Prove to
Why
me that
don't
the
he?
Bible's real. Prove to me God's real then. Like you want me to prove this. You prove God's real to me.
Oh, I could go on for days. How
You
God's real.
couldn't. You'd
I
struggle.
could.
You'd really struggle to prove that.
Host, are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish.
Hmm. I see a lot of Jewish people in the comments.
But just to get back to our discussion, so you asked about what Chloe is doing to relieve their symptoms of gender dysphoria. And Chloe may be doing certain things to relieve those symptoms, where other individuals who have gender dysphoria may be doing similar but also different things, right? Just because I suffer from depression and perhaps my next door neighbor suffers from depression as well, doesn't necessarily mean that we are relieving our symptoms of depression the exact same way. We might be using similar methods and similar strategies and tools, but that doesn't necessarily mean that my treatment is identical to their treatment. And so when we talk about gender dysphoria, we have to talk about all the treatments that are available to individuals who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria and which therapeutic treatment and schedule is appropriate for that patient based on their symptoms.
Yeah. To me, it just sounds like you're trying to normalize men dressing as women and
Well,
use an
that's
excuse
the
of he's
problem. That's
depressed. He's
yeah, well, that's
depressed.
the
He
problem with the
relieves himself by
ideology.
dressing as a woman.
Hold on, that's the problem with the ideology and even Chloe. will side with me on this, because when we start talking about the ideology and the implications and the consequences of the ideology, you're right. It sends the wrong message to individuals who think they can simply wake up in the morning and be like, yeah, today I feel like a woman, so I'm going to dress as a woman, and that's going to grant me access into women's spaces, and I can't be discriminated against for it. Yet that's problematic. We recognize that. Chloe recognizes that. All right. Chloe refers to themselves as a transsexual, not as transgender. All right. They've distinctly made a difference. They've drawn a line in the sand so that we can determine the difference between what a transsexual is and the mental disorder that they are living with versus individuals who have an identity crisis and are looking for acceptance within society. We are against those people, and we are against that ideology.
Mm. I'm just trying to save people. There's no salvation if you don't follow the word of God.
One thing I'll mention about the Bible, okay, and the good book. We're not scholars by any means necessary, and that text was written in an ancient time. And so, even today, as our language has evolved, trying to fully comprehend the context in which it's being given to us through the Bible ultimately requires a lot of reflection and thinking and processing. Because there's a lot of things that the Bible doesn't speak on. For example, the Jewish people were sexual deviants. They deviated from all other cultures in the way that they celebrated sex. Why they did this, we have I don't know. I'm not a scholar. Again, I can't tell you that. But sex was absolutely something that was celebrated amongst all different cultures. And for some reason, Judaism was the one culture or religion that decided to deviate from celebrating sex. Quite frankly, when you think about the story of Adam and Eve, did you ever hear God tell Adam and Eve that they couldn't enjoy each other's company or compassion or bodies? He made them naked. They walked around the Garden of Eden naked. The actually only rule that was given to them was not to eat from the tree of knowledge, right, in itself. And so, why would God allow Adam and Eve to celebrate sex so freely, but when Judaism came into play, all of a sudden they deviated from that?
You asking me?
Yeah, because if we talk about like the Old Testament, it is always
I
purported
follow
that you
the
should.
New Testament.
Okay, but it's always purported that you should only engage in sexual intercourse for the purpose of reprocreation or trying to reprocreate. Where in other cultures during similar times, it was always celebrated because God gave you the ability to be fruitful and to experience pleasure, right? Like, why the hell did he put so many nerve endings on the clitoris, and why did he put so many nerve endings on the head of the penis if it wasn't meant for us to experience and enjoy that pleasure? Why did all of a sudden, in the Old Testament, they made it seem like it was taboo to celebrate sex? And why do you denounce the Old Testament and only follow the New Testament?
Because it's when God created the new covenant. Jesus fulfilled the new covenant, didn't he?
Right, but then if you really truly believe in Jesus, don't you want to know how he made this world and the heaven and earth? Because if you're
Sure, I can
Christian,
read through it, but
if
to me, it has no. To me, it's not like relevant. It was meant for the Israelites.
well, it is relevant, and I'll tell you why. Because you get an understanding of God's frame of mind, even though you'll never understand God's frame of mind. You get a better understanding of his frame of mind in the Old Testament than you do in the New Testament, where he shows more compassion towards the people he created.
Hmm.
Whereas in the Old Testament, he didn't show any compassion.
Yeah,
So
God the
wouldn't
Father never. God the Father probably never. But the Word of
well,
God.
are,
But again, like I say, you can read through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John Corinthians.
right, but under your framework distinctive, the Father and the Son and the Spirit are one.
Yes, one divine nature. You're correct.
Yes. So would you not want to experience God's transition from being righteous to being compassionate?
Dean Dangerous, God is not the Father.
Sorry, say
Uh,
that again.
Jesus is not the Father.
Jesus is not the Father.
No.
Okay. I disagree with that, but that's fine.
How can Jesus be the Father?
Because
It's
Jesus
the Father,
is
the Son, the Holy Spirit. If the Father sent his only begotten Son, so whoever believes in him shall not
the
perish
living
but have eternal
embodiment.
life.
Jesus is the living embodiment of God. He is the physical form of God. If you read John, all right, he literally says, I am. All right. He acknowledges that he is God. And even
Right,
though
so look,
earlier,
you got it.
hold on,
You
hold
got it
on,
all
hold on.
twisted, brother.
Even though earlier John says no one has seen God, but then later on Jesus claims to be God. He says I am, even though no one has seen him, I am him.
So
All
can
right,
I say
listen,
that I'm
listen.
God and that
Do
you're
you know
God?
what Jesus was called in the Old Testament?
Yeah, Yeshua.
So like, can anybody
No,
claim that they're God?
the word was
Yahweh.
meant Jesus. Yeah, because the word was with God. What's the start of the chapter of John? In the beginning was the word was with God, and the word was God.
You do realize that that Bible is like evil as hell.
Yeah.
You
So
do realize that you're an
Like
distinctive.
how
atheist.
we could start going there.
Yeah,
Like
distinctive.
religion
You
is
do
Not
totally
that
realize
I'm
I was
hold
an
on guys.
atheist for
Hold on.
20
Yeah.
years, and then I
That's
You
okay.
sound like a
God.
blind follower, like you don't
I'm
even know
like
what you're talking about.
sound
I
like an
thought
Hold
this
on
atheist
was
guys.
like
for
your
20
strong
years.
You're
Hold on,
blind.
subject
hold
where
on,
you're
hold
You're
on.
carrying
you're
on.
blind.
Yeah, the
Two
No
host is
seconds.
yeah.
adulterers, no sexual
2 seconds,
immoralities
guys.
will
Host is
inherit the
talking.
kingdom of
Host is
God. You're
talking.
going to burn in
Host
hell.
is talking. I don't like muting people, so when the host is speaking, please try your best to just park it for a second. Distinctive, not that I am not appreciative of this conversation. I just would like to focus on the topic. More than happy to connect with you offline to have this discussion further. If
Yeah, sure. You sound more respectful than your far left activist, trans, anti-Christ, Christian phobic
I'm not
people.
left. I'm right. What are you talking about,
No,
bro?
you're a far
But I'm
leftist.
definitely not Christian
I'm
phobic.
definitely not one of the
You might be
lefties.
though.
Wait a second, is that an actual thing, Christian phobic? I've actually never heard of that before.
Yeah, Christian phobic.
That means like we hate Christians, right?
Yeah, and Jesus.
Okay, that's me then.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, but listen, I'm going to drop you for now, Distinctive. I appreciate you
Yeah.
stopping by. More
May
than happy
Jesus
to pick
guide
that
all of
conversation.
you. May Jesus guide all of you.
God bless you.
Toodaloo, Catholic.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, he was an atheist for 20 years. I'll shut up.
Yeah. What's going on, Pink Razor?
Not too much. So like gender dysphoria, like does that mean like questioning your gender and questioning your identity?
No. Some people are a little confused by the title. So I'm specifically trying to reach the individuals who self-proclaim to have gender dysphoria, and not individuals who were, evaluated professionally and then given a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is a mental disorder that does exist, but there are people waking up in the morning self-proclaiming to have it, and I'd like to connect with those people and let them know they don't.
Well, I mean, I don't think I have it. Like, I don't think I have it, but I mean, I'm still. So, like, it does it mean you personally? Because, like, I'm confused on like some genders, and I'm actually kind of confused on why people are confused. Like, do you have gender dysphoria? I'm just curious. Like, do you have gender dysphoria?
I don't.
So, like, just out of curiosity, like, so why are you talking about it if you don't have it?
Because we definitely understand what it means. We understand gender dysphoria, and people are more or less using it as a means to be able to access treatments that aren't appropriate for them.
But how
Can
do
I?
you know that it's not appropriate? I'm sorry. How do you know that it's not appropriate for them if you don't actually have this condition yourself, and you don't know, like you can't
Because you don't
empathize with?
have to have it to understand it.
Well, you
Right,
kind of
like
do. That's like
You
saying,
don't, because the doctors who diagnose you with it, they haven't got it.
And you're saying they, are women or male. Like you're going exactly against everything you're saying.
So, like, do you feel, Pink Razor, that there is a requirement to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria?
Maybe not.
Can I
I
just define it for the people who are confused what it is?
Sure,
yeah,
go right ahead.
please.
All right, so gender dysphoria is a feeling of incongruency with the gender you were born as and the gender you feel like you are. And you get feelings of distress about the characteristics you have. Like maybe if you wanted to be a man, you felt uncomfortable by your chest or your hips or the sound of your voice because you don't feel like that's who you are.
Okay,
And
that
it's
makes sense.
feeling like discomfort.
Okay, that
Yeah, so
makes sense.
the gender dysphoria is an incongruence between your sex and gender, all right? And the way I understand it is that in order to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria, you have to be evaluated through psychotherapy for a minimum of 6 months to determine that your symptoms of depression, distress, and anxiety are consistent, insistent, and persistent. So today, when we hear stories of children who go to two different doctors under one visit, and then they get access to gender affirming care with a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, I challenge the diagnosis because we understand that you have to observe that patient for a minimum of 6 months to determine if their symptoms are persistent, consistent, and insistent. And if they're not, meaning if you're going to psychotherapy and you're introducing tools that help alleviate the distress or help alleviate the symptoms of depression or anxiety, you can start to rule out gender dysphoria as a diagnosis, and you can start pointing in an opposite direction, whether it be, you know, depression related to life choices, trauma, or particular circumstances in life, right? That's where my argument,
Attention
like,
seeking.
I was just gonna say, because you said that like you don't have gender dysphoria, prove me wrong. So you want people that do have it to basically tell you why they have it or how they have
no,
it.
yeah, I want people who claim they have gender dysphoria to come up and explain to me their symptoms of dysphoria, right?
Okay.
And we'll question how it was that they came to the self-diagnosis of gender dysphoria. We'll ask them questions about their symptoms to help them understand that what they're experiencing might not actually be gender dysphoria, but something
So you
else. And
okay.
we can point them in a direction to actually getting the care that's appropriate for their needs. Like
So
my mom was.
so basically somebody who has gender dysphoria is gonna explain it to you, and then you're gonna tell them that it's not gender dysphoria and put them in and push them in a different direction.
Well, I'm not going to boldly make the statement that you don't have gender dysphoria. I'll only offer an opinion, and I'll offer a suggestion because I'm not a doctor.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm dating a trans woman at the moment, and
Hmm.
you know, she's fully transitioned. I'm sorry, actually, yeah, she's fully transitioned, and like, you know, everybody's telling me because she was biologically a male that she should be using male bathrooms, and I guess basically, like, you know, she went through gender dysphoria her whole life, like
No,
feeling.
she's still got it. She'll always have it.
No, she actually, now that she's fully
No, she'll
transitioned,
always have it. You can't fix it. You just alleviate it. You can't
Yeah.
fix it.
So that we're just being very precise with the language, in that, like, when someone suffers from depression, you might alleviate the symptoms of depression, but you'll never like eradicate it, for example.
so
So
like,
you
what do
can't
you mean? I'm so
eradicate.
confused. I'm so confused. She's fully transitioned, and now she loves her body, and now she's happy,
Yeah,
and
she's
and
happy,
now,
but she's still got dysphoria
but how do you know that?
because it can't be fixed. It can't be cured.
Right,
I have
because
two
transit.
diseases
So
that
think
are.
about this. Think about this. Gender dysphoria is a mental disorder. What your partner has done has medically and chemically transitioned. All right. They have physically transitioned. That does not alter the mental disorder. Just because you physically change something about you doesn't address the mental aspect of it. Although it helps to alleviate, meaning now when I look in the mirror, I don't reject what I'm seeing, I accept what I'm seeing. But the fact is, you know that your composition is of that of the opposite sex. And that will always be in the back of your mind, and therefore the dysphoria will always be present. Chloe is a transsexual who has gender dysphoria and is fully transitioned and still manages their dysphoria.
I'm
So
just
then,
like, whatever you
so
do,
I
you'll
would like
always
to
have it.
say then why, so then people that are telling you that they have gender dysphoria, why are you trying to tell them that they don't have it and that you're trying to push them in a different direction if you know that it cannot be cured?
Because some people are claiming to have gender dysphoria without a
Right.
diagnosis.
Yeah, it seems
So
like a
like
trend.
if I
It's
get
seeming
if
like
I
a
get like
trend.
if I get a 19-year-old female who comes into my life and goes, I have gender dysphoria, and I start asking questions about, okay, when did you first start experiencing symptoms of distress, depression, or anxiety as a result of your dysphoria? When did you first notice the incongruence between your sex and gender? And if they tell me something like, well, I knew this when I was 3 or 4 years old, for me, it's bullshit. People, and Chloe, correct me if I'm wrong, people typically start to experience this around the age of puberty or just before puberty. Am I correct, Chloe?
Yeah, like when I was younger, like I used to like want to be a girl, but it wasn't dysphoria because it wasn't like anything to do with my body. I just like girl things. But once I hit puberty and like my body started developing into like a man, that's when my dysphoria like came about.
So when Chloe's voice started to deepen, all right, when Chloe's bones started to ache because of the growing pains, Chloe started feeling a high level of discomfort and distress. Now, that's the first reaction. If Chloe doesn't do anything about that, it's going to turn into depression and it's going to turn into anxiety, all right? And so the problem is that if a 19-year-old female comes into my life and tells me that, they believe they have gender dysphoria, all right, and we go through the line of questioning, and it turns out that, um, they say from the ages of 3 or 4 or 5 years old, I knew I was the opposite sex. For me, that's a red flag. If, for
Yeah,
example,
that's kind of exaggerating.
yeah. If someone tells me, well, I just don't feel like I'm in the right body. Okay, what specifically about your body do you reject, right? Because some individuals may have body dysmorphia, where there are certain parts of their body that they are not comfortable with. They don't want people to see it. They don't want to see it. They don't want to feel it, right?
Yes,
Women tend to put on really baggy clothing. All right.
yeah,
My sister was an early developer. All right. But she was very much a tomboy. She
same.
roughhoused with me and my friends. She roughhoused with our cousins who were males. We played hockey together. We wrestled together on Saturdays watching WWE. And when she started to develop at a very early age, this made her very uncomfortable. She started wearing very baggy clothing. She even started binding. All
Same,
right.
same. I've
But
been there.
never transitioned, never
But
felt
thank
like.
God I did not have hormonal blockers though, because like, I was raped when I was like 12 years old, and I was put on that depot shot, which is like 100% effective or something. So I actually didn't have like an actual menstrual cycle until I was in my like late 20s. So
Mhm.
I kind of wish that I was able to experience it, because when I got it, it was like so bad. Like I could not believe that women could like actually, go to work or go to a gym or go like, or be even a mother. And I just couldn't believe it. Like when it hit me, I literally was like on the ground crying. Like it was brutal. Like it literally was
Mhm.
so brutal. I don't know what the hell that had to do with it, but well, because of the hormonal blockers, like I was a tomboy growing up too. I played on like sports teams, and
Mhm.
but later on in life, I mean, I found out that I found out what sexuality was when I was like 18, 19, and
Mhm.
I realized I was a lesbian the whole time, because like I was always playing with the guys and the girls always hated me. They're like, why are you always with my boyfriend? Just because I
Mhm.
was playing basketball or like hockey or whatever I wanted to. And yeah, like for the longest time,
That's generalizing
generalizing what?
everything that you're saying. You wanted to play. So when people say that, oh, all the girls didn't want to play with me, that's
Well, no, no.
generalizing.
Well,
No,
they didn't want to
the
play with me.
girls,
They just hated that I spent so much time with their boyfriends
the
because I was
boyfriends, yeah,
always
they
playing
were
basketball.
jealous. They were
Okay.
jealous, and they thought that they were threatened by Pink Razor playing with their boyfriends, thinking that, oh, they're trying to get a way in and steal my boyfriend away, when really Pink just was enjoying playing basketball or whatever it is that she was playing.
Exactly.
But Pink, if you don't mind me asking, what
Yeah.
age range are you in?
35.
25. So,
35.
oh, 35. So you haven't transitioned, right? You identify
No,
as a,
I'm dating a trans woman though who's fully
okay,
transitioned.
okay, excellent. So by
And
today's
also,
standards,
yeah, yeah.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say that like a lot of people also are trying to tell me that I'm heterosexual because, my girlfriend was biologically born a male, and I find that so insulting because
No, it
I,
is. Like
I love
socially,
women.
if she
No,
looks like a woman, then socially you're lesbian, but biologically it's a straight relationship.
okay, but like, is there such thing as biological sexuality?
Yeah, because sexuality is
Yes.
based on biology and sex.
Yeah, it's very important that we have this baseline
Uh,
understanding of what
I don't understand it. I
heterosexualism is
know,
and
but like if you
homosexualism
have
is.
to like nitpick or like, prick your finger, what it's coming down to? Like it's coming down to like, those pee sticks you pee on and you can tell like what
No, but
drug
it's
you're
not.
on.
You're
You can
just
tell
trying to make
okay, no,
exceptions because who
it's
you
because
with
I'm never
identifies as
going to
something.
accept the fact that that it's heterosexual because I've always liked women and I've always been interested in female women my entire life. I just happened to come across somebody who was in the middle of transitioning who was a biological male, but like I never saw her grow up. I did not like I don't know. I've never seen her in the male setting. It's always been female to me,
Yeah, but
and
she's a male.
but
Okay,
So
let me ask you
that
something,
doesn't.
Pink.
I know, but that doesn't bother me, and I don't ever think about it. I don't question it. It's
I
never
know,
been
like
brought up in a
my
conversation.
boyfriend is a man. Like socially, when we're out, we look like a normal couple. Like people assume we're just a straight couple. But biologically, when we get home or if we have sex, it's two males, so it's gay.
And so I wanted to ask the question, Pink. So, you're a lesbian, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a certain pride and identity that comes with being a lesbian. And now that you're 35 years old, and we're starting to have these conversations, and people are challenging the idea that a cis woman with a trans man is a homosexual
Trans woman.
relationship. A trans woman, excuse me, is a homosexual relationship. That might hit the personal ego, right? Because obviously you've spent your entire life with this identity, and uh, anybody making a claim that you are something different than when you've been identifying as for the
Yes.
last whatever is a very big challenge, right? It's enormous. Um,
Yep.
what I'll say is that we're just being intellectually honest, right? And so that will help when we're having these discussions to say, like, you know who you are, and we're not saying anything different. Like, I'm not turning around and I'm not saying, Pink, you're bisexual. But if we're going to be intellectually honest,
Mhm.
we can use that terminology and say, well, in fact, because of your circumstances in current situation, we can make the statement that you are bisexual because your primary attraction is to the female body. And although you are in a relationship with a biological male who socially presents as a woman, yes, you're still like preserving that part of your identity because you're not with a trans man or with a man, right? You are with a trans woman who is socially expressing and presenting as a female in society. But
I
you
mean,
know,
I'm
I'm
so confused at this point. Like, I'm literally so confused because, like, one of my best friends growing up, we're not friends anymore, like, close friends. But, growing up, I've, like, because I was lesbian, like, I always had a crush on her, but she always had a boyfriend. So it wasn't, like, we never knew about sexuality until we were, like, past high school, basically. So we
mhm.
didn't know. But, now that I look back at it, like, I'm sorry, she goes by he now. I'm still not used to saying it.
Mhm.
He has fully transitioned. He is fully transitioned now, and I basically like still love him the same. So, but like, so like, you know what I mean? Like, then there's that situation also that is new to me because I just found this out like maybe a couple months ago that
How long have you guys been together?
Oh no, we were high school friends. We were high school
Okay.
best friends. And I never knew, like, she always had boyfriends, so
Hmm.
I never knew that, like, she wanted, like, that she had gender dysphoria. Like, I never felt that in that situation. But she was always with the girls doing girl things, and like she was always, doing her nails and her makeup, and I was always playing basketball. So we were kind of separate, but we sat beside each other in class, and we always talked and stuff. But um regardless, my point is now is that now, like, she actually always wanted to play sports, but he always wanted to play sports and always wanted to fit in with the guys, but the guys didn't want him to. Like, I don't know, it's so confusing. It literally is just so confusing. It's just a situation I found out a couple months ago. So like I still like them the same. I still like them the same, and
So, how
but
long
I
are you in a
yeah.
relationship with this person? Like, you've known them
No,
since high
no.
school, but are you in a romantic relationship with them?
No, no, no. My
Oh, so
my
you're
I'm with
just
a trans
friends.
woman. Yeah, I'm just with a trans woman. A trans woman that's fully transitioned. So, I mean, she's fully
Okay.
transitioned, but the one that I'm talking about, he is fully
Hmm.
transitioned as well. But I mean, when he was a female, I liked him and I went to school with him and I had a
It
crush on
still
him.
is a female. It
So,
still is, and it always
yeah,
will
I
be a
mean,
female.
so that's
Uh,
what so like that
It's
situation, like
always
if
going to be a male.
I don't know, but yeah, it's crazy that these situations are coming up because if somebody was to say I was bisexual, like I'd be offended if somebody told me I was bisexual, because if anything, if I'm not a lesbian, if I'm not allowed to
If
claim
you're living
But
in
lesbian,
don't you think lesbians
you're
would be
living in
lesbianism,
offended that you're
delusions.
calling?
then
You
I'm
hold on.
definitely pansexual. Then I'm hands down
okay? Yeah, we can
pansexual.
accept that.
So that is accepting, right?
Yeah, that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah,
But
okay,
again,
then
listen, Pink,
there we go.
you don't need us to confirm what you are, right? At the end of the day, like, I understand we're all looking for some form of validation about where we are and how we reside in society, but at the end of the day, like, I'm cool if you're cool in your own skin and you want to call yourself whatever, like, I could care less, right? It's all about how it makes you feel at the end of the day. But like, I'm not here looking to slap a label on your forehead and walk around town and go, yeah, that's a pansexual right there. Like, I don't
No, but
care.
like these people in the chat seem like those are the type of people that are doing that though, because this one person's like, well, biologically you're heterosexual. Well, then I get pushed out of the lesbian, then I get pushed out of lesbian
Yeah,
circle.
but don't you think it offends lesbians if you can say that
Why
you're
would it
male?
offend a lesbian? I am a lesbian
Because
and I'm not
lesbians,
offended.
the definition of lesbian is like female attracted to females,
Right.
and
And so if
your
somebody's had a
partner is not a
sex change and is
female.
fully transitioned, they have a vagina, they have
But they're not
breasts.
a female, and they'll never be a female.
But like I just don't understand how like I'm not saying female,
But
but
you
they're
can't
still a
like mess with
woman.
reality just to suit your partner's feelings.
Yeah,
Look,
that.
I'll give you
I
an
just don't
example. I'll
I
give you an
still don't get
example.
it.
I could take the all the panels off a Honda Civic and I could slap on the body of a Lamborghini, all right? It doesn't change the fact that it's a car, all right? But I'm not going to pretend like what looks like a Lamborghini performs like a Lamborghini because I know what's underneath the hood, all right? And so in your situation,
But
I
why does that
understand.
matter? When is that ever gonna matter? Does it ride like a
Because a neo
Lamborghini?
vagina is
Does
not a
it does it
vagina.
does it like does it work like a Lamborghini? Like if it works like a
Well, yeah,
Lamborghini,
look,
looks
I'm
like a
telling you,
Matters to you
Lamborghini,
right
your
now,
and
Pink.
partner's vagina
runs like
does
a
not work
Lamborghini.
Pink,
like a
it
vagina.
matters to you right now. It matters to you. So,
It's mattered to me because you guys are pushing me out of my own category. Like, have you ever seen that movie where the cop
No,
tries to
you're
convince
throwing
the guy
yourself
he
out
stole
your
his own
category.
car? You ever
You're
remember that?
moving yourself out that category by going with a male. Like, so you can't claim you're a lesbian if you're
It's
sleeping
be,
with a male.
it's
But
because
he's
socially you see them as
See, you've just
female.
even said he's about your own partner. You're very confused, girl.
because you're
Got you.
confusing me. You're
It's
confusing
okay.
me because like you're making it seem like I have to go
All right.
like
Well, if your partner's a woman,
we don't
if
walk
your
Hmm.
around
partner's a
and tell
woman, why
people our
did they
biology. We
transition?
don't
Why
walk
would they
around and
transition?
compare biologies.
No, we
We
don't
don't sit
compare it, but you know the biology of your partner. So why are you
So then why
denying?
is I know, but why are you always mentioning it? Why are you always bringing it up? Like
Because
I know
that's
and
what
it doesn't affect my
you
life
brought
in
it up.
any
What are you
way.
talking about? You're the one who brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
Okay, but you're
You're
the one
saying you're
that's
male.
calling me a heterosexual, biologically
I'm
heterosexual.
not.
That's what
I'm
you're
saying
calling
the
me.
relationship you're in right now is
Hmm.
heterosexual.
Again, uh,
Where's
we're
the
not
lie?
attacking you. We're not attacking you, Pink, as the person. We're just having an
Like, I'd
honest.
love my relationship to be a straight relationship, but when you get down to it, it isn't. It
Okay,
might be
Chloe,
perceived as that, but it isn't.
Chloe, how
Facts.
does it make you feel? How does it make you feel to have to admit publicly that your relationship is gay but seen as straight in society?
Yeah, like I'm so
It makes
confused.
me
Like I
feel
thought. Oh, I
comfortable
thought you were
because it's
talking to me. So
reality, and I like to
No,
live in
hold on.
reality. Like
Sorry,
my
can you repeat
boyfriend
that,
sees
Chloe?
himself as straight. He'd never go with a man, but he understands that this is still a big gay when it comes to biology.
So
I'm sorry. Do you walk around telling people that you're gay?
No, I don't.
So
But I tell people I'm
when is it ever
trans.
brought up?
I'm not
I think
saying it should be brought up, but I'm just saying just like at least understand that that's the situation within yourself.
like socially, I accept that at face value, Chloe and her man's relationship is a heterosexual relationship. But when we talk in a particular context of truth, all right, when we talk about particular relationships, we can take away your name and we can take away your partner's identity and talk about the idea of a lesbian woman being in an intimate relationship with a trans woman who has fully transitioned, both top and bottom, and we can discuss the idea and what that actual name of that relationship actually is per the definition of words, right? So when we talk about that context, we know that the definition that is appropriate for that context would be a heterosexual relationship, right? But we understand that socially, when we look at you and your partner, that is a lesbian relationship. Does that make sense?
I don't know. I feel like I'm being like, and maybe not, I'm not getting attacked by you guys. I just feel like society is trying to basically call us fake, is what I'm saying. Because if they put us
No,
in a
you're
circle
calling
of
yourself fake.
lesbians
Well, if
and
you
then
want to
they're like,
go
oh, but
there, your
biologically you're not
partner
a
is a fake
lesbian.
woman.
Shut the fuck up. So
Me?
sorry, who are they talking to?
Hold on. I'm dropping him. Sorry about that, guys.
No worries. I just I feel so basically let's say I was put into a lesbian circle and then you guys say biologically I'm not a lesbian, so I feel like I'm being pushed out of the circle. And that's
No,
how I feel in that.
you are
But what
I'm
are you
not
calling
biologically,
saying that.
yourself? What are you?
I'm a
you are lesbian.
lesbian. I've
Correct.
And
been a lesbian for decades.
Right. Now, I think the pill that's hardest to swallow is saying, I am a lesbian in a heterosexual relationship. And that's only
It's how is it
intellectually.
a heterosexual relationship
Because
when
you're a
who I am
female and your
going to bed
partner
with
is
at
a
night
male.
has breasts and a vagina? Like I don't understand
Just
I
that.
because it
understand.
looks like a woman
Hold on.
doesn't mean it's a
I got
woman.
you.
oh,
I
I
got
see
this,
what happened.
Chloe. I
Like
got this,
this is
Chloe.
actually no, can I say something? Because this is
But what
actually
Yes.
going
makes it?
to affect
What
the
makes you
way
think?
that I'm gonna sleep with this person now, and it's gonna be in the back of mind, like, am I really sleeping with a guy? Like
Yeah, you
really?
Hold
are.
on.
Because they
You're fucking
So,
disgust
are.
me.
What
Like
makes you
that's what I
think that
don't
it's a
understand. So
woman
it's like
though?
you're trying to build up this
But
like
you are. Do you know?
So just
You'll
because it has
tell
boobs,
when the
it's a
vagina
woman?
doesn't get wet. That's when you'll know it's not a woman.
they do get wet though, by the way.
It doesn't get wet though, does it? Me
Yes, it
and you both know that.
does.
Me
Yes,
and
it
you
does.
both know that it
well,
doesn't.
Chloe,
Either way,
Chloe,
Pink, they're
hold on.
horrible
either way,
people.
what makes you
Hold
Don't
on,
think
hold on,
listen to
hold
them.
on,
you have
hold
boobs?
on, hold on, guys, hold on.
Thank you.
Chloe,
Well,
is
at
it
least
not
somebody
true?
agrees with me.
Is it not true that there are two different types of bottom surgeries
Yeah, you can get
for?
like a piece of the bowel put in, but that's
Yes,
not the same as getting wet.
it's not the same, but is it still not a form of natural lubrication?
Yeah, but it's not like a
Okay,
vagina getting wet.
correct. Okay,
I've
so
been
I
with
understand.
I'm sorry, I've been with females and I've been with trans women as well, and I've never seen a difference. The only way
Oh,
I,
you
you
tell yourself that. We both know you can't see the difference and you can't tell the
the
difference.
only difference
Stop
you'd be able
lying.
to see is the scars, basically on a trans woman.
It's
That's the only
not.
difference.
It's not.
But
Yes,
just
it
Stop
is.
lying. Why are you
They
lying?
ejaculate the same. They urinate the same. They literally, it's the same.
but
It's not the same.
She's lying
just to,
because she's not willing to admit that she has gender dysphoria.
what?
She's not. Pink has gender dysphoria, the topic.
No, no,
Yes, I
I
do.
Pink doesn't
think,
have. Oh,
No, I
Pink
yeah,
do.
really
Sorry.
do though. I
she
really do
does.
because I
Yeah,
like will
I
not
can see
accept
it.
the. I
I
cannot
can see
accept
it.
it.
Hold on, hold on.
What do
Time
you mean
out.
you do? So you're a trans man?
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Pink, are you making the claim that you have gender dysphoria? Or are you diagnosed with gender dysphoria?
I
Bro,
have
this is
not.
one of the
Okay,
I
so
have
confusion.
here's the
not
thing. I
been.
have a point I've been meaning
Oh
to make
yeah,
here.
please let me
You're
speak.
so confused. You've been
So
trapped
the
in a
thing
straight
is,
relationship. You're getting took
have you
advantage of.
have you ever
Hold
seen
on.
that person who transform themselves into a cat. They had all these surgeries
Oh
to make
yes,
themselves a cat.
yes, I know that
Yes.
person
Is
actually.
that person a cat?
I
No.
mean, I don't know. I mean, are we
You
now
don't know.
changing the
You really
definitions of a
you
cat?
are you joking me?
Well, let's go
No,
into
like no,
definitions.
no,
You
like
can't
know
the
that
change
person.
from a
apply that
human
to
Wait
your
to
a
a
second.
cat.
I'm sorry. Can I
Hold
just
on,
say
one
something?
at a
Trans
time.
women are
One
now I
at a
women.
know you're
The
time.
off your
person that
rocker.
you're talking about actually lives like a cat, though. Like, I mean,
Trans women are not
Okay,
women.
100%.
you can live in because it lives like a cat.
I mean, are you gonna go up to that person that has literally spent hundreds of thousands of dollars transitioning themselves into a cat, and you're gonna go up to them? By the way, you're not a cat.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I don't
So,
have
like,
See
and
them,
then
I
they
don't
jump
I don't
off a
have
definitely
bridge, and
doing
then
I
they
that.
don't have
jump
to
off a
tell them
bridge,
they're
or they
not a
hang
cat
themselves.
because
Like, is that what
they're
you
not a
guys
cat.
want?
I
Yeah,
don't have to tell them
yeah. Is that
they're
what
not
you
a cat
want
just
me to
because.
say? That? Yeah.
And yeah, I would say that. Who wouldn't?
I'd say
Because
you're not
it's
a
not
cat.
like
Cats don't
because
walk
this
on two
person
legs.
But just
goes.
because you don't want to tell that to the person because they spent a lot of money on something doesn't
No,
mean
it's
it's the
because this
reality.
person, what does it affect you? They don't
It
change
So I'll
doesn't.
their.
tell
It
you.
doesn't
Hold
affect
on.
me.
Hold on.
It
Time
affects
out. I'll tell you
affects
why
you.
it affects
It
me. I'll
does.
tell
The
you.
fact that they use a litter box,
Hold
like
on.
that, actually that affects
Yes,
you. How
I'll
does
Well,
that
tell
they
you
need
affect
why.
locking up. They
No,
need
it
Hold
locking
on,
doesn't.
up.
It's a
guys. Host
mental
is
health
speaking.
issue, and like
It's
that's the
not.
way that
Host
person
That's
deals
is
just
with it.
crazy, bro.
speaking.
Okay, wait. Oh, the host is speaking. Sorry, the host is speaking.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, why it's damaging to society, all right? Because this person went out and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to go broke, all right? To turn themselves into a cat. And now we have the powers that be running our society saying we should affirm people that identify as something other than what they are. Which means that at some point during this person's life, they're going to rely on social aid to be able to help them sustain life. And I'll be fucking damned if my tax dollars come off of my goddamn paycheck to help somebody who went broke, transforming their body into an animal. And now my dollars and your dollars and everybody else's dollars has to go to paying for their medication, has to go for paying for the roof over their head, and has to go for their paying for their kitty
Okay,
litter
I'm
box.
so sorry. I'm so confused because the person that I know specifically, she's actually famous, and she goes by she, and also like she's not broke. I mean, she's obviously has money, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to have her whole body modified. She's been in
But
modified
regardless,
movies.
you're saying
She's
she. It's not a. It's a.
No, she
It's
goes by
It.
she. She actually goes by she. Just because she
I
lives
got
like a
it.
cat and
So
acts
you've
like a cat and
actually
looks like
just.
a cat,
Oh
she
my
still
god.
goes by she. Her license still says she.
No,
Her
that's
ID
fine,
still
but
says
that
she.
it's still a person. It doesn't make it a cat.
But like my point is that like what's it to you though? Like if she wants to
Because you're
identify as a
too
cat, let her
inclusive
identify
and
as a
you're
It
cat.
doesn't.
Pink,
I don't
pink.
care. I'm just
This
letting
is
you
the
know what the
difference.
reality
affirming
is.
madness.
What the
They're
One
reality.
at a
affirming
time, guys. One at
madness.
a time.
Pink, we don't want to be delulu about factual subjects.
Yeah.
If you
But
asked
you
her what
guys
her
are
gender is,
Delulu.
if you asked her what her gender
You're
is, she will
delulu.
tell you that she's female. She will tell you that she is female, that
Okay,
she
and she probably
identifies as a cat.
Female is not a
But doesn't
gender.
make her a cat. Is what my point is. Just you
But
can have all the surgery you want. It doesn't make you that thing.
He's
yes, it
practicing.
does though.
No,
No,
It
how the
she's
how,
doesn't.
so
Yes,
how
playing
the
with
it
guy? No, it
science.
does.
He's
doesn't.
playing
So
with
the guy
science.
that
That's
has to
all
turn
she's
himself into an
doing.
alien.
If
Okay, hold on.
transitioning makes it a woman, then
Hold on.
being a woman is worthless and it's just a
So,
costume.
Pink, you understand that if you're born male, that there is no amount of surgeries that you could do that would make you a female,
Right.
Do you
correct?
guys understand that if you're born male, it's not the same as being born a girl? Sex and gender are
Yes,
two different things.
Sex and gender
correct.
aren't. Gender references your sex.
Correct.
Can we stop saying sex though? Because like sex is just confusing people because when you look on an ID or
There,
something
you
and
don't.
it says male or
Everything
female,
confuses
How much
you.
do you want us to change our
Everything confuses you.
vocabulary?
You either
because you guys are
got mom.
mixing
You're not.
everything
You can't make us
together
change our
and it
vocabulary.
basically looks
You
like
clearly don't
swamp water at
understand
this point.
Hold on.
basic
Hold on.
ethics.
If you're an
We
adult and
live.
So
can't
Hold on,
why
differentiate
guys.
between sex
why
and
do you think you're in a
gender
position
as
to
the way
set
that we use
any
them, it's not
rules?
my responsibility to make up for your
So
stupidity.
we live in a sex-based reality, right? Where we have laws and we have medicine and we have education and words, all right, that are defined by the two sexes, all right? So we live in a sex-based reality. Now,
So
we
two
can talk
sexes?
about
I'm sorry, there's actually three.
there are only two sexes.
There's intersex as well, and that also
No,
counts. That's the
No,
third
listen.
one.
you have
Intersex is still
there are
intersex male or
DSTs,
intersex female.
correct.
You're still male or
You have
female.
you have DSDs or intersex conditions of either male or female. They always denote to the reproductive path of either male or female.
You're
Boom.
so confused. You need therapy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
intersex is not a third. It is not a
It's just
third
a
sex.
condition.
Right. There's an educational video that I posted yesterday on my page if you want to take a look. It's a short clip of a 9-minute video that breaks down DSDs and intersex conditions and how you always take one of two pathways, which is either the male reproductive pathway or the female reproductive pathway, despite the fact that you might have a chromosomal anomaly. Males are males because they have the SRY gene that is present in the short arm of the Y chromosome. And when there is no SRY gene that is present, we always know certainty 100% of the time that it's a female.
Can I also make I just wanted to make a point really quick about like how harmful it is to tell people like I respect that you want to dissect everything, and I totally respect that. That's you, that's your life, that's what you want to do. But like, for example, I'm using the Catwoman just as an example though, because like let's say you have a disability and you have like no legs or in a wheelchair. That's like, and they can't walk, and then that's like going up to them and saying, what are you can still walk, like you can walk, what do you mean
No,
you
it's
Well,
can't
not.
that's
walk?
what you're
It's
doing.
not
You're
like
Like,
telling
that.
people
no,
who
that
aren't
is
women that
what
they're
you
women.
are
No,
sounding
No, it's
like
hold
not.
by
on.
That actually
saying
Hold
that.
applies
No,
If
to
it's
what
you
not.
you're
walked
doing.
up
hold
to
You
on.
the
just made that up out
person,
of nowhere.
if you
That
walked
makes
up
no
to the
sense.
person that looks
It's
like a
not
cat,
even the same
identifies
thing.
as a cat, and literally
One
lives like
second.
a cat and has no problem being a cat, and you walk up to them, that's like you're still not a cat. Do you have
Okay.
any idea that that is like a bullet to the heart? Like that is legit a bullet to the heart, and that kind of
Okay,
Well, do you know
that's
behavior
their
what?
fault.
could
So
push
Tough
somebody
shit.
hold
over
on,
the
Tough
edge.
shit.
hold
Look
on,
at
Okay,
hold
all
yeah,
on,
of these
that's fair
hold
enough.
celebrities
on,
that are
hold
like
on,
Tough.
offing themselves
hold
because
Tough.
of
on,
people's
Shut the fuck up, Pink.
opinions. No, you need
hold
to
on,
shut the.
No, you shut the fuck up. The host is talking.
Oh,
hold
sorry,
on.
I didn't know
No
someone
worries,
else.
no worries, no worries, no worries, guys. So you're making an appeal to emotion, and so I'm gonna give you a question. If one day I woke up and I felt insistent, persistent, and consistent feelings of distress, depression, and anxiety because of my arms and legs, do you think it would be okay for me to demand a surgery that would make me a quadriplegic so
That's
that you
not the
could
same.
Wait,
it is
what?
the same. Yeah, like if
It
I
is
woke
not
up,
the same. And you can't just wake up one day and it's insistent, persistent, and consistent.
It is the
right, you
same
wouldn't
trans.
affirm that,
It is
right?
the
You wouldn't
same.
affirm that, right? So just your
Okay, but of the
reaction,
years
hold
of
on, hold
But
on.
trauma
it's
that.
absolutely, it has nothing to do with your gender.
Again,
Is there
being
a
a
part of
cat,
your
being a
brain
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
that
but
another
develops
victim of
in
this
childhood
ideology.
that
but
would
what we're
cause
talking
you to
about,
do
like
that?
what Pink was saying is if we don't affirm that person who identifies as a cat, it's harmful, right?
It is
And
harmful.
but you just didn't affirm me, right? Of me wanting to
Because
chop
you
off
are
my arms and
using
legs.
you're using an idiotic scenario that is
Right,
like
So thinking you're a
literally
right.
cat is not
just
idiotic.
idiotic. I
And
mean,
that's
Kate,
why I'm
Kate,
saying it
Kate, now
because
you're going to resort to names because this
no,
is
thinking that you are a cat, all right, is well beyond the boundaries of
can I
reality.
ask, okay, so are we going to like, okay, so DID and split personality disorder, that actually happens from childhood trauma,
Mm-hmm.
and some of these people, like,
Not
they
all the time.
identify. No, but I'm saying the majority, and I know these people, like I know a lot of people that have it. I actually was diagnosed with it when I was
You
younger,
hang
but
around with a lot of freaks, you don't you?
can I say I do have a lot of friends actually. I just want to say that so like
One
there's
second, Pink
one of.
Razor. One
Yep,
second,
yep.
Samantha. Do you mind if I cycle you out for someone in the requests, and you can come back in the requests, and I'll bring you back up after? Is that okay?
yep, that's cool.
Yeah, you've just been here the longest, so you were the first one. Thank you,
I'll be in
Samantha.
the chat.
Appreciate
Awesome.
you.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Pink.
Okay, so my point is that like they have like all different kinds of identities. They can identify as a wizard, they can identify as a witch, they can identify as as a fairy, or they can identify as a little girl, or they can identify
Yeah,
as
that
a
sounds
rock
healthy.
or a cat.
None of
No, like
those are
it's a
genders,
mental
though.
health issue. It's a mental health issue. And the fact that, that's where they and them actually came from, because sometimes there's a dominant personality that like takes over the other personalities, or like basically is like the most presenting and can answer questions to people. But like, when they turn into a 6-year-old and they come out as a little girl, I mean, obviously she can't answer all the questions that an adult would be able to answer. And they literally like you have no idea how sad it is seeing these people. Like I didn't believe it for the longest time, because unfortunately like Trisha Paytas came out and was faking it, and it was so obvious that she was faking it. And she basically, so I looked into it and I saw these people do hour-long interviews, and I seen them switch like 5 or 6 times, and my mind was like mind blown. And then I just like, it's so sad, because like when they explained why that they were traumatized as a child, it's like, we don't have a right to judge people on how they present themselves. I
No,
mean,
by all
we
but
don't. And if
No,
I
this
no
don't
one's
have an
person wants
issue
to
with
judging,
that.
identify as a
but
cat,
it
has
doesn't
gone
make
through
you.
trauma
It
after
doesn't make it
trauma.
real. You can play dress up all you want. It doesn't mean like I played. When I was a kid, I was Batman for Halloween. I'm not actually Batman.
Hey, Raw, how are you?
I'm
Yeah, but
doing
it's
great,
a little
Jailbirds. How are
different
you?
when you dress up as Batman for Halloween than actually like, I don't know. Like I don't even know what to say to that, because
Girl,
it's
anyone
different.
who thinks they're a cat and like lives as a cat need locking up. They need
But
putting in
I'm
a fucking
But yeah,
I'm
mental
Pink,
asylum.
it is
I'm
exactly what you
not
said. It is. It's a mental health disorder. So
It
the person,
is. It
exactly.
absolutely
So the
is
person, and
100%.
what is a
So are
mental
you
health
going to go
disorder?
up to
Somebody who's
that
not
person and
living
tell them that
reality,
they
who has
don't look
something
like a
wrong with
cat,
them.
or they aren't a cat when they
Yeah, I will.
clearly are
Well,
one?
yeah, but
That's
just because
exactly
they have
what
a
I'd
mental
do.
health disorder doesn't make it true that they're a cat or that they're a female when they're not.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
they're like whatever.
So
I
you're
don't think you
saying,
guys are
but
understanding what I'm saying.
no, I
Like
understand what
there
you're
was another
saying. You're
guy
basically
who
just
has
saying that
extreme
just
body
because the person is
modifications who
not
looks like a
mentally
clown,
well,
and
it
if you
doesn't
went
make
up
it
to him and
real.
But
told
he's
him that
not
he
a
wasn't a
clown.
clown, no, he literally like has fully
But he's
like
not a clown.
modifications. So you're gonna go up to him and say, "Oh,
Yeah,
by the way, you're
he
not a
might
clown."
look
Like
like a clown, but he
that's a
isn't a clown.
stab in the heart. I know, but that's a
I
stab
don't
in the
care.
heart. Do you
I don't
not
care about the
understand what
stab
that
in the heart.
means?
right. Okay,
I don't
so
give a
Pink,
shit.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you a story.
if
Hold
I
on,
can say
quick
one thing,
second. Yeah, I'm gonna get to you in 1 second, Gilbert. So
of
look,
course.
I'm gonna be straightforward with you. When I was a young child, my aspiration and dream in life was to become a professional baseball player. And when my father asked me by the age of 13 what I wanted to do with my life, I told him I want to be a professional baseball player. I was really good at it. I played for my province here in Quebec.
Nice.
And my father, and I was really good, and coaches were telling me I was really good, and I was going to different programs and camps and training programs. And when I told my father that I wanted to be a professional baseball player, he told me, "Well, you've got to be the Larry Walker of Canada in order for you to actually get a shot at playing on a professional baseball team. So you might want to think about doing something else." Do you think that that message didn't crush me?
Oh, that's really
Or
sad. That is really sad.
or hold on, or do you think I took that message and went, you know what, go fuck yourself. I'm going to wake up every day at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm going to jog for an hour and a half, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to hit 10,000 baseballs before I go to my first period of class. You're damn right, that's what I did. I made a choice, and the choice was I wasn't going to let that man's words destroy my dream or my morale or affect me any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, I was going to use that as fuel to prove him wrong. Now, I didn't become a professional baseball player.
Well, bless
I played
you. Yeah.
I played semi-professional football, which is a great accolade for me nonetheless. I'm still very proud of that accolade. But
Okay.
had I had taken the path of just listening to what he had to say, yeah, I'd be devastated, right?
Okay,
And
but your
he,
example, like you seem like somebody who, do you have mental health issues? Do you have mental
yeah,
health problems? You do?
sure I
What,
do.
what
Mm.
which
I, s-
which one?
I
Like
suffer from anxiety and depression.
okay. I mean that's valid. I just
Oh, you
okay,
think
like I,
anything's valid at this
And
what?
point?
I just wanted to respond to Pink's
Yeah,
synopsis that you
yes.
gave
Yeah,
earlier.
sorry, Gio. Go right
Yes.
ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry
because you
about
were
that, buddy.
describing two things that I took away. One being masking. I'm on the spectrum, so for a long time, in my 35 years, I adopted different personas that would invoke me to have more confidence. If it was a subject that I was good at, I would be more prone to, engage those topics. But any time where I didn't fit in or feel like I could offer substance, I would get introverted and anxious, right? But what you were describing is pretty much a persona, because a persona is the aspect of someone's character that is presented or perceived by others. You're asking the social construct of, let's just say, this country to adopt a persona just because you deem it so, right? So if I identified in every debate as being correct, no one would take me seriously. So because you're pushing the bounds and ignoring things like personas, avatars that we create for ourselves, it's not making your argument to be taken seriously in the end.
Because you're acting as if like the person who identifies as a cat and dresses up like a cat, or like dresses as a cat, has fully body modified as a cat. My point is like, you don't think that person doesn't actually know that they are not a cat? Of course they
but
know
that's the
that
Well,
thing.
if
they're
they
not
know,
a
why are
cat.
you gonna
But that's the
They
agree
thing,
with
don't
though.
it?
need to be reminded. I know, but they don't need to be reminded of their traumas that they've gone through to get to where they are.
Yeah,
That's
to
like
even
somebody coming up
compare
to
But
that
me,
to
oh,
a
I can
if
see
I
your
can,
transgender
if I can land my
scars.
plane,
offensive as
Like,
if I
don't
can
fuck.
let
land,
your scars
Yeah,
show.
but
You know what I
I
mean? Like,
don't
that's
think
literally what
Pink.
you're saying.
But
if
Pink,
I
I
can
don't
land my
think
plane,
it's
right?
healthy. I don't think it's healthy for me in society to be the person that affirms that behavior, because essentially what they're doing is they're trying to prevent themselves from focusing on the real issue and processing it and overcoming it and dealing with it, and they want us to capitulate to their belief that this is who they are so that they never have to think about it. When it comes
No,
to
but
my depression, hold on. When it comes to my depression and my anxiety, I never ask anybody to do anything differently or treat me differently, because that's not their responsibility. I have to take accountability for my actions and my decisions, all right, to
Yes.
alleviate my symptoms of depression and anxiety. So when this person comes into society and says, I need you to recognize me as a cat because I'm not
They
dealing
don't
with
say
this.
that though. That's the
No, no,
point,
no.
is that they
I
don't have to
understand.
say it. You can see it. You don't have to
Right.
say any, they don't have to say anything. They identify as a female, but you can clearly see that they
I'd
have
just say that
modified into
those
a
I'd
cat.
say is a crazy person. That's what I'd say.
But are you gonna go up to them and say,
Yeah,
like,
I've
insult
told
them?
you 10
You're gonna
times. I
go up
would
and
go up
insult
and say,
that
"What are you
person. I
playing at?
mean,
Why do you
she's
think
got
you're a cat?"
claws, dude. Like, I mean, I would be okay. I would be like, I wouldn't actually go up to that person, because the fact that they even have claws, they're like the shape of cats, like cat claws. I'd be terrified actually, because that person could like swipe you once and split you in half. Like, I mean, go.
Now
I
look,
mean, by all
Chloe.
means.
Chloe
That's
I
like
might
going
have a
walk
up
up
to
to that
question.
person.
that's like going
Like,
up to a
hold on.
drag queen and being like, by the way, you're male. Could
Well,
you
they know. A
imagine that
drag
drag
queen
queen
knows
would
that a man.
eat
A
you?
drag queen knows that a man. What are you talking about?
But that's not the point. If you went up
That
to the
is the
drag queen
point.
and reminded them that they are a man and that they have
They
a,
don't
a
need
penis,
reminding. They
they're
know that a
literally
man,
going to
and they
be
say, "I
so
know."
offended.
They
They're
wouldn't
going to
get
be
They
so
know.
offended.
offended.
They would not be offended at all.
Yes, they would be
No, they
offended. I
wouldn't.
know that they get offended. What are you
They
talking
wouldn't. I've been in
about?
the community all my life. What are you talking about?
Well,
A
yeah, I
drag queen
was a
would not
drag
be
queen.
offended by getting called a man.
It never
Yes,
offended
they
me
would. If
once.
they're in drag, yes, they would. If they weren't in
No,
drag,
they
then maybe
wouldn't.
it's
No,
different.
they
But if
wouldn't.
they were in
As
drag,
a
yes, they would.
former drag queen, no, it does not offend men that dress up. It is an art form, not an identity. Who the fuck are
Right.
you?
So
She's
your
confused.
mother, hold on, your mother, can you just explain, all right, like the identity behind a drag, right? So that we understand that when we call drags women, men, that they're not offended.
Yeah, they're not. Well, the art of drag started like back in LGBT suppression, right? When it was illegal to be LGBT, and you went to like the little speakeasies or whatever. And I am assuming, I don't know 100%, but from what I know, from what's been passed down through the community, is drag started as a way to relieve what we now know as gender dysphoria, right? It was symptoms. It was ways to impersonate women in a safe space, in a safe environment to be safe. So maybe back then, absolutely would be considered offensive. And there is a culture where if a man is in drag, you refer to them as she, her, right? However they are dressed,
Right.
how you do approach them, right? So if it was somebody in full drag, you'd say she, her, right? But
Yes.
going to be offended because at the end of the day, most drag queens today are just gay men. They know that
Yeah,
they're
because it's just It's just a persona, and we all play along.
Right,
We're
but if
having
you
fun.
went up to them while they were in drag and be like, I'm more man, or no, like, I'm more woman than you, or you're more man than I'll ever be, like, than my husband, or, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just talking about
They
insults, okay?
wouldn't be
Like, drag
offended.
queens literally own insulting. Like, I'm sorry, like, if you go up to a drag queen and try to insult them, they will eat you up. Like,
That's
they
not
will literally
insulting. I'm
eat you
calling them a
up.
man.
But the
What
point
are you
is that,
talking
like,
about, girl?
because
You
we're
really
talking
don't know
about.
what you're talking about. Everything you've talked about, you're wrong.
It's
No,
literally
Just
I'm
go and
not wrong
live your
though.
little
I
life
mean,
with your
I have
boyfriend.
thousands of drag queen friends, dude. Why don't you check out my social media and see how many
I
drag
don't
queens
need
I
to,
have
because
as
I know I'm
friends?
just gonna
Well,
see your
I think
girlfriend
it's
who
like an
Yeah.
is
appeal
actually your
to
boyfriend.
emotion, right? Like
Yeah.
to a certain extent, I think society is getting too hell bent on words and feeling words. Like I don't feel words. Like
It's
someone,
this one, bro. A
someone in my
girlfriend is a male, and she can't accept it, and she's just
yeah,
switching
like
up, like
I know that
overly
he's
affirming everything.
biologically a male, but when am I ever going to use that in a conversation other than this conversation?
When you
Because you
go to a
guys are
hospital, when you go
dissecting
to the doctors or the
somebody's
hospital,
identity.
when you phone an ambulance and they ask you who's it for, it's for a male, he's a man. Like you need to treat him as a man,
I was in an
no matter
ambulance
what
like
he looks
literally a
like.
week ago and they did not even ask me that at all.
Well,
it
that's
is
dangerous.
important.
That's
Yeah, it
dangerous for
is.
them. For
It's
you
very
not to let them know
important.
that that's a man is
So,
dangerous.
I
so
say
Pink, I think
911, I need an ambulance, I need to go to the
yeah,
hospital and
I
go to
think
emergency.
you're touching on something that's really, really important, and I'm glad that you brought it up because you're right. In the context of your relationship, you've made a choice, and that's fine because you identify as a lesbian. So I'm cool with that, right? But there should be certain contexts where we need to absolutely be intellectually honest. So for example, when you did have to call the ambulance, again, yes, I understand depending on what the nature of the emergency was, I still feel as though that should be disclosed, right? Because it could mean life or death,
Yeah,
all right,
because
to the individual receiving the
it's
treatment.
different
Raw.
doses of medication. Like if it's a male,
I
you need a higher dose for things. So
I have
you
a real
need
life
before they give
example.
you
I mean, I
medication,
just
you
said I
need to
couldn't
know.
breathe and they were there in 4 minutes. That's
I gotcha.
We're
basically
not talking about that.
I wanna
the
give
ambulance I was talking about.
murderous mama an opportunity, and Peyton, I'm gonna get right to you after. Is that okay? Because I think murderous mama, you have a real life example.
Yes, I have a real life example.
Sure.
My son is trans. He presented with every single positive sign of appendicitis. A year previous, he had had his hysterectomy, and we opted to keep one of his ovaries. Because of the way the machine was set up, the robotic assist on his surgery, the ovary that was left behind was his right ovary, which lives about the same place as the appendix. When he presented with appendicitis, if we had not disclosed that he was female, they would not have looked for the ovary that had he had ovarian torsion. The ovary had flipped around, it had cut off its blood supply, it was necrotic. It required an emergency surgery. It was 12 hours from the time that we entered the emergency room to the time he was discharged after surgery. If we had not immediately told them that he was also female and had a remaining ovary, they would have looked for an appendix, found nothing, and he could have become septic and died had we not divulged that he was born female.
Well, I'm so sorry that what he went through, and I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I agree with you. In that situation,
nothing happened to me. We could have risked his life if we did not divulge his sex assigned at birth.
yes, and for like medical reasons, I mean that is 100%. It's always.
Well, that's the point I made.
It's
and you
gonna go
went against
biology.
it.
I know, but if you go to the bar or
you were
something,
just saying that medically it's not something that needed to be told either with an ambulance. If he's
well, that
going
they just
into
didn't
the
ask
emergency
me
room and
when
we're
you.
We're not
saying this
talking about
looks like
you.
it's
We're
his
talking about a
appendix.
trans person.
Yeah.
They're going to
So
assume
like,
you're a woman because you look like a woman and act like a woman. They're going to say that. That's what they're going to see until you
He had
tell them
had
whether you're
he
or
had
not.
had
and
top
keep in
surgery.
mind,
He had
Fucking hell,
facial
this
hair.
girl
He
is
was
dumb,
living
bro.
as a stealth trans man.
You sound dumb.
Nobody could tell the difference. When they
So
pulled down the waistband of his pants to poke at the appendix area, they saw the hairy belly, would have assumed he was male. Had we not told them different, they would not have found the issue and it could have killed him.
That's very true.
Pink, I'm actually jealous about your heterosexual relationship. I wish I was in a hetero.
Can you please
Chloe,
stop saying that?
Chloe. I came up here because of the background, but like, what is Pink's view? Like, why are you guys?
Pink thinks because her male partner has transitioned that it's a female now, and they're in a lesbian couple.
So
That's what she thinks.
Did
Yes.
the partner get bottom surgery?
Yes.
That's
So
Pink.
she's a trans woman, by the way, a trans woman, fully transitioned,
Yeah, but she's
bottom
not
and top
female.
surgery.
She's still a male.
She would
Always will be a
technically
male.
still be considered male, like, because that's your sex assigned at birth.
Right, right. And like in a medical situation, like at a hospital or for emergency 911 call or something like that, I can understand it being disclosed. But other than that, like these people coming at me telling me that I'm in a heterosexual
You
relationship,
are in a
I'm very
heterosexual
offended by
relationship?
that because I'm a lesbian,
Okay.
identify as a lesbian.
I
Well,
understand.
stop sleeping with males then.
Well, hold on, guys.
Like
Hold
this
on,
Don't
guys.
sleep with
guy needs
males
Hold
if you're
on,
into
hold on,
women.
hold
Don't
on.
sleep with men.
I addressed this. I addressed this earlier, Pink. Right? I told you for the last like 20 years, some odd years, you knew what your identity was sexually, right? And now that we're having this open and honest conversation, we're going to challenge that a bit, right? It's going to hit the ego a bit, and so that's why you're feeling the way that you're feeling.
You've just
I want
evolved
you.
from lesbian
Yeah,
to bisexual.
I just want you to understand that I'm not doing this or not we're not doing this to make you change your identity or how you see yourself, but we want you to understand that there are risks and there are consequences being in relationships with trans individuals that may need particular care, right? And so I understand society wants to normalize certain things, but if we go about it that route, right, what would have happened if your partner ended up receiving a treatment that could not only have harmed them, but it could have resulted in their perish, right? That would have been a hard consequence and a hard learning opportunity for you to have to experience, wouldn't you say?
So I just want to know, like, if you go up to people, right? Like, let's say like we're all in a stadium or something, right? And somebody comes up to me and tries to say like you're not a lesbian, you're heterosexual. Like, what do you think's gonna come out of that situation? Like, without
You
them
going
even knowing
crazy.
that,
You having a
without them
breakdown.
even
Okay.
knowing about my relationship,
I
I
without
want
them
mean,
knowing about my
to address
there's
this.
relationship.
I
kind
want
of
to
like,
address this directly guys. So just please let me do my
Yes,
thing,
please
okay?
do.
Okay, so Pink, the first thing you have to ask yourself is why am I reacting to someone else's words? Right? You have to think and reflect on why am I processing this person's approach, words, or whatever it is that they're trying to do, and why am I allowing this person's words or actions to affect me in this way?
I love how you assume that we're supposed to be like built with body armor. Like some of us have gone through shit in our life and like,
I understand.
and any type of wrong, any type of insult in any way possible can literally be the finger that like flicks somebody off the edge.
I'm not insulting you. I'm just
But
making a
it is an
statement.
insult. It is an
It's a
Hold on.
factual
insult.
statement.
but
Hold on.
wait. If
So do
you are
you
going,
hold on guys, please let me just go with
Let
this, okay?
Peyton say.
I
Okay.
appreciate each and every one of you,
Okay.
okay? Do you believe that you have a choice to react to something?
Because I have BPD, sometimes I have no
Oh,
choice and
God.
I just get triggered.
Okay, I understand. Um, I don't have experience with BPD. Can you tell me a little bit more about it and what tools and mechanisms you use to cope with certain situations or manage certain situations?
Sure. I mean, I get triggered easily by people who basically try to make me question, my spirituality or my sexuality or my gender identity. And, people that can't accept me for me and they want to reject me, that's fine. I don't want to belong in your circle. If you don't want to accept that I'm a lesbian, that's fine. If you don't want to accept that I'm spiritual, then that's fine. If you don't want to
Okay.
accept the fact that I'm gay, that's fine. Like, I really have no problem. But if you're going to come in my face and scream in my face that, that you're right and that I'm wrong about something that I am, do you know what I mean? Like, that's basically like saying, oh no, it's all in your head. You know what I mean? You really
It
don't have,
is in your head though, because
but it's
your
not
partner is
in,
a
okay,
male,
But
so you're
okay,
not a
Pink,
lesbian.
honey,
yeah, just keep
as
triggering me. Yeah.
someone else that has BPD, you
Yes.
cannot. You just went on this whole little spiel about it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, but then saying that it's not fine.
It's fine because
As
sometimes it's a trigger. Sometimes it's
okay,
a trigger.
so
I can't control my
as a
triggers.
lifelong lesbian,
Yes.
I had a we'll use air quote relationship with a trans man that caused me to do a lot of self-reflection, introspection, deconstruction.
Okay.
Ultimately, at home, in bed, in our private spaces, I was still absolutely the lesbian that I have been for over
Boom.
30 years out of the closet. I
There we go.
understood that socially, if we went anywhere, I would be perceived to be in a heterosexual relationship. I would be treated as if I was in a heterosexual relationship. I wouldn't get all of the bullshit that I've gotten all of my life walking around with my female partners, because my partner would be perceived to be a man. But ultimately, I was still with another female.
So Murderous Mama has a very deep acceptance of who she is. She also has an honest understanding of the relationship that she's in and how that's perceived by society, but she doesn't allow society's views to question who she is because she is secure in who she is and does not allow anybody in society to question that, right? And so I understand it's triggering when you say you know who you are and a bunch of people are trying to tell you, no, you're this. The reality is that the stronger you are and the more confident that you are in yourself, the more you're starting to realize that, oh, it is a decision. I don't have to be triggered by this person and what they're saying or what they're doing because I know who I am and I don't need you guys to know who I am. All I
But
need to know is
okay,
But
that
I,
okay,
but I
I
also,
accept myself.
okay.
but Pink, I also have BPD, and I also understand that while people can say things and it can create a feeling within myself, my reaction, my
Yes.
outward reaction, and how I respond to them is 100% the onus is on me. You
Okay,
can
so
say
like you can
whatever you
control your
want, but here,
triggers. Can you control your triggers?
I cannot control what triggers me, but I can
Okay.
control how I react. I
Okay,
can
that's fair. That's
control
fair. Okay.
reacting in what people are going to perceive as irrational. I can sit in my feelings in my head for weeks, but I control how they come out. I control yelling and being ridiculous and doing the things. It
I
is up
envy
to
you. I
me.
seriously envy
It
you.
is
I wish I could do that. I would have saved me so much trouble in so many situations.
Well, you
well,
can,
and
you
we
can,
can. You
You
just
can,
need
It's
different
how
tools in
can
your
I
toolbox.
when my identity is being questioned, my sexuality is being questioned, my
Because you need
spirituality
to
is being
sit
questioned,
because you
everything
need to
that I
sit
like is
with
being questioned.
yourself, and if you
it's
are
nobody
sure of
here.
yourself, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter what
Can I
I
anybody
just
else
feel
says or thinks.
can I
I feel,
just say
Pink,
something
that
quickly?
you're looking at society to validate how you feel about yourself, and it should be the other way around. No, validate how you feel about yourself. Like fuck all of us. We should not matter. What our words to you should not matter as so long as though you know who you are, right? And I can never take away from that because you know. I don't need to know. It doesn't affect me, doesn't impact my life, right? All you need to know is that you're secure in your 2 feet and nobody can throw you off. And I understand how that might seem impossible, right? Because you're not going to wake up tomorrow morning with that mindset and not be triggered in the future. It's going to happen. You're going to make mistakes. We
Right.
all do. It's just
True.
about practicing and being consistent. You know what your triggers are. So do your very best to stay the fuck away from them,
Yeah,
right?
I know. It's so
If they're
hard too
if
on TikTok. It's so hard.
right,
But there,
like if
there's an
there
old
are
saying.
toxic
You told
people,
us at the
stay away
start.
from them to the best of your ability, right?
Yes.
But understand that there's
Important.
certain elements that are outside of your control, and don't rack your brain over the things you can't control, man.
Mhm.
Just do
There's
That's
you.
fair. That is totally
there's an
fair.
old saying that I utilize as a tool, and it's those that matter don't mind, and those that mind don't matter. The
But yes, I
people that
love
are
that.
in my inside circle, as long as even if they don't agree with me, as long as they understand where I'm coming from and we come to an agreement that they're not going to give me a bunch of shit about whatever it is, where we have that disconnect in views, those are the people that matter.
Remember, what you
Outside of that,
told
I
us at
don't
the
care.
start, Pink.
But
Remember what you told us at the start as well, that you told us that you were in a relationship with a woman because you knew that this was a man you'd never met before he became a woman for you. Yeah. And you
Right. I
don't,
never. Yes,
I,
that's true.
you don't need like us to tell you who you should be with or who you shouldn't be with. Now, if you see this person and you love this person, then you have to be with this person. But you're having thoughts that you have put out to this panel where you said, oh, I don't really know if I should be with this person or not because I don't like men. Now, the lady from Liverpool has told you 50 times, this is a man, but he...
Right. It's like you're trying to drill it into my mind so that that's what's at the back of my mind. Like, do you
No,
understand that I have
this is
BPD?
you.
No, but
That
that's still playing in the back of your
triggers me.
mind. Like,
The
you're
jump
in
scare.
reality, girl.
I have
You're
been
aware of it.
avoiding men my
You
entire
know.
life because I
I know,
hate
but you
them.
know it's a transsexual. So therefore, to be a transsexual woman, you've got to be a man. Like, only men can transition to trans women. So
If
it's
I
a man
told
deep down.
you,
I'm
if I
out, you
told
guys. I'm
you,
sorry.
Pink,
It's a
that
modified man.
I'm gonna let you
Hey,
guys go because, like, I'm sorry. It's
Oh,
just
I'm gonna
now
let
that
you
like
go.
it's making
Tell
me
you,
question shit, and I
no
don't want to
worries,
feel
Pink.
responsible.
Listen,
enjoy your straight relationship. Tell your male
Pink,
partner.
Can you
come
Hi.
on.
stop
Pink,
saying that? It's like, do
Pink,
you want to die? Like, I'm so
no.
Pink,
confused.
Pink,
Pink.
I had to
Listen,
do
I'm
similar
so jealous. You're in a
Wait, can we
straight
deconstruction
let the guy
the
relationship.
other
talk, please?
way. Pink, I had to do deconstruction the other way. I have also avoided men for the bulk of my life. And I found myself catching feelings for someone that society perceived as a man. Recognizing that going out in the world, that was going to be the perception.
Wait a second. How does that guy know my name?
Hmm?
Well, I mean, I don't mind you calling me by my name, but can you like not call me by my name? Because like, if I have you as a friend on Facebook or
I
something,
don't
like, just
mind it, but
not.
don't. Like,
I've muted
make it make
the comment.
sense.
I've
Thank
muted
you.
the comment so
Pink,
that they don't see it, but that's
I,
fine. But Pink, listen, if this
I
is a
want to
boundary
address
for
one thing
you,
before she goes.
yeah, I just want to make this statement. So I appreciate if you're setting a boundary where you don't want to continue to take this type of language. I appreciate that.
I just
Just know
have to
that we can
digest.
always.
I just have to
Yeah,
digest
I
what
get
I
The
it.
just
I get
reality
it.
heard.
check.
I get it.
The
But
reality check.
you're always welcome. You're always welcome to come back. We can
Thank
chat.
you.
Pink, can you
Murders. I'll
stop
let you say
trying
what
to
you have to
please
say,
other
but then I want to
yeah,
give it to Peyton, who's been
yeah,
waiting. I'm
For
sorry,
sure.
Peyton.
Have
yeah,
a good
Pink.
one. Thank you
I
guys
know
for
this.
Live
having
your
me.
straight
Hold on,
life.
Wait,
Pink,
wait,
Pink,
wait.
Not
Pink.
jealous.
Hold on, Pink, Pink.
Chloe, you're
Well,
you're menace. You're
Girl, I
I
can't
wanted
menace.
cope with
to
people like that. It's
when I
ridiculous.
Well, I
when I
think she
first
was
came
just
in.
trying to please everybody else and not herself. That's
yeah,
what it
When
sounded like to me.
I just want Murderous to say what she was going to say. To shit, I already forgot her name.
maybe Pink's still in the room.
Pink. Yeah. So say
When
what
I
you had to
first
say.
came into the conversation, we were discussing this cat person, and the analogy that came to mind. There's that joke about it doesn't matter what kind of big burly man you are. When a toddler hands you the phone, you're going to pretend to talk on it, right? It doesn't matter how manly someone is. You're going to play the game with the toddler. That came to mind when we were talking about this cat person, and she was talking about a bullet to the heart or a knife to the heart, and telling this person that they aren't, that the game of pretend is not real. And it reminded me of that toddler. You would not necessarily tell the toddler that it's a fake phone and there's nobody on the other end. You would play along. And if we're dealing with adults, what Pink was asking us to do is treat them as though they were children, and we didn't want to hurt their imagination. We didn't want to stifle that. But if we're talking about grown adults, it's perfectly okay to say, this is a fake phone and there's nobody on the end of it. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's what I got out of it as well, that she was just trying to please everybody and not herself. That's what I got out of it.
Yeah,
But then
for
to come back
the
and say
previous guest,
that,
I just wanted to say something about the previous guest that just dropped. Okay, so she's basically saying that societally, if she goes out with her partner who is male, but they're a transsexual, societally they will be seen as straight. I mean, gay. However, in reality, if you got to know them if you open the box, it's literally a straight relationship. So that's basically, I think, what she was saying, that societally, and I'll say it too, like for my relationship, I have a boyfriend, and societally we go through society like as a straight couple, but if you open the box, it's leans towards homosexual. So That's basically what. And just for clarification, I don't know who Randy is, but like they keep spewing a bunch of stuff at me. I don't know what they're talking about. I really don't know what they're talking about, but they're extremely just keep tagging me and just saying like the weirdest shit. But anyway, I digress. Yeah,
I
that's
think
all pretty much I have to
Yeah, I
say.
think
Cool.
host wanted to
Let me
address
just.
Peyton.
Yeah, I wanna give the floor to Peyton. He's been patiently waiting. My bad, Peyton. I'm a piece
So
of shit
good, man.
sometimes.
So good. It's so good. I'm just generally wondering, like, what does the background mean? It says you don't have gender dysphoria.
Yeah, prove me wrong. So, hopefully there would be individuals who come up here who have like a diagnosis from a professional, gender
Mm.
dysphoria, and I can say, well, yeah, you've proved me wrong. But then I'm hoping that there's individuals who will come up here and who self-proclaim to have gender dysphoria, and basically talk them through it, have a conversation to determine whether or not they actually have it. Um, but if they don't, obviously help them find the tools to be able to help treat whatever it is that they're going through.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I thought you were like could tell like trans people that they don't have gender dysphoria. I was about to be like,
No,
And
my psychologist says something different.
and just for clarification, I do think that sexuality is some sort of like Kinsey scale. Like there's not 100% straight, not 100% gay. There's bisexual. I don't think that if a man were to be with a trans sexual woman that it'd be straight, obviously. But there are some cases where men are attracted to exclusively biological women and cis women, and I don't think that would necessarily fall under bisexual. It would fall under like um a subset, like a different category, like between straight and bisexual, but it wouldn't be straight and it wouldn't be bisexual, if that makes any sense. I hope I'm coming across as you know
I don't think
correct.
I don't think I understood what you said. No offense.
Okay,
Well, she
let
said, I think
me
she
try to
used the terms
elaborate.
biological and cis, and I think that she meant to say like cis and trans.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, cis and yeah. So like, I think that a cis person attracted to a trans person, that there's gray area. I don't think it makes you 100% straight or 100% gay.
I think it makes you more like in my opinion, like I'm a trans man and I like women strictly, and I get with women most of the time. They're like they call themselves queer or like bisexual or whatever.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
adopted queer.
yeah, I think queer makes like more sense, like because
I don't really like the term
Yeah,
queer.
to just
I
I'd
think it's
rather be
kind of
gay than queer.
I think
yeah,
it's a
but
little
like
bit because
the
it
thing is,
had such
Okay,
it's basically like reclaiming something very negative
yeah,
that was used
Courtney,
against us. I get it.
I'm Gen X, so queer was absolutely used against me.
Yeah,
When I was a
absolutely. It was
teenager
used
and a
against
young adult,
2000s
which is
people. They were like
right.
queer.
But that was as far as I was willing to go with being a lesbian with my full chest my entire life, and understanding that I was attracted to a trans man. I wasn't willing to give up my lesbian card, if you will. So for me, I recognize that the furthest I would not identify as a pansexual person, because it's not a global attraction for me. I wasn't bisexual because males were off the table for me.
Exactly.
So
That's my point.
I embraced and adopted queer because I've always been called that, and yeah, it is a reclamation.
Well, okay. I mean that's fair. Personally, I wouldn't use that term like to describe myself. But I mean, I don't see the problem with that. It does kind of like since it did have such a past of negativity. Every time I do hear it, it is kind of like it makes me kind of turn my head a
Yeah,
little
for
bit.
me, it just means like someone who's visibly gay. Like, if you
Yeah.
know what I mean.
yeah. I mean, I personally I wouldn't call myself a lesbian because I feel like that's like I don't know because I wouldn't call myself that, but
But yeah, basically what I was trying to show to the panel is that, like, specifically my boyfriend, he says that he's attracted to cis women and trans women, and that he would never be with like a cis, quote unquote, cis man. So I think there needs to be some type of category that, you know, substantiates that. If you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Chloe, is
So
that
what
the
I'm
same
what
for
I'm
your?
hearing is that your boyfriend is attracted to femininity, to an external,
Yeah, but
tangible
he wouldn't
femininity.
be with a non-transsexual. So he's not attracted to like feminine gay men. He's like
Yeah,
attracted
same.
to transsexuals. So it's a very, very niche
Yeah, that's
category.
an interesting dynamic there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my boyfriend he's only attracted to like real women and transsexual women.
Yes,
Like, he'd
Chloe,
never
you
go
get
with a
it.
gay man or anything.
You get it. You get it. So it's not really bisexual. It's like it's its own niche category. And Blair White has said the same thing, that her boyfriend feels like that it's not necessarily straight, but it's not necessarily bisexual. It's in between
Right.
that.
It's feminine expression is what he is attracted to.
Right, right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not very helpful right now. Sorry, I got nothing to
Well,
say.
in my queerness and my lesbianness, I have always been attracted to masked energy from a female body. So to be attracted to a trans man was not that big of a leap.
Hayden, I see
Because
your face. What are you thinking?
Well, I would say it is a big of a leap because if a trans man has the phalloplasty, which is what some do, which I'm going to do, I would say that's a big leap to still call yourself a lesbian, especially
right,
Hayden,
right,
why
and
would you do that?
that wasn't a
to
factor
relieve
in
my
the one
gender.
attraction. Yeah, that
But have
wasn't
you
a,
seen pictures of them?
Have you seen good ones? The ones from the arms, and at my
they've
surgeon that
gotten
I
a lot
have.
better. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. It just seems so abrasive. I think the same way about the surgeries now. I just don't think they're medically there yet. Like personally, I wouldn't get the bottom surgery right now. But I
Well,
mean,
I'm waiting like 2 to 3 years, so I'm taking my time, and I have a really good surgeon who is like really good. That's why the wait list is so long.
well,
Can I
that's
ask
good. Hey,
a
sweetie,
very
if that works
insensitive
for you, that's
question?
great.
Can I ask a very insensitive question?
To who,
Sure,
me?
Raw. Is that for me or for Peyton?
In general, do these surgeons have like a catalog of all the
Surgery.
procedures they've done, like tattoo artists do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can
Well, I
see
would
like the
say like
results that they've done. Yeah.
yeah, they for like I have top surgery. I don't know if you guys. That's my top surgery. So I do have top surgery, and before I was put on the table, obviously, whatever, like my surgeon showed me his results because they're supposed to show you before they just throw you onto the table. Because if it looks crappy, you're not gonna like want the guy to do it.
Peyton, you seem so young.
I'm 20.
Wow.
How long have you been how long have you been
Okay.
suffering with gender Do you mind if I ask you some questions about your dysphoria, Peyton?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that. So, how long have you been suffering with it?
I would say my entire life. I mean, it's mostly started blooming when I turned like 9 or 10. I wasn't diagnosed at that time because I was dealing with other things. But I got diagnosed at 17.
Okay. And when did what did you start to experience regarding distress? Was it, symptoms of depression, anxiety, and what were when did it start and what were some of the things that added to that?
So I would say it started around when I was 9 or 10, especially when I started hitting puberty, getting my period, and you know, growing breasts. And I would throw a lot of like fits about the fact that I'm getting my period. Like I have it. It wasn't the fact because of the mood or anything. It just wasn't me because I saw other boys and I was like, wait, why am I not like them? And um, then I started getting like breasts or whatever, and I had to start wearing actual bras, and that was also very like dysphoric for me. So I realized like that just made me. I was very angry, depressed, all that stuff. Around 17, but the thing is like I'm kind of Okay, sorry. I was gonna monologue for a little bit. So at 17, when I got diagnosed, I didn't start my transition because I was mostly because I played sports. I played soccer, softball, volleyball, all that. I played every single sport you could probably think of. I've tried or was in competition with. I started transitioning at 19, and around, I guess, 18 is when my dysphoria got a lot worse to the point where I was being in bed. I was gaining a lot of weight. I was binge eating. I was just
You stopped
really
doing all the activities that you usually and normally enjoy doing.
around 19, yes. I stopped every single sport just for the transition because like that 19 is when I got a job. Well, 18 I had another job, but 19 is when I got my real job, a real job that I still work at and I got promoted and everything now. I would
Congratulations.
Yeah, when I first got the job, I used to call out a lot because I would have to bind and I hated binding so much. I also just I don't know, I hated people seeing my body, seeing like like breasts and all that other things.
So talk
Um
about that. So when you would notice people noticing your chest, all right?
yeah.
Did that make you feel depressed or did that make you feel anxious?
I would say it'd make me feel both.
Both.
Um
Okay.
yeah, like I wasn't showering, I wasn't brushing my teeth, I was just getting like all time low, all that crap. Um, and I just actually recently just got top surgery 3 months ago, so I'm like 3 months post-op, and I'm telling you, like the day that I saw the results was like very euphoric for me. Like now I feel so much happier. And oh, by the way, I don't know if like I do go to the gym now, so I've been going for a while, even before I started transition, but I did quit the sports, but then I went into the gym, whatever. But yeah, so the surgeries for me have been great. Has been um, euphoric and has like I don't feel depressed. I mean, sometimes I
So,
do, but not about my chest or anything. But
okay.
I don't feel like that.
Between the ages of 18 and 19, were you seeing a therapist, a psychotherapist?
Yeah, I had a psychiatrist and I had a gender affirming therapist, and then I had a regular therapist.
And I'm assuming they were providing you tools, right, that you could use, helping you dive deep into past, whether there was any underlying trauma or comorbidities
Hmm.
that might pre-exist and things like that. So, um, you had that evaluation, right?
I did, yes.
You had more than one professional actually
Mhm.
evaluating you simultaneously.
I'm so. Can you? I'm sorry. Like, say, what
Like,
was the word?
were you seeing all three doctors? Were you seeing them
At the same time?
simultaneously in that year, right?
Yes, I was seeing them
Okay.
all at the same time.
I don't mean in the same room, like they're
No.
interviewing you and they're assessing you. What I literally mean is during that time you were seeing three professionals, right?
Yes, at the same,
Okay.
not in the same room, but like at different times, but it was at the same period of time.
Okay.
Peyton, I have a
When
quick question.
Yeah,
Were
go right ahead.
you, did any of them or your physician, because I know with my son, he also was probably precocious in puberty, but it was when the physical changes really started happening, but centered around the monthly cycle. They wound up diagnosing my son with PMDD because his emotional reaction to the cycle was so severe that they assumed it was that. Did was that one that you also got?
So I actually got diagnosed with um bipolar. I did get diagnosed with bipolar and a lot of like depression, anxiety, ADHD, all that stuff. And
But
they diag
the PMDD is specific. It's premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and
no, I
it's
didn't get diagnosed with that.
okay.
But I
I,
think
I was just curious because his emotions around that were so severe that they gave him that one for a while as well.
mm, yeah. Um No, I think a lot of the things that I was diagnosed with, I was misdiagnosed with, in my opinion. I think that was the first diagnosis before I got the gender dysphoria diagnosis. And I think they were misdiagnosing me at first.
Or what they were trying to do was rule out
Yeah.
certain
Yeah.
certain certain diagnoses before alluding to the fact that you have
Well,
gender dysphoria.
a big part of gender dysphoria is the depression and the anxiety. So
Yeah.
that oftentimes those are the early
It's a big part of
diagnoses.
lots of diseases, though. I've been staying
Right.
pretty quiet. I want to say something because I have diseases that I need to keep in check too each day, and they're my responsibility, not society's.
Right.
So
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I have disabilities, and this
Oh.
is a disability. Like I have PTSD and I have the disease of addiction. It's my responsibility to keep them in check. It's not the rest of the world's responsibility to handle me with care because I have two diseases.
Right, right. With that other guest, that pink one that kind of was getting angry that we were calling her relationship straight. She kept saying triggers. And I'm BPD myself, and I think that it's completely like narcissistic to be like, oh, don't say this to me or I'm gonna get triggered. Like that's putting your problems on other people, and it's like just problematic. It's just
Exactly. She
it's
was just like
narcissistic.
denying reality for her partner's feelings. Like it was crazy. Like you're in a straight
Right. Just
relationship, deal with
Yeah.
it.
And that's what I
Right.
was talking about is we cannot control what our brain does with that external stimulus. We cannot control that. But we can absolutely control what comes out of our mouth. We can control if we, become physically aggressive, whether it's, needing to punch a wall or throw a fit or whatever. We can control all of those things. We can recognize what's happening in our brain and talk ourselves through it. We can talk
like get some
ourselves down.
therapy, maybe like have some coping mechanisms
Right.
when
Tools.
and don't associate with people that trigger you. Like if you're triggered off the people off this app, like get off the app. Like I don't
Like
know what
she
to
was,
tell
she
you.
was just so deluded. She was sitting there saying a neo vagina is exactly the same as a vagina, and we all know that is not true.
Listen, when I
It's
was in the
so not
chat, she
true.
actually referred to him as her boyfriend, and I was like, "Whoa, very good, Pink, very good."
Very good. What?
So problematic. Actually, I don't know if I mean I've researched it. Obviously, I'm a transsexual woman. Like I just wanted to know more about the surgeries and stuff like that. There's a subreddit where they show post-op neo vaginas, and I can tell you that they look nothing like unless it maybe one in like 20 look decent. Like you could maybe not tell from like afar, but it's such different
Right.
anatomy. It's such different anatomy. It's so hard to replicate it.
Right. But
Before
Courtney, I
I
think
hold
that
on, guys.
that
Before I introduce the next guest, I just want to, if it's all right with everybody, just want to finish my questioning with Peyton because I think it'll give people a very clear understanding of what gender dysphoria looks like, right? Um, so you had mentioned that when you had the surgeries, you went through this feeling of euphoria, right? But
Yes.
then you had also mentioned that you were still suffering from symptoms of depression, but that weren't related to the gender dysphoria, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So was all of your symptoms of depression related to gender dysphoria, or were there other areas within your personal life that were causing, whether it be in your past or whether it be things that you were going through that were contributing to your depression?
I would say a lot of my depression was from the dysphoria, like the majority of it. Right now, I barely deal with it, and most of the time, and that's probably because I work a lot and I go to the gym a lot, so I tend to distract myself from just being in my head or whatever. But yeah, I'd say a lot of it was from the gender dysphoria, and the depression I have now is more from like things that I need to work through or things I need to work past. So that's pretty much it.
Excellent. And then from an anxiety standpoint, um, you know, what's that like today? Now that you've taken care of that aspect of your dysphoria, right? You go to the gym. So I'm gonna ask you, and you can tell me to fuck off if you want, okay, Peyton?
Yeah.
Um, but are you like wearing tank tops or are you wearing a pump cover? A pump cover is like a hoodie, very baggy.
Oh, I would,
A crop
like
top.
I would crop top for sure. No, I wear like either really tight t-shirts
Hmm.
or like a tank top. which is something I would never do if I still had breasts.
All right. Excellent. So, listen to me, Peyton. You're saying all the right things, and you've proven me wrong today. All right, because not only were you evaluated by a professional over the course of a year, but you were evaluated by three professionals, and they all came to the same conclusion at the end. And
Yes.
they all came to the conclusion at the end. And the only way that Peyton was able to relieve the distress and symptoms of depression and anxiety were to go through the medicalization process in order to do so. You've proven me wrong, sir.
Congratulations, Peyton. You've passed.
You're the first
Yeah.
one.
We
You're the first
confirm.
one. You're valid, my friend. You're valid.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
I have Raw, if I may. I am not trans, but my kid is, and an analogy that I used because we did choose to medicalize prior to the age of 18. Um, that child had been in therapy for quite some time. Like I said, we had the PMDD diagnosis because there was so much distress related to the monthly cycle. Things got very severe. As a parent, the analogy that I have been able to explain is if our child has migraines, most migraines, they can't find an organic reason. They don't find, a vasoconstriction. They don't find a clot in the brain. Most migraines just are, despite all of the medical tests that can be done to try to figure out what the cause is. So if my child had migraines, I could see them physically writhing in pain and miserable from that pain. And as a parent, my child's dysphoria was similar in that, whether it's the fucking hypothalamus or a hormone wash or a chemical imbalance or whatever the hell it is, there was no way to physically pinpoint it. But his distress was so severe that we chose to take steps to alleviate that. And
I wanna ask you a question, Mama, if it's okay, because this
mhm,
is perhaps my lack of experience, right? And so I
mhm.
think it's important to ask the question because I make the claim that you have to have a minimum of 6 months of psychotherapy and evaluation, right? But are there, and Peyton, maybe you can speak to this as well, but are there extreme circumstances where perhaps the dysphoria was left so untreated for such a long period of time that there are rare cases that once they see a professional, the professional knows that we can't afford 6 months of evaluation because it could literally mean that this child or person might take their own life, right? Do you think that there are
Um,
circumstances like that?
so here's the things, particularly when it comes to the underage portion of this, is that it doesn't matter if that is what the parents think or a single therapist thinks. In our area at least, dealing with medical insurance, the insurance doesn't care. The insurance requires second and third opinions. For us to proceed, he had his regular therapist that he had been seeing off and on since he was 5 because I divorced his other parent when he was 5. He had seen that therapist off and on. There had been supplementary therapists in between. He had a doctor that was able to prescribe the hormonal therapy, but that came from the insurance where we needed to get, particularly because of his age, we had to get an independent third party evaluation, someone that didn't know his history, someone that people couldn't say that he had manipulated into believing this. It was this therapist's job to basically rule out the dysphoria, to say, no, this isn't what it is. And there were several meetings with that independent person to get an official second opinion diagnosis in order for the insurance to cover treatment. As a parent, I was terrified that I was going to mess up my child. I was terrified that I was doing the wrong thing. But also watching the child with, I can only describe the anguish, the pain, the emotional pain that was equivalent to the migraine. We couldn't figure out, there was no one place to point it. We can't say if we remove this, clot from the brain, the migraines will stop, sort of thing. For my child in particular, the binding was weeks at a time. The hygiene absolutely lacked because he couldn't even look at the body that he felt he didn't belong in, that was betraying him by continuing to go through puberty. The pain, watching him with that pain, caused us to investigate further and to get further evaluations and to consider each step very, very carefully. And what we found was, as his body began to look more like he felt it needed to, he went from this very depressed shell of a human being into this very confident person that had personality, that wasn't afraid to be seen. It, in our case, like I said, I did everything I could to get everybody else's input, but ultimately I had to make these very, very difficult decisions. But he was disappearing before our very eyes. He is now 22. He is graduating in May. He is thriving. He's, like I said, he is himself.
And if you don't mind me asking, Mama, and then I'm going to get on to one of the new guests here. When did they start the actual process of transitioning?
He went on HRT at 16. He had been in therapy, like I said, at that point for 11 years, but very specific to the dysphoria. We had been addressing that for over a year. No, boss lady, I'm sorry. I'm outside and it's raining. It's dripping off the roof. I apologize.
Thank you, Mama, for sharing that. I appreciate that. I do want to move on to one of the two guests that just joined. So, Rent Free and Coco's Head, thank you for joining. What are your thoughts?
Thank you. I really believe some people have dysphoria, but most of the people on TikTok don't, and they're grifters. And like Chloe truly has dysphoria. Peyton truly has dysphoria. But like Queen Jasmine, no dysphoria. They're just a fat guy with a bald head that likes to wear dresses.
Thank you for sharing that. You can stick around if you like. I'm going to open it to Naomi for a moment.
God.
No, I'm gonna drop. Thank you, and I loved when you interrogated. What's her name? The one that grapes trees.
Oh.
What is her name? With the horrible V.
Mandora.
Yeah, Mandela. Thank you.
Girl, you need to
Bye.
chill. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Naomi, thank you so much for joining. What are your thoughts today?
Well, coming from a mental health field myself, there are people that do go through gender dysphoria. I went through gender dysphoria, but I also believe that there are people out there that are using this as a guise to
access medication and treatment.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a trans medicalist. I'll be upfront and honest about it. I believe that if you don't have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and you haven't gone to see an endocrinologist, a psychologist, and a psychiatrist, you do not have gender dysphoria.
100.
And anybody that is going to sit up here and say that they do without doing that is full of shit. Sorry, excuse my words, but
Hey, Naomi. Martha, I see you in the comments, and I know that the very idea of me infuriates you. But I can assure you that I don't run my own platforms. I do not receive gifts or compensation for telling my story as a parent. I don't run a platform off the backs of the trans community or my child. I come on here to tell people that some kids, for some, not all, not most, not majority, for some, intervention is needed. And when I tell my story,
murderous, that's a rare case,
right, absolutely,
right? So
absolutely,
that doesn't happen. That's 1 in 100 kids,
at least, if not more,
right? If not more, right?
right,
So
and
that's not going to happen on a regular basis. But
exactly.
the problem is, though, is that there are parents out there that are pushing this on their children.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I went to therapy to deal with the decisions. I went to therapy to make sure that I was coming from the right place. And that is why I don't run a platform, because I'm not trying to make money off of this. I'm trying to explain that for some of us, these were the decisions that had to be made. And it wasn't easy. And every single decision, every single step of the way was excruciating for me as a parent, terrified that I was doing the wrong thing.
So my question to you, though, is you don't think that your child, and I'm not judging you whatsoever.
And it's okay if you are.
Everyone is entitled to do whatever they want in this world. It's their lives. But you don't think that just allowing your child so
You cut out there for a
would
second.
be enough?
Yeah, you're glitching him.
Yeah, you want to start that again from the top?
Yeah. So I was asking is do you not think that letting your child socially transition would have been enough?
It wasn't. We did that first. And it wasn't. Like I said, for him it was the analogy that I've come up with the migraine is that child was suffering significantly, and it was getting worse regularly, incrementally. It was getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. So
Sorry, do you expect the rest of us to call him a her and vice versa? And also, you had me stuck on when the word queer, but I never got to talk on it. So those two things, please.
If you met my child, you would not for a second refer to him as anything but male pronouns. He lives his life in what they say stealth. Nobody knows the difference.
yeah. So the question I would have for the gender critical people is that when the gender dysphoria is so severe in your child, like you're attempting to say like, look, this isn't we can just try to raise you as your born gender, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Like, do you realize that the detriment that fact would have on the relationship of the child and the parent? I know some children that would throw tantrums and just not talk to their parents if they misgendered them, and I don't agree with that. I think it's obviously some type of underlying behavior disorder or something.
Courtney,
I've never
I think that
been a
we're
Willy
on a
Wonka
different
mom.
place at this point,
Yeah.
right? Like when you are talking about that, you're talking about a child throwing a tantrum.
I
And
understand, but there.
no.
But Courtney,
As
I'm not a
a
Willy
therapist
Wonka
myself,
parent.
you do
Yeah.
you do not indulge tantrums.
Nope. I have never sugarcoated anything in my children's lives. Anything.
Okay, and I'm
Because
saying
you
an
are the
anecdotal
parent and they are
experience.
the child.
I
That
understand
is
that.
what has gotten lost in today's society. Is the
Exactly.
fact that children are trying to tell adults, parents,
I'm
what
not
they're going to
disagreeing.
do and what they're not going to do. And what we need to do as parents is take that back
I'm not
and not
disagreeing with you, Naomi.
allow
I'm
that to
not
happen.
disagreeing with you, but
Right.
there are stubborn teenagers that
Right.
will
Oh, wow.
do
But
that.
Courtney,
Oh,
let's make it
wow.
clear that my 22-year-old, I'm not a young parent. My 22-year-old is my youngest. I am a Gen Xer. Gen Xers don't deal in tantrums. Gen Xers don't deal in bullshit. Gen Xers I told my kids the world sucks, people suck. Um, you don't trust, nothing was sugar coated. When my middle child was 8 years old, I killed Santa Claus. That is the big joke in our family because they found the Santa Claus present stash and I wasn't going to be known in their life as a liar. Nope, here it is. Doesn't exist. I'm not going to lie to you. So as a Gen Xer, this had nothing to do with tantrums. This had to do with watching this
And
child as
look,
a
I wasn't saying that your child and specifically was like throwing tantrums. That's why you had to, agree to that. I'm just saying that in some cases that react horribly to, getting quote unquote misgendered or seen as, their born gender. So I was just asking, like, what do you think the resolution to that is? Just like basically saying, look, putting your foot down, like, look, I'm the parent. We're gonna do it this way. I don't
that
care if you feel this certain type of way.
that's always been my parenting style. I don't give a shit what your tantrum is
Okay,
about. I don't care.
okay. So what made you feel the comfortability or the is it because like your child was diagnosed with gender dysphoria? Um, you did your own research, correct? And your
Oh,
doctor or her doctor or
beyond.
his doctor told you that this
Hmm.
would be the best option is to transition medically and socially.
The physician said that this is an option. I said, okay, what does that entail? They gave me their thoughts and opinions, and I went home and did a year's worth of research. I've watched countless detransition videos. I have watched everything from the right, everything from the left. I did not take these decisions lightly, and I didn't do them without a significant amount of research.
Oh, that's good. I think just the people that are criticizing you are just like basically saying even if we
Oh,
do all this research, like
mm-hmm.
it doesn't
Yep.
it doesn't equate the fact that you're making a big decision for a minor and they don't have the ability to consent to such
Yep.
like you're
And
making
Courtney,
that consent
give me
for
one
them.
second, guys. Sorry, give me 1 second, Samantha. I'm gonna cycle you out for a moment, but you can come back. Is that all right?
Oh, yep, I'm here. Wasn't by my phone.
All right, excellent. And I'll make sure that when you do come back up, I'll have Murderous address the queer question that you had. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, guys. Continue.
So
Okay,
I just have a
sorry.
question. When you said that your doctor, right, said that
mm-hmm.
this would be an option,
Mm-hmm.
what type of doctor was this? Just a pediatrician?
No, actually, it was an OBGYN in our area
Okay.
that has worked with the endocrinologist. Our area it's a decent sized area, but resources are specialty doctors in that area are not in abundance. And so this one particular doctor has specialized in that area, working with the endocrinologists in our area and getting information. And like I said, she gave it to us as an option, gave us some information, and like I did tons of research. As a parent, the last thing we want to do is cause harm to our children. At most parents, I understand CPS exists for a reason, but Naomi, you and I have talked before. It's divergent. It's just a name right now that I'm leaning into.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've talked before, and like I said, it was not easy, and I was terrified, and I did I armed myself with as much knowledge as I could while
Mm-hmm.
watching this human slip away. This wasn't. I come on to say that for those of us that need to do something prior to the age of majority, I understand that there's a whole trendy bullshit and the platforms and let's talk about all of this, but I don't do any of that. I'm just here to say that in our case,
Mm-hmm.
much research was done and every single step was terrifying.
Tell not to report, Martha, please, because it's just ridiculous. We can't have a proper
Yeah, guys,
conversation.
we're not here to report anybody. We're here to have a conversation. So I appreciate Martha being here. I asked Martha to come up on the panel. So, out of respect for me, please do not report anybody or any of the commenters. I want to keep this an open forum.
And
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, Murder. So, I'm glad you aren't capitalizing off your child with gender dysphoria, but it's still at the end of the day, it's a minor. Like you can't like there's
Yeah,
no
but
way that they can consent to that.
here's the
Did you
thing,
just say
right?
you're
Like,
glad they're capitalizing off their kid?
I said they're not.
hold up,
I'm
hold
saying
up.
I'm glad
Oh,
they're
okay.
not.
Yeah, it sounded like the same thing to me, Martha. I was assuming that it was
like,
a
what?
it was
I
a
thought you
slip.
meant
No,
Yeah.
I generally, I
no. I
generally,
said
Okay,
I'm
cool.
glad I'm not. You're not capitalizing.
Okay.
but
I was
here's
like,
the
wow.
here's the thing, right? I see Divergent's point of view because a lot of the times children are also put on depressive medications, bipolar medications, diagnosed with a bunch of these things with medications that have side effects. Like if you know, Abilify has a big side effect which includes a massive amount of weight gain, and also a lot of other medications like birth control and all that other stuff is given to minors.
Well,
Yeah, we should be
I
very
use
careful with medicalizing kids whatsoever. But
right
here's the
Oh,
thing:
I agree with
and
that. Yes, yes.
zero children need to be trans. This is fucking insane, you guys.
right,
I'm
but
sorry.
Martha,
There is
One
no.
at
Hold
a
on.
time,
I just
guys.
got up
examples.
here. I just got up
One
here.
at a
Let me
time.
have a
One at
quick.
a time.
Just let me have a quick spiel. There's absolutely, under no circumstances, any reason to pretend that our children are the opposite sex in any shape or form. I don't care if it's medical, I don't care if it's social. It is profoundly, bogglingly abusive to pretend that our children are the opposite sex. Are they distressed? Yes, children are very distressed. We live in a society that is profoundly sick. Kids, they don't like their bodies, they don't like their lives, our society's toxic. All of these things are happening. Social media, social contagions, dysmorphia, dysphoria, all of these things are true and are happening. But under no circumstances do we create an industry off of vulnerable and hurting children and people. This is so fucking sick. I cannot even believe that any mother, and I don't care how much distress your child has gone through or you've gone through, any mother would sit there and erase their daughter and create a fictitious son and continue to erase their daughter for their life. This is just, it's so sick. I don't have words. Like, it's just, there's no excuse for it. None.
Okay, Martha, one of the things that I like to point out is when this child was 3 and 4 years old, they suffered from significant allergies. They were waking up every single night, several times a night, with post-nasal drip. They were waking up coughing, throwing up because they were coughing so hard. At the time, as a parent, we decided to put in an allergy medication. We went with, the name of it was right there and I lost it. It wasn't Allegra. It was
Lupron?
no allergy medication.
Oh,
Oh God, I lost it. It will come to me. That huh?
Claritin,
Reactin?
Zyrtec.
No. For some reason, my brain keeps going with Allegra, and I don't think that's what it is. I can't think of what it is right now. Like I said, I can check and come back to it. But we put the child on an allergy medication. The post-nasal drip went away. At 3 and 4 years old, he began sleeping through the night because he wasn't waking up gagging on mucus. I recently, just scrolling through things, a pop-up came up. That medication now has a class action lawsuit for all of these massive fucking things that can go along with it. And again, I'll look it up. It's missing for some reason. when he was 3 and 4 years old, I decided that the symptoms of the allergies were severe enough to go on a medication. Now that medication potentially has long-term side effects. It was my job as a parent to alleviate the symptoms. I didn't do it with any malicious intent. And now the
I don't think you're
child, I
being
will just call,
malicious.
right, but that's what I'm saying. As a parent, we have to make medical decisions that
I
can
don't think that
have
any parent, well, some
other
parents might
effects.
be, some parents might
But
have the Munchausen. I'm not saying you do, but what I am saying is that you might have been swept up in the ideology in some way, shape, or form, but there is literally zero reason to do this to your daughter. And I know it's the damage has kind of been done because she's now 22
I
and
have a question for you, Martha.
you're still pretending
Hold
she's the
on,
opposite sex.
one at a
But
time.
and again,
and
I'm
I
not saying that what
understand,
you did
right.
was like malicious. You might have been swept up in the ideology. They're trying to, they bring out all this corporate sponsored junk science to say that there is trans. So, like, trans is a thing that people are born with it. You're bad if you don't do this to your kid. Your kid will unalive. There's all this manipulation to parents. I'm fully aware of it. Like, I know, and I'm not. When I say that this is unforgivable child abuse, I'm not saying that all parents did this unforgivable child abuse with abusive mindsets. I am saying that that's what it is regardless. It is so fucked up and so abusive to our kids and our young people in society to even suggest that our daughters could be born in the wrong body and that we're going to create fictitious sons out of them. It's I will
Okay.
never be
I
able to
just
forgive people who've done this to their kids.
I just did a quick search. It was Singular. Singular was one of the latest medications. It didn't appear to have any side effects. And now some, 15, 20 years later, they're looking at class action lawsuits. The point is, as a parent, my child
And
had symptoms.
your daughter might be
And I
suing
will,
everybody in the future, and maybe you
and
as well.
that's fine. I am going to tell you
I
that
hope these kids do turn around and sue all of you guys. I hope they turn around and they look at you in horror.
Martha,
And
this is not a
Martha,
productive
Martha, do you have
conversation.
children?
yes,
Okay.
The
Well,
which is
point
why I'm so
is
Martha,
horror
that
you
struck. I
know
would
parents,
that
never,
as
ever
Martha,
get
should I
involved in
be
this.
sued if my child had the long-term side effects from Singular? Should I be sued for that? As a parent, it is our job to alleviate the symptoms that our children are having. It is our
Very
job.
different. You must know deep down it
He
must feel
didn't, but
so
he
wrong to
did
you to
not
do this to your
consent.
daughter.
Martha, this child did not
This is
consent
different
to
though.
Singular. No,
Having a
it's
medication that you didn't fully understand is very different than you actively pretending your daughter is the opposite sex. That must at your core as a mother feel wrong. It must. And if it doesn't, I don't know what to say for you.
would you be
and
Martha, would you be okay with somebody judging you as a parent and how you did things?
If I pretended that my daughter was the opposite sex, I would expect everyone to come down on me like a ton of bricks. And if they didn't, they would not be my friends and family.
Okay, so are you of the mindset that every child gets a trophy if when they're doing like playing a sport?
No.
Like a participation award? Do we think
Yeah.
that
No, I'm
children
not.
should get?
No.
No, I'm not a
Okay.
proponent of that either.
I don't know what that has to do with abusing children.
Well, no, I'm asking questions to get to know you a little bit more.
Okay.
Are you good with
Here's
that,
the
Martha?
What's that?
Are you good with him asking you questions?
No, whatever. Yeah, I'm here to hang. Whatever you guys want to do.
No worries. Sorry, Naomi. I just wanted to ask that question just to make sure we were all in accordance.
No, I will not have this person asking me questions. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead. I am too important for that.
Go for it, Naomi.
So the whole purpose was just to see where you were at with other things because of the fact that, like, myself as a parent, I would never sit back and judge somebody else. I may not agree with what they do.
Oh, the judgment needs to be hardcore for this. We should look back on this like lobotomies, and we will, and we're starting to. It's already been there's already been a lot of exposés. People are starting to see the light, starting to see the medical scandal aspect of this. And I know parents were duped. I'm not saying that they weren't, but deep down, you know what's wrong and what's right. And if you're doing what's wrong, even if the road to hell is paved with good intentions, I understand that. But at the end of the day, this is unforgivable. This is
Mar-
just beyond. This is beyond
Martha,
unforgivable.
Martha, do you think that the response, or sorry, the blame is like on the parents because they listened to the medical doctors that told them that this was the right thing to do? Like, I think at the core of it, it's the doctors that are, subscribing to this ideology and then pushing it onto gender dysphoric children. Would you
I
agree with that?
understand that. I
Okay.
understand that that's happening, and like just like with people who listen to their doctors about the opiates that they were that unalived their family members and tore their families apart. I feel like that's a bit different than this though, because this is an ideology. This is different than like just blindly like taking a pill from a doctor and being like, yeah, this is going to alleviate the pain, or this is going to treat the allergy, or this is going to treat, like, those are medical conditions. This is a psychological experiment on our children. And just the very idea of socially treating your child like they're the opposite sex and having others do the same, it's so anti-human, so anti-intuitive, so it goes against everything. And the fact that mothers can do that at all, it just boggles my mind. And then the medicalization, it's just, and I understand, like, I do have sympathy for the parents who were truly duped. But I mean, at the end of the day, if that child turns around and looks at their parents in horror, like for instance, Jazz Jennings should sue his mother.
For sure.
Every dime that she exploited him for, and not just because she exploited him, because she did. That poor boy, everything that he's ever known in his life has been his transition. He's been medically tortured his entire childhood. Okay, and his mother signed off on all of that. The fact that parents can sign off on the medical destruction and torture of their children's bodies because of an ideology, I'm sorry, I'm going to have a lot of trouble forgiving these people. I think they should be held accountable, at least in some ways. Should they be as accountable as the medical industrial complex who is creating a goddamn industry out of this? No, because they were duped. The ideology has duped a lot of people, but accountability still needs to be there.
I want to make it very clear that we were dealing with this 7 and 8 years ago, before it was a TikTok phenomenon. We were dealing with this before everybody on the planet was some version of transgender, non-binary, all of these things. We were dealing with this before then. I have been healthcare adjacent for the better part of 30 years of my life. I run a mental health clinic. I am not coming from this in any way that any doctor influenced any of our decisions. They had information to give and I listened to it. Not one step of my child's medicalization, not one step was not done without a insane amount of research. I have always
Well, then
been
I don't know how you came
part
to that
of,
conclusion. And if you did an
and
insane
that's
amount of
okay.
research, I
And
kind
that
of can't
is
even believe you at
okay.
this
And that is
point.
okay. That was the middle of my sentence, Martha. You didn't want me to
Okay,
interrupt you.
sorry, but wow.
I have always been an active part of the medical team for myself and my family, my wife included. We don't just go to the doctor and they say, here's a pill, take it. We don't just listen to that. We don't just do that. And I said, I watched detransition videos. I shed tears. I saw all of the ramifications of the wrong choices. And
Well, murder, if that's how you really feel, why'd you go like
Yeah,
the
exactly.
like
because I don't believe researching things. A lot of people research looking for the outcome that they want, and I researched looking at both sides and clearly weighing all of the evidence from both sides and deciding that in order to keep my child alive and healthy and emotionally well, that these were steps that we took very incrementally.
I want to address
Yeah,
something though
I
with you,
don't
murderous
believe you.
mama. You mentioned that you were seeking therapy during the course of this decision, correct?
Absolutely. For myself, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So what it for me it just speaks to me that you were having a conflict with this decision ultimately. Like this wasn't an easy decision for you, right?
Hmm.
And I'm kind of feeling like there was a sense of strong pushback from you, correct? Like you didn't want to accept the
Oh,
reality that your child would have to go through this, right?
absolutely. And things that my
I'm not
child
getting
was
that sense.
required,
I'm getting the opposite sense.
things that my child was required to do was start working out. You want a more male physique? Work on it. Do it. Create it. If that's what you want, you show me.
Yeah,
Things that,
so you groomed them the whole way then. Like
oh
again,
dear
and
God.
you're yes,
Oh,
be more
Martha,
male.
come
Be
on
more
with it
male.
now.
Yes,
She did
let's
not groom that child.
encouraging the child to do more and more disassociation from her female body is grooming. This
That
is
is
fucking
that
sick, you
Hold
no.
on,
guys.
No, no,
Martha.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
understand how you guys cannot just see how sick
no.
this is.
No, 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 no. No.
Okay, Naomi, I think you're negating the fact that like the murder is basically saying that their child is that they encourage murder encourage their child to work out, which is like healthy, like healthy for any sex, like for both sexes. However,
Yeah.
I
If
think what Martha is saying that you're encouraging like the overworkout, like a
Oh,
masculization, which
no,
isn't.
no. It was anything at all.
You just said that. You just said that you
As
encourage your
a
daughter.
human
Oh
being,
my God.
as a human being, if I don't like something about my body, it is up to me to change it. If my child was uncomfortable with the amount of breast tissue that they were growing, and we understood that if you diet and exercise, it can change your physique. And I said, in order to show me that you have some commitment to wanting to change your body, then show me commitment to doing so. Even if my child was female and a girl and was uncomfortable with the amount of breast tissue, we could have the same conversation. If you work out, if you reduce your body fat, if you work out your pecs, it can reduce some of that tissue to make you more physically
So
comfortable,
you are
make you more
constantly
emotionally
feeding
comfortable.
the dysphoria. You're feeding
No,
the
actually,
dysphoria of your child's
No, she
outlook
is
on her
pushing
body.
it back against it. That is what
No,
she's
that's
doing.
not. No, I'm
That's
sorry.
yeah,
exactly what she's doing
No,
because
that's
my
not
she
exactly
my
what she's
kid
pushing that
doing.
my
child
Come
kid
to
said
on.
give
work
me medical
Open
treatment
your
to change
fucking
my
eyes. That's
body,
not
so
and
what she
I
was
said
doing.
absolutely fucking not. If you don't like your body, you change it. That's not up to me to do.
You change it to be more masculine. You
you
like
change you change it to be thinner, you change it to be thicker. If you don't have an ass and you want one, do some squats and fucking lunges.
and was
If you
this
don't like the amount
person
of breast tissue, then
was
work
this
out your
person
pecs.
overweight? You think that they needed to reduce their breast tissue? Were you let it like they were binding? Like
I
what was
didn't
all going on to reduce their
I
breast
didn't have an
tissue? Were you
opinion
let it like
about someone else's body. The point was, if you don't like your body, change it. I'm
imagine
not
helping
going
your
to do
daughter
that for you.
accept who and what she is instead of encouraging her to change herself?
Yeah,
Imagine.
it's
Could
like
you,
you're not encouraging like healthy exercise. Like this is like masculization.
No,
This
it
is like,
wasn't.
you just
how is it
described
not?
it as that.
Oh dear God. If you don't like your body, you change it. Don't lean on me and the doctors and the pills and the shots and the surgeries to do it.
And yet you still medicalize your
If
child. So this
you
is, I
are
think you're just full of BS
emotionally
at this point.
uncomfortable with yourself, you show a commitment to wanting to make some changes. I'm not going to offer you a magic pill or shot or surgery. How is that not showing that there is any commitment to it, that it's not a whim, that it's not a phase?
You still ended up medicalizing your child. So this whole path that you're sort of, I don't know your entire story, but everything I'm hearing is giant red flags,
Well,
giant
that's
ones.
because
And
that's
the
how
fact
you're
that you
going
said that
to
you
view it in
researched,
general,
well,
Martha.
yeah, because you're trying, essentially you're trying to excuse child abuse, and now you're trying to excuse a type of,
Well, if it was
okay,
child abuse,
grooming
CPS
might
should have
be
visited.
grooming might be a little strong, but you're going along with this. You're not doing the right things all along, and then
Enabling.
you're enabling, and
I
you're
Okay,
you're
so
telling me, you're
the
standing here
right
telling me
things.
that you hold on, you're standing here telling me that you did all the research that you could have possibly done, including listening to detransitioners, and still came to the conclusion that you should medicalize and pretend that this child's the opposite sex. That's the giantest red flag. It's like, okay, well then you're either lying or you're completely like you have no brain, because it's like there is no evidence that this is what to do with children and what to do with human beings. Like the opposite is the evidence. Like I don't understand. You must have been researching from a biased point of view then, because all you found was trans activism. You didn't find any real
I didn't.
science.
No, I didn't.
Like this whole thing is corporate sponsored junk science from the trans activists. Look into the WPATH files, look into WPATH. It's absolute nonsense. Nobody is born in the wrong body.
So
There is
trans
no trans
activists
brain.
were
I will
so
agree with you, Martha, that the WPATH is definitely bullshit. I will agree
Yeah,
with you
and
with
these are the
that.
people making these
I will
recommendations
agree with you
to
with
the
that.
doctors, right? So there is no science backing this up. It's literally junk. And to do this to your child based on what you researched is actually alarming. Like I don't understand what you found out that convinced
okay.
you. Now, if you were
To
ideologically captured, which is what I thought in the first place, that's one thing. But now you're claiming that you've been totally scientifically up to date, and you were right there, super vigilant. You were doing what you thought was the exact right thing, and you seem to still think it's the exact right
So
thing.
Martha, can I like just say something real quick without anyone interrupting, right? So here's the issue, right? Is that
Can I interrupt you for a second?
sure?
God damn it.
You just had to, didn't you?
I had to lighten the mood for a second, guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Mom.
no. My thing is that like right, the transgender community has been around forever. However, they haven't been studied near enough because of the fact that they were hidden, pushed aside, and looked down upon, right? So until they're able to be studied, there isn't going to be enough research or information out there for anyone to see.
Okay, so wait, I wanna maybe challenge that then. So should society have then alluded to medicalization over psychotherapy or long-term therapy? Should we have not taken an extreme measure to treat this, right? Because, like you said, it's been understudied. The community itself has been more or less suppressed, right? So should we have resorted to an extreme measure, or do you think we should have taken a far much more methodical approach to this?
Well, I wanted to quickly, Daily Vibe is just under the impression that there's some pro-trans therapist when I explained that the trans resources in our area, while not obsolete, are not significant. The therapist had not had any trans patients prior to my child. The therapist continuously dismissed it and ruled it out as well, and we were addressing the depression and the anxiety. The insinuation that I sought out, that gender affirming therapists exist, and we take the child or the adult into there, and the therapist simply says, yes, your gender was assigned wrong. Yes, that's not the thing. We literally worked on and ruled out so many other possibilities and things. This was not taken lightly.
Okay, so murder. Regarding your child, did you just, and excuse me for using like the her pronoun. I'm just speaking in the past tense.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Did you encourage her, hey, it's okay to be a masculine girl?
Oh,
Like
absolutely,
it's okay to be a
absolutely.
tomboy. Like before
We
just
had
bandwagoning onto
yes,
the ideology.
yes, we had arguments over the snowflake fucking generation that my child was part of. We had arguments over the safe spaces. We had arguments over all the new goddamn terms that existed. Fine, be a fucking tomboy. There's nothing wrong with that. We had arguments over the terminology. We had arguments over the ideology. It wasn't, none of this just happened. This was something that over years became worse and worse and worse for my child. My child's solution was to get their hands on any medication possible from any source possible and have an entire fucking handful of medication that they planned on taking, because in this world that I supposedly groomed the child, that was the better option than to coming out to me as a trans individual
Oh my
after
God,
all of the
stop saying things
discussions we
like
had
coming
had.
out.
Okay, one
Stop saying
second.
words like
One
coming
second,
out.
Martha. One
God,
second.
this is so disgusting.
Peyton, do you mind if I cycle you out? I have two guests waiting.
Okay, Martha,
Yeah,
rather
thank you
than
for having
coming,
me.
Hey, you're more than welcome to come back.
rather than saying coming out, rather than my child telling me that they thought that they were a transgender, transsexual individual, their option was to collect medication to end themselves rather than have that conversation with me.
What does this have to do with what? They collected
In that I didn't groom
It's not a
the
coming out,
child.
okay? Like,
And I took that word off the table, Martha. What I'm
okay.
telling you is, in this world where you think that I have groomed said child, I was so anti. Why the fuck? New vocabulary, bullshit ideology. I was so anti that the child had a plan to exit rather than tell me
Oh,
in
so you
his own
saved their
words.
life by diving headfirst into the ideology. Good for you. I think
Nope.
at this point,
Nope.
you're going to say whatever it takes to not take accountability, because at the end of the day, you caused a shitload of harm to your child and you're never going to admit that. And we're not going to sit on this panel and you're going to be like, "Oh my God, I've seen the light." So there's just no point.
Well, what light is there to see if it's already done, Martha?
Yeah, there's exactly. So you can continue to pretend your daughter is the
That,
opposite sex. You can continue to
yes,
erase your daughter and
it's
help
not
her.
about the unaliving threats at that point. The conversations in
Yeah, there's
therapy
not going to be any point where
changed
you're
to
gonna
that.
realize it anyway. So there's no point.
All right, let me bring in Pill Cosby. Pill, I know you were waiting for a bit. How are you doing today?
Oh my man. Anyways, what I wanted to say is why I'll be promoting illnesses and diseases into our society. Like hear me out. Yeah. So I know my view might be a bit extreme, but how I view transgenderness is as a mental illness, and it is, because if you look at the definition of what, let's say, I don't know, a disease, yeah, or illness, it relates to the disorder or function of a animal or organism. Yeah. Gender dysphoria fits within that category. Therefore, it is a mental illness. So the whole thing of my child might be trans or all you're doing is reaffirming their illness. Now, look at, I've always said this. Let's look at BDD, yeah, body dysmorphic disorder. Now, if someone with BDD, yeah, has it on their medical record and tries to go for, let's say, a cosmetic surgery, they are legally not allowed. When technically speaking, body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria, they're both essentially the same thing. So why is it when it comes to gender, we allow all of these operations and surgeries and whatever, but if someone just has body dysmorphia, we don't allow it within law. Within law, we say, no, you're not allowed. The same thing. Now, if you, let's say, look at your typical, I don't know, teenage girl, yeah? They will say, oh, my nose looks too big, or my earlobes are too long, you know, all this, whatever. But what do we tell that child? We tell that child to love yourself for who you are, you know, accept yourself, you're an amazing person. But when it comes to the aspects of gender, we say, oh, no, you know what, you are right. Yeah, you are in the wrong body. So I think it's a bit of a double standard. Like, if you really think about it, we're doing double standards for gender, but everything else gets treated the same in a different way. That's my view.
Okay. However, when people come at me for medicalizing my child, I start doing more research. And when I realize that the last year that I was able to find complete information, there were 70,000 minors that received plastic surgery. 250 of them were trans kids. Nobody's standing outside of these clinics bitching when they're giving their daughter nose jobs. They're not with a tenth of them, nearly a tenth, 7,000 of them were cisgender boys with gynecomastia. Gynecomastia, while it has a medical name, has no medical ramifications. It is purely psychological. It is purely social, and that is allowed. So
Gynecomastia
if
is gynecomastia the one where a man grows breast tissue?
correct,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
like I said,
Okay.
it does have a medical name, but there are no
Yes, I know.
medical
It's gynecomastia. I'm aware. Now,
right.
now,
But there's no ramifications from it, right? There's no health issues from it, correct?
wait. Okay. Now let's look at the term of gynecomastia. Yeah. If you compare someone with gynecomastia compared to that of someone who does not have it, would there be a big difference? Yes or no?
Medically, no. There's
No. I'm
nothing
saying
medically.
physically.
Uh-huh.
Physically speaking, would there be a big difference? Does it actually look like that of which of a woman's breast?
Mm-hmm.
No. So you're saying it does look like a woman's breast?
No.
Exactly. So gynecomastia, I would say it's irrelevant because, in my opinion, yeah.
Right, but the
You've
point
just agreed. It
is
looks
no,
nothing like of a breast.
you're missing the point is that 7,000 boys had gynecomastia, which had zero medical ramifications. They were allowed to get it because of the social and psychological implications of it.
Okay, does that mean it's morally correct or not? Would you
Hold on,
morally
guys.
agree?
Peyton, I'm going to cycle you out, but if you want to come back, just please submit a request, all right? Carry on.
Okay, so are you saying that we should allow people with gynecomastia to have, let's say, these medical what's the word you use? What's the word?
I'm medical interventions. I'm asking where the
That's the
outrage
one.
is for that. I'm
Without-
asking where
Hey
that
guys,
outrage is, where those abuse allegations
gynecomastia,
are.
because gynecomastia affects you physically, gender dysphoria affects you mentally. Okay, you can say that the physical effects of gynecomastia might affect you psychologically, yeah, and sociologically, but when it comes to that of which of gender dysphoria, it doesn't affect you physically whatsoever. You just make it physically about you. It's revolving around.
Do we have to bring up the mental health statistics for trans people and how much of a incredibly effective treatment for that gender treatment is? Well, hormones
Okay. And you do that, and I'm just going to refer to the American College of Pediatrics, which say gender affirming care is pretty much pointless. It's been proven recently that gender affirming care does nothing. It does nothing. It doesn't help.
Does
in whatsoever
nothing,
way.
does it? You sure
It does
about that?
nothing. I'll tell you what. Yeah. So this is my conclusion of gender. So if you search up the
How
mental
many
health in
studies do you
adolescents-
want, sweetie?
Oh, sweetie, I can give you 80.
80?
Yes.
Send me a follow.
Send me a photo. Okay,
80
so
studies that
I'll
say
tell you
what
I'm
exactly?
going to read
80
you
studies
out-
that say what? Whoa, no.
Wait,
Come on,
wait,
give me a
wait, wait,
claim
wait,
here.
wait. Listen, I'm going to read out the name of the study, and it is a meta comparison of over 80 studies. So technically speaking, it is 80 studies. So if you
Okay, what's the name?
Hey, Ra.
Yep.
Ra, just so you know, nobody platforms Aphrodite because he's an extreme radical activist. He gets really abusive, and he says
I am
he
using
says
it.
like
No,
really
why are you
alarming
coming in
things.
so hostile, bro?
He
Shut
said
the fuck up.
he
Yeah.
says stuff like pew pew, like we're gonna pew pew you guys and stuff. Like he's actually
What?
unhinged, like to the,
I've
like,
never
a lot.
said anything like that. I
Okay,
beg
Yeah,
your
you're
pardon.
dropped from everybody's panel, buddy.
I've
You know why?
never ever said anything like that.
Nobody
I've never
nobody
threatened a single
platforms this guy.
person.
Just so you know.
Please,
Okay.
merci.
Well,
let
look,
me deal with
for
this.
the time
I
being,
DIY hormones is why they don't like
Let me
me.
deal with this autogynephobia person, and we'll get back right to
Need
it.
a higher dose.
Anyways, back to what I was saying.
Yeah,
If
I
you search
DIY
up the
hormones
mental
is what
health in
they
adolescents
don't like.
with regards to an incongruence of gender dysphoria and biological sex, they will tell you the stats show they've
What's
done.
the study?
I've just read it out to you, so maybe if you're listening,
Oh well,
I'll say it again for you. I'll say it again for you because
So
obviously
yeah, say it again.
you need to clean your ears out.
Aphrodite, just one at a time,
It
so we can hear
it's
each
called
other.
the mental
and then...
health in adolescence with regards to an incongruence in gender identity and biological sex.
Okay, and
This is
what
by
does it
the
say?
American College of Pediatrics.
And what does it say?
What does it say? It says that gender affirming care really shows no substantial proof or substantial differences is in regards
Okay,
to the
but
mental
dude,
health
can
of the
you just
child.
send me? Can you just send it to me in a link, please?
Oh, listen,
Is
I'm
there a
walking, and so I've just told you the name of it twice. Okay, it's not
Yeah,
hard to
well, I'm
type it into your
dyslexic, so
computer.
I can't write it out that easily.
is there a PM ID number?
You can't even write it down.
I can't, mate. If you just go, okay, I'll tell you
So
what.
I followed you.
I'll send it to someone. So who is it? Aphrodite. Okay, give me two.
Hi, yeah, I've followed you. Send me a follow and just link it to me.
Yeah, so I have been hearing that there are arguments that parts of gender affirming care do not actually are not proven to alleviate the symptoms of depression, anxiety, or distress. And so there isn't consensus that I am aware of in the community as it relates to that.
As I understand, it's like basically every single study it says that it's yes, very effective, and then transphobes take like one or two, which are like using to like say inflate people regressing numbers. What are they called? Detransitioners. They try and
There's
inflate the
anyone who doesn't
detransition
agree with it,
numbers,
it's hands down.
and
Why is
Can you tell me the
Hold
definition
on, one at a
of what a
time.
yeah,
transphobe
no.
is?
One at a
If you
time.
compare the effectiveness to people taking SSRIs, it's like SSRIs barely do anything, and like loads of trans people saying that they do. Let me find you some studies, shall I?
Cool. And in the
It
meantime,
doesn't. All it really does for us is like aesthetic things. Your body just deteriorates. What are you talking about? If you was
Wait, what
actually
did
on
you
a
say?
decent dose that actually affected how you look, you'd know this.
I am on a decent dose, sweetie.
You're
Yeah,
not. Look at
why?
your pictures. You're not on a decent dose. You need a higher
Himmy,
dose.
Himmy's been
Oh, are
waiting
you sure?
for a while.
Yeah, I'm very
What's your
sure. Look at
level?
you.
What's your level, sweetheart?
What's mine? What levels? Testosterone,
So
estrogen, higher than yours, bro.
Yeah,
Look at you.
what are they? Can you
Higher than
remember?
yours. You're skinny. You're built like a dude. You got a
What
face like a
what
dude.
blocker are you using?
The battle of the transgenders.
Decapeptyl, the best one.
Say that again. I haven't even heard of that one.
Exactly, because you're probably on spironolactone, the shittest one.
Sweetheart, I'm on monotherapy. I don't need a blocker.
Oh,
so
you need a blocker. You definitely
Yeah.
need a blocker.
so
No. You don't. You can literally
Yeah.
just take E.
Yeah.
Estrogen suppresses testosterone really, really well. I was
Aphrodite,
getting
what
suppression of
what study
about
are you
zero
using
Wow.
point
Sit down.
specifically?
0.5, 0.3. Sorry, excuse
Hold,
me. I was in the middle of saying something.
that's
0.5,
fine.
0.3
And
was
where's your
my
fat distribution
suppression.
at? Why you
And
built like a boy? Where's your fat distribution at? Why haven't you got a waist? Exactly. Laughing. Laughing to the
oh,
crack.
sweetheart! Oh, sweetheart! If only you knew.
So this is a
Only I knew what,
study
how
right
to
out
look
of
like a boy
Sweden
with curly
here.
hair.
Yeah, go ahead,
The
Himmy. Go ahead.
the Brandstrom R and Panchankia study. They did an analysis of this study right when it came to gender affirming care. And there was this is the SEGM position. It's viewed that the data presented in the original study and the subsequent reanalysis do not support the claim of an expected reduction in mental health
Hold on,
treatment
have
as
you
a
sent this to me?
function.
Have you sent
Yeah.
this to me? In a
So
link?
remember how you cut me off and you said I was talking over you? Can you stop running your lips
Yeah,
now?
you were talking for quite a long
I'm
time.
gonna
And I just
get
asked a
yeah, I'm
question.
gonna
I just
this
asked
is
a
the first
question.
time I started
Hold
speaking
on.
actually. I
Hold
I
think
on.
he's
was simply
confused.
asking an informational question that you
The
could
male
respond to,
aggression
and then
is
Can you
continue
higher.
to.
mute this
You
prick?
can ask it
The
afterwards,
male
right?
aggression is
That's
getting a little
typically how it
much. Calm
goes.
I mean,
down.
yeah, but I want to look at the study as you
So
read it out.
after the reanalysis of the data, we conclude the following. The mental health needs of people suffering from gender dysphoria are significantly greater of the general population. So they do agree that people that are suffering from gender dysphoria is going to be greater, right, than the general population. No mental health benefit of hormonal interventions was demonstrated. No mental health benefit of gender affirming surgery was demonstrated. Specific to the questions of longitudinal association between time from surgery and mental health outcomes due to unaddressed study design limitations, no improvement of mental health with time after surgery was demonstrated.
Despite the higher rate of suicide attempts, right? This would be like the emotional plea fallacy, right? The plea to emotional fallacy that Murderess gave when she was talking about her child and how she was manipulated by her own child into doing all these things for the fear
I
of her
beg your
child
pardon.
unaliving
Hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
themselves.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Where was the statistics there? I'm sorry, you're telling me a
So
story now.
sorry. Despite the
Could
higher
you go
rate
back
of
to the
suicides
statistics?
attempt requiring hospitalization in the surgery group, the
Wait,
study design
I'm not
precludes
hearing
the
any statistics.
I
To
didn't
the
like
male
is
aggression, bro.
guys,
Relax,
are you guys
relax.
observing when I start giving a study that Aphrodite
That
like wants to start
that
Yeah.
was
talking?
a story.
The assertion that the gender affirming surgery is harmful, okay? This is segm.org. If you want to look at this study, go for it.
Oh, are you
It
sending me
also
another
gives a
study?
chart, 2015
Could you
mental
could
health
you send me this study so
services.
I can read it out?
How am I supposed to,
While
how do you want me to send you the study?
I followed you. There is a DM function on this app.
Unfollow me. I
Yeah.
don't want you following me.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely
Unfollow
I
me.
don't add
Unfollow me.
trans extremists. I'm sorry. I won't do that.
So you aren't sending me this study then?
I
Jesus
just
fuck.
gave you the source for the study, right? So you can take that
Yeah, well,
information and
darling,
go
I
over it.
can't remember things very well because I'm one, stoned,
Okay, should I say it slower for
two,
you then?
dyslexic.
We can see you keep forgetting.
Okay, so
to take
listen,
it.
Aphrodite, you have
You got
biased
fucking off,
studies. Wait,
I'll
guys, one second.
come follow me, come
Aphrodite,
debate me sometime.
listen,
Yeah?
Aphrodite, you have biased studies,
How
right, from
biased do I?
trans activists, right, that are going to help your argument, right? But you have to understand that there are other, right, unbiased studies that are actually going to look at the facts, right? They're going to look at the science behind this, and they're going to give the most
You
objective
look up some
truth when
studies,
it
I'll
comes
look
to
up some
this
studies,
matter.
I'll have a lovely argument.
Like
with you.
Bill Cosby just said,
Give me
there's
a second.
probably
When I'm
70
not
studies
stoned,
that support that this is not beneficial.
Shane, he's just like derailed the
Okay.
whole
Do you guys
conversation.
understand? This is like the hypocrisy. Is like Aphrodite was like,
So
"You
just
better
before
let me
Aphrodite's
talk.
male
Don't talk
aggression.
over me," and then
Go back to the
continues to
circus, you
talk
fucking
over me
clown.
the entire time.
So just
Like, just
before Aphrodite's male aggression kicks in again, I've sent him the study, and so he can more than free of his own accord look at the study, of which reports of over 80 studies in general to suggest that gender affirming care is a load of fucking donkeys bullshit.
yeah,
Anyways,
murderous. By the way,
why are we
murderous.
promoting it? I don't understand why we're promoting mental illnesses, mate. It makes no sense to me. We don't start telling
Murderous. Oh,
people.
sorry, bud. Yeah, go
We
for
don't
it.
start telling people, guys, it's all right to be
It's okay.
autistic. Guys,
I'll
the
ask you
more
after.
autistic people, the better. No one says that, but with trans, we say it for some reason.
Exactly. Murderous. I think like just you should just learn a little bit about philosophy and learn about all the fallacies that you use just since you've been up here. You used just your most recent fallacy that you use, what is a whataboutism, when you were talking. And if you don't know what a whataboutism is, right, this is just going to be right an accusation with a counter accusation instead of the defense of the original accusation. So what you did was you said, oh, out of the 70 or however many numbers of, say, double mastectomies or anything that was given, you said, well, what about all the other people, all the other teens that are receiving these surgeries? So that is called a whataboutism, right? You tried to deflect from the 209 double mastectomies that were given on minor females with a median age of 16 by trying to say, right, why don't you guys care about these other things, right?
No, I'm
That's
asking
wait, no,
where all the
listen.
outrage
If you
is.
if you have just a basic understanding, I don't even care. You don't even have to be college educated. Just pick up a philosophy book and look up fallacies, and you'll understand that when you speak, you've already used 2 or 3 of them. So what
Okay.
isn't
I also
logical is
wanted
not
to
going to be true.
I also wanted to address your comment about my child suicide attempt being
Yes,
manipulation.
it's an appeal to
Yes,
emotion fallacy.
from the date of that attempt to
Yeah,
the
I don't care.
date to the
I'm
date
sorry,
of
I don't care.
anything being done medically was over a
Wait,
year and
I
a
don't
half.
care about
So
this. What you did was you're trying
what
to
you was
appeal
my
to
child
emotion.
attempted
Hold on, one at a time.
suicide, and I was
Yeah.
immediately manipulated into something, and I am telling
Maybe
you
not
that
immediately, but
nothing.
eventually. right? You were eventually manipulated by your
You are
child,
telling
right?
me about
You
my
are an adult,
reality.
right? You have the cognitive ability, right, from your prefrontal cortex, right? Your prefrontal cortex being fully developed if you're over the age of 26. You have the ability to consent for that child, right? Now, what you're consenting on, whether it being ethical or not ethical, right? You made the decision to let your child do this. You transition your child for your child. Children cannot consent to transition, right? Because their prefrontal cortex isn't developed
Children
enough.
cannot consent to any medical treatment that their parents choose.
Exactly. So you transition your child because they don't have the ability to consent. So at the end of the day, you're the piece of shit, right? Not your child. Your child's not at fault. You are for
Let's not
being
resort to
sorry.
calling
I'll retract that. You're
Yes,
what you
Hemi,
did
let's
was
not ad hom, which is another one of the rules of debate. This isn't a
right.
fucking
Perfect.
debate. This
I'll
is the
retract that
life.
statement
This is the life that
and
me and my
continue
child
on.
have lived.
I understand that, but when you say, right, you're just making an appeal to emotion when you say that they were going to unalive themselves. So, in fact, what I did by transitioning my child for my child, you're trying to make it sound like it was ethical to do, right? When in fact it wasn't. You're trying to justify, right? You're trying to justify what you did and what you allowed by saying what you said, right? So like that's all there is. Like by saying that your child was going to unalive themselves, you made this unethical decision for them, right? You're trying to justify it with emotion by saying that they were going to unalive themselves. That's all you did.
And you're
So I
saying
don't really
ethics and
care.
you're
I don't.
saying morals as if they are an objective thing, as if
Yes, I'm
they
sorry.
just
Well, maybe
are.
not to
They're
you, but
both very subjective.
yeah, maybe to you they are. That's your worldview, not my position. Right? In your worldview, morals are subjective, right? In my worldview, morality is objective. So we have a difference of opinion in that, right? And I think that it shows, right, for people who believe that morality is so subjective, it shows, right? You're willing to let your child be mutilated or put on experimental hormonal drugs, right? And you're listening, and I get it. Like there are unethical doctors, right?
And if you
Performing
were listening to me,
surgeries
if
and
you
giving
were
hormonal
listening
drugs
to
to
me,
children,
the
and you're
doctors
believing
do
them.
not dictate anything in my world.
So I don't even know if it's a fault of your own because you don't really have the cognitive ability either to understand the consequences of the surgeries that are being performed on your child, of the hormonal drugs, right? Because you don't have an understanding of medical
And you're making this
science.
statement. Do you know my stance
So I guess you're really not at fault for
do
this
you
either.
even know what my stance is having to do with child transition as a whole? You don't. You're making assumptions.
Did you say you had a trans child?
I have an adult transhuman, yes. That's who we're discussing
Adult.
now, is an adult
So your
that
child
began
transitioned as
things
an adult.
prior to the age of majority.
Wait,
The
did your child start
medicalization.
transitioning before
Yes,
18?
my child began transitioning
Sorry, guys.
before 18. I do not support as a whole child medical transition prior to the age of majority. I am on this platform to say in some very specific circumstances, it may be necessary that as a parent, I fought it every step of the way. We ruled out, we treated other things, we did other things. As a whole, I do not believe that the number of kids that are popping up on this planet that are some version of trans, that claim to have dysphoria, that can even get a diagnosis of dysphoria in today's world, I do not believe that it is severe enough to require treatment.
So no hormone blockers, nothing like that before 18.
As a rule, I think that they need to be very specific, very severe cases. If it is not severe, there should be no treatment.
Wait, just answer the question.
Zero children
Okay,
that
so
should
she
have
answered it by saying it depends on the case, right? How severe it is. What do you mean by severe? Can you elaborate?
It on a case-by-case basis. As a blanket, I don't think
Wait, but
most
I'm.
of the children
Mhm.
that are claiming dysphoria, that are getting diagnosed in today's day and age, have it severe enough
What
to
do you mean by
cause the
severe?
Yeah, but
distress
that's what
that
we're trying to
Make her
hone in on.
interferes.
clarify. What do you
I'm
mean
Yeah.
severe?
trying to fucking clarify.
You're
You
not. You're
won't let
just
me get
rambling
there.
on. You're monologuing and not actually answering the question. So,
Right. We
what do you
need
mean when you say severe?
specific descriptors to
There we go.
describe. Yeah,
I
specific
was,
descriptors
that's
to
where I was
describe.
trying to
Okay.
go when he was insisting
Okay.
again.
Yeah,
When
you don't
it
have
is
to do
that,
all the other stuff though. Just tell me, what do you mean by severe? Don't say case by case, whatever. I don't care.
Let Mama go.
What do you? How do we measure
I
something to be
swear to
severe
God,
when
I've
it comes
heard
to
the
this?
question asked all 37 times. Please stop speaking long enough for me to answer.
Martha, it's the
Okay?
earbuds. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Mama. You're
What
good.
I am saying is severe enough in the way that it is having a significant impact on their mental health, on their social life, on their personality. If the person is disappearing based on the symptoms that come with it, then it is time to look at intervention.
But is that
Throwing a tantrum or threatening suicide are not in and of themselves enough.
but you've been with your child for 16 years and only you can observe your child's, I guess,
Mental health.
livelihood
Mhm.
dissipating, right? So
Right.
how can a doctor quantify the severity of that by not just accepting your peril, right? Like we can't just accept the peril of parents to say, well, this, like we take it into consideration, but we have to be able to verify through
Right.
our own mechanisms what a severe case would be.
And in this particular case, the therapist that was involved with my child, we placed the child in therapy at 5 because of divorce. This therapist watched the 5-year-old turn into a tween, a preteen, a teenager. The therapists themselves had the history with this child in addition to my observations. I didn't go into a brand new therapist and let the child report all the check boxes that he could have researched
You
to
put your kid
qualify
in
for
therapy at
that.
5? Like you've been medicalizing your kid their whole life then.
No, when the divorce
Oof.
is not amicable despite all of my efforts, the child needed an independent third party to be able to talk to
Oh, I'd be
process
careful with
things.
that. No. Like, read the book When Therapy Hurts. Like, honestly, be careful with medicalizing. It seems like you're one of the ones that worship the whole like medicalization, like the medical industrial complex as a whole, including like therapists and
These
psychotherapists and stuff.
assumptions are not, no, the child
No, but
went into
you're
play
giving the information,
therapy
right? You're
and
giving
did
the information,
friendship
right? The
groups.
kid was 5, and you literally put them in therapy.
Yes, the kid was 5 and I was dealing with parental alienation. I was dealing with an ex that was villainizing me for doing nothing. The
Can
child
I
was
ask you a
exposed to
question?
that and
Hold
needed
on, hold
someone
on.
else. The
Mur-
child needed someone that was not part of the issue to just be able to talk to, because the child didn't feel like they
I'm
could talk
sorry.
to
Endless
me.
red
Yes, and
flags.
I am continuing to use the child trigger because there's issues with which pronouns we're going to use. So yes, the child.
You just
All right,
use the
Johnny.
correct pronouns. That's all.
Hold on, Johnny. You had a question.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to say is when you are trying to basically ask for advice for a 5-year-old kid, some of these people don't even see kids until they are in their teens, because that's obviously when the majority of the kind of issues come to the surface. So all basically I was going to say is just try and keep it within the family as much as you can, or is that something that you have already had a go at and that hasn't been successful?
I did my absolute best with my divorce to maintain civility, to try to find the friendship that we had prior to getting married in our early days of marriage, my ex made it very, very difficult. We had court mandated co-parenting therapy. My ex refused to show up, and we were dealing with a case of parental alienation wherein my ex continued to villainize me in front of my child. Because of that, we got a court order after the preschool that he was in also recommended that the child have an outlet where they could feel safe speaking about their feelings about the divorce, because they couldn't tell me because I was the bad guy according to my ex, and they could only agree with my ex. So in that case, we sought out an independent third party person that put the child into friendship groups, and they played games. It was play therapy, just allowing him to speak without ramifications, without feeling like he was picking a side, without feeling like he was somehow defying my ex by liking me.
Shane, can you invite Emily Talks up? Because she's like scared something, and she keeps going on about like
Well,
these kids,
I
like
invited.
with
I
the
in, I
unalive.
yeah.
But
I
like
did invite.
the majority of transitioners are over the age like of consent, and that like they're all adults, most of them. So the whole unalive and concept, what they're all going on about, it's not even a thing.
Well,
It's
and
a really
again,
bad kind of
the
scared tactic that they love to like say, and
right,
for
and
small
again, that
kids,
did
it's
not
not even
push me.
relevant for
That's
small
but
kids.
No, I'm
but
talking about
that
that Emily Talks in the comments.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
so
yeah,
bad.
yeah,
right.
yeah.
It's just
But
a
I need to
dangerous
make
thing to
it
be saying.
clear
Then
that
why'd you bring it up?
his
One
attempt
second.
and his plan did not make me leap into any action other than making sure his mental health was okay. I didn't focus on let's trans him. I focused on what is the fucking problem. But the point is that that therapist, who was a play therapist, who was just a neutral third party that didn't have any agenda, watched this child as they grew up and went through puberty and all of the things. They also saw the changes. So the point was that we were not going to a brand new therapist with the child ticking all of the boxes that they've researched due to ideology. I was not the parent that was going in and giving my perspective and having any putting any direction into the therapy. The therapist himself watched the child disappear.
Okay, murder. I just have one thing to say before. I think the criticism. Okay, we have empathy for your child, like attempting unaliving themselves. No one wants that. I think we can all agree that we want your child to, be alive. The issue is that, instead of going the appropriate route, you clinched onto this ideology that
How so?
it's directly harmful. Do you realize that
No
there's medical
treatment was
implications?
addressed for over a year and a half. How is that clinching onto?
No, because
Murdis, you have to let other people go too.
especially as a minor. That's what you were clinching onto, because you were still clinching on this thing, onto the ideology. Well, this is the best thing I thought. It's not. It's really not.
Yeah. I just don't even get the point of using, like, you brought up the unaliving thing. Like, what was the point of bringing that into the argument?
The point is
It's
because you
emotional
said I was
manipulation.
right, and you said that I was manipulated into it, and I'm telling you, if
Wait,
I was
why did you mention
manipulated
it in your
into it,
argument? Why did
That
you even
really
bring it
speaks
up?
to
This
you.
was before I even said anything about it.
Because it was in response
So
to
what?
Martha in saying that I had groomed the child. The point was that I did such the opposite of grooming, that was the choice that the child made, was rather than
with
talking
your
to
own
me.
language, you stated what you did. That was that was
Yeah.
that kind of behavior.
You
So
have
I'm trying to
absolutely
say that.
medic.
That was
Sweetie,
the middle of my sentence
You've
again. You guys
absolutely
want answers. You
medicalized your child.
asked me
sweetie,
why I brought it up.
if you let your child transition as a minor, that automatically means what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like
This
you're
didn't.
already like at
Yeah,
fault.
You
because it
can I
doesn't
answer the
show
question
if
as to
you're
why I brought it up?
intentional, because you've
It
already
doesn't
Can I
add
answer the
anything to the argument. It
question?
doesn't add
You
anything to the
then why did
argument.
you ask the question, Himmy?
I'm
You asked
asking
why
why
it was
you
brought
added
up.
it when it isn't. It
And
doesn't
I'm
add any
trying to
context
answer
to the
that, but
argument.
everyone else is telling me. I am telling you in the context of being accused of grooming my child. I
Yeah, if your
was
child
so
is trans, then you have,
anti. I was so
because you medically
anti.
transition them.
Jesus
But
fucking Christ, Ross.
you admitted
Seriously?
that though.
You
No, but you
don't
admitted
get
that.
pissed
Hey,
when people talk over
guys,
you, because you do the same
guys,
thing. So let's not
Okay,
even
guys,
start that.
so hold
I've
on,
got
hold on,
someone
hold
at my
on, hold
door,
on.
so I'm gonna have to say goodbye. So I just wanted to say
Thank you,
goodbye,
Johnny.
right?
Thank you,
Later,
Johnny,
John.
for joining.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks a lot, guys. Bye, guys.
thank you. I wanna keep the conversation going, and I know that we want to interject and say things. If we can just do our best to let the other person speak. I sometimes have a pen and paper next to me. When I want to interject, I'll just write down my thought and let the person continue speaking. But if you just can let the person finish their point, and then you'll have all the time to rebuttal. Continue on,
Absolutely.
please.
So yeah, I would just say that I would say Martha is absolutely correct. This would just be like a form of grooming, right? Because your child doesn't have the ability to consent, so you are basically transitioning them
Well,
for them.
the reason I said that was because she
Yeah.
said she was
Uh-huh.
describing behaviors that she was talking about early on when the child was like,
Okay.
she was like, oh yeah, you can exercise to masculinity, you can reduce your breast size by exercising more, and like that to me sounded like grooming language.
Yeah. No, for sure, I agree.
All right, let's
Can
let
I?
Mama respond
Yeah.
uninterruptedly, please.
I would like to answer Himmy's question as to why I brought it up. Because Martha had decided that I had groomed the child. The reason
I
for
told
bringing
you
it
why
up,
though.
Wait,
I swear to
Martha,
God,
please do not
Sorry.
interrupt. Go ahead.
I was so anti even wanting to hear anything about them identifying as a trans person, that was their solution, rather than to tell me that they were trans when I had been slapping the idea down. They were just going to end the life because they didn't want to tell me, because I was not supportive of it. That is not grooming. And Martha, if my child was overweight and they didn't like their body, I would still encourage proper diet and exercise.
But that's not what you did,
If
because
my
their body wasn't
child,
unhealthy. The body wasn't unhealthy.
Hold on.
but you don't know this. You don't have the medical records in front of you.
No,
You
from what
don't
you just
know.
told me, though, from what you just told me, that the body was not unhealthy. You were trying to encourage basically the masculinization. That is not health.
Okay, but Martha,
And the reduction
I
of her
am not,
breasts.
as a woman, I am not happy with my backside. Okay? If I'm going to do squats and lunges to increase my glute muscles, to give me more of an ass, that is not anything having to do with masculinization or feminization. It is something that I am not happy with, that I have the ability to change. And that was
That's
what
not
that was
comparable.
about.
Wait, so
that
you're
if you
making the
don't,
decision for your child who's a
Hold
minor?
on, guys. Let
Wait,
her
wait.
finish.
She
I
goes
made
Let her
a
fucking
finish.
forever, dude.
suggestion
Oh
that
my
if my
god.
child was not happy with how their body was, that they do something that was in their control, that is a normal fucking thing for somebody to do, is to modify it yourself through diet and exercise. Because I was not going to participate in
All the red
jumping
flags.
on a bandwagon and bringing in medical anything. If you
Okay.
don't like your chest, if I had a male child that didn't like their chest, if I had a male child with gynecomastia, I would offer the same solution, to try to do some diet, do some exercise, increase your pectoral muscles, which can, not always, can do some spot reduction in the breast tissue.
So you have a trans identifying female child, right?
They're 22 now.
Trans-identifying female, correct?
Yeah, it's a daughter that she's pretending is a son.
Oh,
Whichever label you want to give it.
gotcha.
The child is now 22.
Okay. Well, you have to understand, right? Um, you can say this was just part of like you trying to help your child fix some issues that they have with their body, but when your child is, you know, you're transitioning your child, right? And this is before they're 18, right? And it comes across very sus, right? That they transitioned into a trans-identifying female, right? Your son, right? That you're calling your son now, and you're trying to help them with um, breast reduction and things like this, right? Without any medical intervention. It's just extremely. It sounds groomy. It sounds like you're a groomer. It does. It sounds like you were trying to fix the issue that they were having without any medical intervention, right? By
Right.
just
I
use
wasn't going
by
to
you labeling
participate.
it
If you don't
diet
like
and
something, change
exercise.
it.
By you labeling it diet and exercise, you can say this, right? So you don't sound like a groomer. Like that's all
Yep,
there is to that.
absolutely.
So and the fact that they transitioned into they're trying to look like a man, right? It doesn't help your case at all. I just want to throw that out there. Whatever you're saying, that's fine. If you're going to try to defend it with diet and exercise, then go for it. But it's definitely suspect. That's for sure.
So, but at the end of the day, here's the thing. Here's the thing. So we're never going to convince this woman that she's committed an atrocity against her daughter and continues to do so, right? But my big issue is when we have 131 people or however many people are in here, when we've got somebody legitimizing doing this to children for any reason, even when they're like, oh, the child has to be the super special one and 1 in 100, but don't do it to the other 99 because that's crazy. It's just doing the same thing where it's like your child is the special one. I'm so special. Like, and the Munchausen by proxy stuff isn't like, it's about like having a special circumstance, right? And being, going to doctors and going to all this. And it sounds like this person's been kind of doing that this whole child's life, like medicalizing and being very close to the medical industrial complex. So there's an identity for the mother around this. But my whole thing
But
is
there's
honestly,
not.
we just need, you admitted it yourself. Anyway, what we just need to do is not normalize and legitimize what this person has done to their child in any way, shape, or form. And that's all I'm trying to do today. I don't think that we're ever going to convince this mother that she's done this because she's invested in not realizing it, right? Because what mother wants to like admit that she's like committed atrocity against their child? That it's just not going to happen. So at the end of the day, we just have to fight the ideology for others who might be thinking of doing this to their child.
Yeah.
Do we think? But hold on, I want to ask a question. Like, do we think it's ignorance on Murderous's part, or do we think that it's misplaced trust in the system?
I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. I think that, like I said, and we can see this with the WPATH leak files, is like I had mentioned when I came in here, is that the parents that are going into these places, they don't have an understanding of medical science, right? So they're completely just oblivious to the drugs that are being given, the surgical amputations that are happening. I bet if I asked, okay, Mama, how is a phalloplasty performed to you right now? Could you tell me how a phalloplasty is performed?
I've got some basic knowledge of it. It's not something that the child is currently interested in, so we have not gone into that in depth.
Exactly. There you go. There's your answer.
But I would like to point out
how is a
that
double mastectomy performed?
That we've done all the research. The breast tissue is removed. It's a bilateral mastectomy. There is male chest reconstruction and the replacement of the nipples. And I could pull up, I've got them all handy, the codes, the medical billing codes and all of that.
Okay. And what are the, can you give me some of the, give me some of the complications behind a double mastectomy?
Yes, the complications is the removal of tissue that obviously cannot be replaced. If it was a mistake, if the child as an adult decided that it was an absolute mistake, there are surgeries that can reverse the effects of that. It is not the same, but the nipples oftentimes do not, the grafts do not take hold.
So
they can lose one or both. They
Yeah.
can have, if their
So
hygiene isn't proper, they can have an infection of the incisions, which
perfect.
can lead to additional necrosis of the area.
Lymphedema, seroma, infection, tissue
Yeah, absolutely.
necrosis, wound infection, thrombosis, okay, paresthesia, phantom breast pain, all of these things, right? If your child was to have came to you, and because we've seen that they've allowed this already, right? We can tell by the data of the 209, just the most recent study I've looked at, 209 double mastectomies. Would you have allowed this?
Free Palestine.
What? Say that again. I'm sorry.
Would you have allowed, right? Would you have allowed?
No, I heard that part. Based on what?
Yeah.
Based on understanding all of the things that
Yeah,
can go
based
wrong
on
with the
understanding
surgery.
if they had
Yeah,
wanted
no,
this.
we had full understanding going in.
Okay, even with full
Like I said,
understanding of the
I have been
complications.
medically adjacent for over 30 years.
Wait, so understanding the full complications of this, right, and it being basically just, to me, it's just, they're basing these surgeries on pseudoscience, showing, and there is studies showing
Exactly.
that this is
Medically
not,
adjacent. You just said
exactly, yes, they're showing that these are not beneficial, right? Now what you're doing is just an unneeded, what is happening is a performed surgery that is not needed, right? So this is a otherwise healthy child, and now you've removed their breasts, right? And the complications that they didn't have before due to the fact that their breasts were still intact, now they have all these things. So you've actually put them in harm by listening to the medical doctors, right? Which I would say that
I didn't listen to the medical doctors. Has anyone asked
well,
what
no,
led
I'm
up
asking you.
up to that surgery?
I'm asking.
So you're saying
wait,
a
what led up
perfectly
to what surgery?
for the bilateral mastectomy with male chest reconstruction?
Wait, what age did
and
this
nipple
happen?
graft? 17.
Oh my gosh.
What you are saying was a
Wow.
perfectly healthy child was
Whoa, okay.
not. Would you
Now
like
I'm-
to hear?
have
Now I'm-
Would you
now
like
I'm-
to
now I'm up to
hear
par now.
the
Wait.
medical?
This is so
No, you
sick.
don't
Mama,
want to
I'm asking you a
hear.
question. Now I'm up to par with the
You keep
conversation.
saying that the child had no medical issues leading up to that. That
Wait.
is an assumption you are making. Would you like to know what led up to that?
No, I don't. I don't really care.
Okay,
To
because
be
the child
completely
was
honest
not
with you,
medically okay
wait,
prior to that.
Wait, what are
Yes,
you
she
describing
was.
as medically? Wait. What are you describing as not medically okay? There is physical ailments, right, and there are disorders of the brain, right. So we know that gender dysphoria, right, is a disorder. Okay, you have syndromes and things like when you look at precocious puberty, right? The fact that they're using pill puberty blockers, right, that are meant for precocious puberty syndrome, which is a syndrome, to treat a disorder could be looked at. I understand that they use medications for other things, right? I have this understanding, right? But they're using it not only on a child that is otherwise healthy when it comes to their physical body, right? They're using these medications to treat a disorder, right, which is meant for a syndrome, which would in turn, like with precocious puberty, early onset of breast tissue, early onset of pubic hair, early onset of a female period, right? These are all physical ailments, right? You have this disorder, right, which is all coming from the brain. Okay,
And
so
how could you have done this to your daughter? How could you have taken away her right
I-
to breastfeed her baby and taken away her
I
right
would
to have
love to
an
answer these
orgasm with her
questions.
breast?
you
Yeah, how
consented
could you
for
have
your
done that to
child.
your
I would love
Your
to answer
child
all the
has
questions.
no idea what she's lost. She has
One
no
at a
idea what
time.
she's lost.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay,
Martha.
let's give Mama an opportunity to respond
This is just so
uninterruptedly,
sickening.
please.
This
Go
sickens
ahead.
me to the core.
Okay, Martha, not every female thinks it is their purpose on this planet to reproduce, first of all.
Yeah, but
This
she could have had the option.
child
One at a time.
beginning
Sick
at
fucking
5
people.
years old, had zero desire to have their
Oh
own
my
children
God,
and
kids have
breastfeed
no
their own
clue.
children.
Yeah, my
This
daughter doesn't want to
child
either. I didn't want to
never
either.
wanted to physically reproduce or breastfeed. Okay?
Your child
First
was
of all.
5. They have no
Secondly,
clue.
And I didn't make a goddamn decision for the child at 5. I am just
Yeah, but
saying
stop using that as
that
some like
you are under
idea.
the assumption that every female wants to reproduce.
No, but
And
you
that
don't
is
have the right
not
to take
the
that away from them
case.
when they're a kid.
And I didn't take that away
You
You
from
did.
did take that
anyone.
away
You
from
did.
her. You did. You
I already
100%
explained to
took
you
that
how
away
you
from her.
did. I already explained to you that you,
Can
right,
I
as an adult,
explain
are
how
consenting for
the
the child that
child
cannot
was
consent.
not
Mama,
physically
stop. The louder you talk
fine?
doesn't mean that people are going to shut up, right? What I
The
said
host
was,
asked
you
you
as an
to allow
adult,
me to
yes, and you
answer the
literally monologue. So
question.
now I'm going to stop you and I'm going to tell you, I already explained this to you, right? Okay, listen. Children do not have the cognitive ability to consent. Therefore, you as an adult, right, who is obligated, right, to care for this child because they are your child, right, you are consenting for them. The fact that you consented to a surgical removal of the breast by having the double mastectomy performed, you have now,
At
right, taken
17.
away the ability for your child, if they so choose to detransition one day, to have any type of a normal motherhood if they choose to be a mother, right? Now they can no longer naturally breastfeed their child, which we know has many health benefits. Many.
Or derive sexual pleasure from their breasts, which she has no idea what that means. She has no
Yeah.
idea what sexual pleasure from the breast and how that releases more oxytocin and more bonding and more connection with your partner and the breastfeeding and everything and just having a normal anatomy. You took all that away from her. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just so sickened right now. I have to go, you guys. This is
Yeah,
so
Melissa.
disgusting. This is
It's
so
crazy,
disgusting.
and I'm not going to sit here and like call you a bad person. I think that there
I
are
am.
good people that make
Bad fucking
very,
person.
very, very fucking bad decisions. And the decision that you decided to make as the consenting adult, right? You decided to make a bad decision, and it may have been due to the fact, right, that medical doctors, medical science led you to believe that this was going to be the most ethical thing that you could do to end the suffering of your child, when in fact, right, with the WPATH leak files and the science that's coming out and the studies that are coming out, it's showing, right, that these surgeries that are being performed, these hormonal drugs that are being given, these puberty blockers that are being given are not actually beneficial. So if you were following the science, right, I could sit here and say, well, I can't really blame you, but at the end of the day, right, there is, like, it just, to me, I understand that your child is going to, at the end of the day, you're going to see your child and they're going to manipulate you emotionally without you even really like feeding into it, but you're going to be manipulated by them because you're seeing that they're in emotional distress. But when you're in
Can I
emotional
address?
distress, you do not make, I think it is a bad decision, right? It is a non-common sense decision to make to come to the conclusion that your healthy, otherwise healthy, physically healthy child should have their breasts amputated. I'm
Hemi, are
sorry
you
you can't
familiar
see
with
that,
are
but
you familiar with costochondritis?
no, I'm not.
Okay.
But I
Give me
can
just
look it up. It's an easy look
okay.
away.
Yeah,
I have
it's
something called the internet, so give me 1 second.
it's the inflammation and the separation of the cartilage that connects the ribs to the sternum. Okay, it's very painful. Costochondritis.
Okay, what is this? What is the relevance of this to the conversation?
The relevance is this human being had their own job and bought their own binders and wore binders 24/7. Binder recommendations are about 8 hours a day. Okay? We have someone that wore a binder to the point of costochondritis. The binder was separating the ribs from the sternum. That
Okay.
was not a deterrent for them to stop wearing the binders. Okay?
I just want you to know you're using another appeal to emotion here.
No, you are saying
You are.
that the child was physically healthy.
Just so you're aware of that.
This isn't an emotion.
Wait.
This is the physical issues.
Wait, they can fix this problem. I can tell you, I can look it up right now and I can tell you they can fix this issue without performing a double mastectomy. So let me look up how they fix costochondritis, right? That's what it's called, the treatment for this. And I can tell you right now, a double mastectomy is probably not a listed treatment.
No, but,
Okay, while
but
you're
taking
looking
off
that
the
up,
binder,
So what
taking
relevance
off
does this have?
Taking off the binder would also
Yeah, this
recommended treatment.
This just a treatment would be therapy, anti-inflammatories, medication such as analgesic, non-steroidal
It's
anti-inflammatory
analgesic.
drugs, analgesic therapies. Not one thing here as a listed treatment for this. Let's see, what is this? Just like a syndrome or something for this costochondritis is a double mastectomy. So you using this, right, is an emotional plea, right, not an actual treatment to a medical condition. So I don't know even why you're mentioning this, because it doesn't actually help your argument on why you made a horrible fucking decision to have your daughter's breast amputated before she was 18. It doesn't do anything for your argument, so just
You
trash
make
it.
the
Throw it in
claim
the
that
trash
the
bin.
child had 0 medical conditions and it was only
Wait, I
psychological.
understand that.
And I am telling you that the medical
Yes,
conditions
yes.
related to that psychological issue became
Yeah, I don't care.
costochondritis
I don't care.
and
I don't care.
skin infections
Because the treatment
because
for
of the
skin
lack of
infection
hygiene. Yes,
and
again, is
costochondritis is
taking
not
off
a
the
double
binder.
mastectomy. So what are you
No,
trying to
the
say?
basic treatment would be to take off the binder.
You're
The
just saying
binder
stuff
was
now.
not
You're saying
removed.
stuff to help your argument on why you're trying to, I think you're trying to help yourself, right? You're trying to help yourself feel better for the bad decisions you made by making more excuses after excuse after excuse on why this was ethical and moral to do to your child.
Hemi,
And it's not,
my
you can
overall
lie to
opinion
yourself,
is
but
that
not to
children
me.
do not need medical treatment.
Children
in
don't
some
need double
cases,
mastectomies. Children don't
in
need double
some
mastectomies. So don't try to
cases.
lecture me on things, right? When you made the decision to have your minor female daughter have her breast amputated, don't try to give me a lesson in ethics and
And
morals and why
instead, we were
things should be
going to
done.
have chronic costochondritis and we were going to have staph infections of
Good,
the
which can be
skin.
treated with anti-inflammatories.
Yes, and
But
have
you chose to have her breast
and
removed.
have you tried to give medications to a 17-year-old? It's kind of like giving medications to a cat.
Wait, are you
If they
trying to
don't
tell me
want
it was
to
hard?
take them, you don't take they don't take them.
Are you trying to say that it was harder to give them anti-inflammatories, but it was easier to just have them get their breasts removed?
Oh my God.
Like,
Okay, let's. Can we put a pin in this for just a quick second? I want to just introduce
Yeah.
the next 3 guests. Thank you, and I appreciate you. Sav, thank you so much for joining. You had a question.
Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I came up here to address at Emily Talks. And Emily Talks, don't you ever fix your sausage fat ass fingers to come on this app and at me and tell me that I don't care about children. The audacity of you to tell me I don't care about children when you advocate for children to have bodily autonomy is so ass to me. I can't even explain. I still can't explain it. Emily, I'm talking to you.
All
You
right.
children. I've
All
cared
right,
about
Sav.
children since I've been a child, okay? I read stats. I listen to interviews, all right? I hear what people actually say. You wanna know what you sound like? Emily Talks to me? You sound like the niggas that get locked up.
All right. Sav, I'm gonna unmute you now. Do you want to contribute to the conversation? You can unmute now.
That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I thought this whole time I was unmuted. What's here to say? I'm gonna just repeat everything I said. Emily Talks. I'm adding you right now in my voice because the comments aren't doing it for me. I try to get over it. I try to do what I usually do, but no. Emily Talks. Don't ever fix your sausage fat ass fingers to come on this app and tell me I don't care about children. And before you even type it, yeah, I'm still on that. Don't you ever come up here and tell me I don't love children. I love children more than you ever could. If I don't know if you have kids, but if you have kids, I care about your children more than I ever could. Don't you ever fix your fat ass fingers to tell me that I don't care about children. I've been caring about children since I was a kid.
Sab,
That's why I think the way I do.
wait, Sab, I don't know like what you're carrying on about. I think this is an argument that you should have in the fucking comments though, like legit, like you're just like rambling. I'm not.
Dang, Hemi, like I was on your side.
No. I'm not saying you're not on my side, but like this sounds like a conversation that like comments, right? Like we're like you can add. Wait, but you're going super far off topic here, right? Let's just stay on topic, right? Like if you're gonna add to the conversation, add to it. But like if you want to have an argument with whatever her name is down in the fucking comments, do it there. Like I'm not saying that like. I'm glad that you support me, right? I think everybody with any like a little bit of common sense should support the things that we're saying here, right? Like this is not fucking rocket science here, people. This is just immoral and unethical things that are happening every single day. So like I just want you guys to know too. I have a question for Mama. Mama, the same person, right, who started all of this, right, with gender theory and all of these surgeries being performed, helping the mental health of people, is somebody called John Money. Do you know John Money?
I am familiar with the shitty reputation of said person.
Perfect.
And I don't support
Known
said person.
Known P3DO, right? The reason why these surgeries are being performed and these hormonal drugs is partly due to the gender theory, right, and the science that he was studying. He was also studying something called bodily integrity disorder. This is a rare condition, right, of people who believe typically.
I'm familiar.
Okay, so you know this. He was also studying this at the same time that he was studying gender theory, right? So this concept of like people wanting their body parts amputated, typically their right arm. So if I was to ask you right now, if someone said that they would feel happier, right, if their right arm was amputated, would you agree to this?
No.
Why?
Because it is body integrity disorder.
Wait,
that is not
why?
the solution.
Wait. We have the studies right now that show that people having their breasts amputated, having double mastectomies, having phalloplasties, having gynoplasties is not helping their mental disorder, right? We have the science to show, we have counter arguments to the argument that it is beneficial, right? So why is it so crazy to you that someone would want to amputate their arm and you would not allow this and you would think this would be crazy, but you think it's completely normal with medical doctors and medical science saying that it is healthy and beneficial for a child, even a minor child like your daughter, to have their breasts amputated? I'm sorry, but there is no logical argument here that you can give me to justify this.
Why is
right?
gender
And this is the
dysphoria
this is the same person that was studying gender theory, right? Where his first two patients, mind you, are no longer with us, and both of them off themselves. This is just public information. Just go look it up. Okay? It's out there for you.
This is something that I wanted to address with Naomi earlier, right? Because I had asked the question, should society have adopted this treatment, right, that ultimately came from the mind of John Money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that because we have adopted, like, for me, and this is just a personal opinion, because there is a lack of study, there is a lack of data, why did we resort to one of the most extreme forms of therapy versus trying to tackle it from the social or psychosocial aspect, right?
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
Why
Absolutely.
is gender dysphoria the only one that we fix with surgery, but no other mental disorders are fixed with surgery?
There you go. And that's why I said to a lot of people who believe in this gender theory, they find something like bodily integrity disorder to be absolutely asinine and not make any sense that this person wants to cut their arm off. And they're having some type of misalignment within the brain, right? Something going on inside the brain that is convincing them that they need to have this arm amputated. They find this to be crazy, but they don't find a phalloplasty. They don't find a gynoplasty. They don't find a double mastectomy to all be abnormal. That's an issue. That's how you know people have been absolutely brainwashed. And Mama's just a product of that. I'm sorry to say, like, you are. You
For
went
her to
all
say
the
her
way. You
child
went all the way
never,
with it.
for her to say her child never wanted to have kids. My daughter, from the age of 8 till the age of 22, didn't want to have children. At 22, she decided she wanted kids. 14
Mhm.
years, she didn't want them.
Yeah. And you made a lifelong decision for your child, and you have to live with the consequences, and she has to live with the trauma. That's it. There's nothing more to it. The decision was made. The damage was done. You have to live with those consequences. And that's for you as an individual to deal with. But I want you to know the decision that you made was unethical and immoral.
All right, I'm gonna give Mama an opportunity to give a final statement. I'm gonna wrap things up for this evening. I'm gonna give everybody an opportunity to give their final statements about today's discussion, but I'm gonna start with Mama first. Mama, I do want to thank you very much for participating in this debate, in this conversation. I do invite you to continue to join or participate or be a viewer in these lives in the future. I really appreciated having you here today. But what are your final thoughts for this evening?
And I do appreciate you having me as well. And I think that given the current panel, I think you're the only one that would listen when I said that this was not influenced by the medical industry, that this was not something that was jumped on immediately. And that my overall view is that there are very few cases for children to be medicalized with this. Very few. And it is severe cases and shouldn't be taken lightly. And trying to get people to understand that none of this was taken lightly. They're going to have their views. They're going to tell me what I was thinking and what I was feeling and what I was under the influence of. The
Well,
bottom
I
line
think
is it was a very difficult decision. Every step was researched to the best of my abilities with all of the resources from the left and from the right. I'll say the father is also in support given the circumstances.
Well, I want to thank you very much for joining today and sharing that with us. Hopefully, there were some takeaways or things for consideration on both parts. But thank you again, Murderous Mama. You have yourself a wonderful evening. Have a great weekend and spend time with your loved ones.
Absolutely, you too. Thank you, Roth.
Thank you. All right. Hemi,
And
thank you so
All
much
right.
for joining.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I just want to say before I go, really, I thank her for admitting that it wasn't medical science, right? That led her to that. It was just her personal beliefs and decisions for mutilating her child and consenting for her child who didn't have the ability to. I think that people need to wake up and see that all of these things is all of the medical science behind this is just rooted in fallacy. It's not helping them at all. Affirming them is just making them worse. We have to stop this. We just have to stop feeding into it. We have to stop feeding into the lies and the people that are mentally confused, right? People that even have disorders. Disorder is a state of confusion. So people that are in a state of confusion need to be led by people who are not in a state of confusion.
I
and
appreciate
and
you.
helping
Yeah, sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
no, you're fine. And helping them is not affirming them, right? Helping them is having them understand that not everyone is going to live in their reality, right? And that there is truth. um that's really all I can say. I think it's disgusting that parents are having their children mutilated and they think they're not doing anything fucking wrong. Like, are you like, I'm sorry to say, but I am at a point where I have looked at society and I believe people in society are absolutely fucking just bots. They're bots. They're not even real fucking people. They're brain dead. They don't even use their brains for anything anymore. They just have this thing in their skull and they do nothing with it. It just sits there all day and fucking just gets fatter and fatter. That's all. I don't know what else to say. It's crazy.
Well, I appreciate you coming up here, Hemi. I've given you a follow. Hopefully, we can connect on some future lives again, bud.
For sure, man.
You take care.
You too.
Rawr for Samantha. All right, Sav, I'm going to give you a cool minute to give your final thoughts, but I'm thinking you're going to
you.
spend that minute talking about Emily.
And I am.
You
I
go
came
for
up
it then.
today because like I really tried to be peaceful about it. I really try to get over it. But Emily Talks, don't you ever fix your sausage fingers in the comments to at me again and tell me that I do not love children. I care about children more than you ever could. Okay? Let's get that situated. Let's just state that as a fact. You advocate for children taking drugs and parents trusting the government with their children under 18. We're never the same. We will never be the same person. I can never have an argument with you because you are not sound. You are not of sound mind. And I agree with everything that Jimmy says, bro. People are being manipulated. Children are being manipulated. And there's a bigger message. Like, there's a bigger message behind all of this stuff. Because once you give children the ability to consent to one thing, the argument opens up for everything else. And you can't change my mind on that. If they can consent to drugs and surgery, what else can they not consent to? Like, y'all, no one is seeing the bigger picture here, and that's really throwing me for a loop.
Like a lot of people, yeah, a lot of people will make the argument if your 16-year-old child asked you to get a tattoo, would you allow them to get something permanent like that done to their body at that age? And then they'll be like, no, of course not, because that's a permanent thing. And I think that what we were trying to hone in on today was that, you know, some of these procedures have detrimental effects and permanent effects. And so, yeah, that's an argument that people will make.
I've read enough. I've studied enough to know that medicine has detrimental effects. I don't even take Tylenol. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, and to think that children can consent to being medical patients for life is so asinine to me. Like, I can't even describe it in words. And for Emily Talks to talk all she does and to fix her fucking fat, like I said, I'll say it again, fat ass fingers, to text on this app. You can say anything you can say to me. I don't give a fuck. If she had said anything else, I wouldn't have cared. But to come on this app and tell me that I don't care about children coming out of your mouth? Yeah, no, I'm not taking that. And that's just me. I had to come up here and say that. You're never, never, don't come on any other platform and at me and tell me directly that I don't care about children. I've been caring about children before I was even an adult. All right, that's why I feel the way I do, because I read stats. I've been listening to stats for years. Listen to an interview, read an interview, do something, do some actual research, because the same argument you're using is the same argument people use when they abuse a child. Like, I can't even speak. Like, I'm so angry. Like, the same argument you're using, Emily, is the same argument people use when they abuse children. Listen to an interview, because you sound the same. Don't you ever fix your fingers to come on this app and tell me I don't care about children, bro. I tried to get over it. I tried to be the bigger person, but I couldn't.
All right.
Because you insulted me in a way that no one ever could. And, you know, I'm going to just land that plane. We're going to end it there.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you. Those were a lot of flyer miles that you put on there, but hey, it's all good. Put carbon in the atmosphere. Thank you, Sav. Thank you, Sav, for joining. Please join in the future lives. Have yourself a wonderful evening. All right, Scotia girl. I know we didn't get a chance to interact much, so how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent. Any plans for the weekend?
Reorganizing my bedroom, spring cleaning.
Hey, I like that. That's always a good thing to do. All right, what are your final thoughts on today's conversation?
Final thoughts, and I mean, this is kind of my saying, and I've said it before, is that the fuse is lit. It is slowly moving towards the powder keg, and whether it be 5, 10, or 15 years, we're going to see some type of explosion, whether it be more deemed transitioners being allowed to come out of the woodwork, because let's be honest, they're afraid to right now. The numbers are a hell of a lot higher than people want to admit, or whether it be, you know, something happening with peace radios, or, class action lawsuits because of all of these young children that are getting all of this stuff done now and now not being able to in the future have children. It's lit. Something is going to happen, and we are going to see the consequences of these actions within the next 5 to 15 years.
Hopefully we can sort things out before that happens. That's why I have these conversations. Scotia Girl, you know I'm a fan of yours, and I want to wish you the very best weekend. Good luck with the spring cleaning. All right, don't overexert yourself. Take it one step at a time, and make sure to spend some time taking care of yourself too.
Well, I have a bit of ADHD with OCD mixed in, so once I start something, if I take something apart, I got to finish it right then and there, or it's not happening for like a week.
I feel you. Well, you have yourself
You
a
have an
wonderful
amazing
evening.
weekend too.
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the live this evening. Those of you who shared, gifted, and liked the live, I really appreciate you. Again, I'm going to be hosting some other debates in the coming days, so make sure to give me a follow if you're not already doing so. Become a team member so you can get access to my content as soon as it comes out. And I can't wait to connect with each and every one of you moving forward. Have a wonderful and blessed day. Have a great weekend and spend time with your loved ones.